conspiracy as well as sex trafficking. The jury found him guilty of the 2 lesser charges. This is transportation to engage in prostitution. During that time, when he found out that he was only convicted on those lesser charges, he fell to his knees inside that courtroom, taking a look at the jurors and thanking them with his head, just nodding to them. So quite a scene there, and it's going to be quite a scene, and already is here today, Ted.
Sentencing, huge possibles. On one side, you've got the defense saying time served, 14 months max, and then the government coming in much higher. Break it down, what each side wants and what we're expecting.
Sure. So the maximum under the statute, Ted, is 20 years, 10 years for each count. The prosecutors put forth their sentencing guidelines proposal. They're saying they want 11 years and 3 months at least for Sean Diddy Combs. And then defense counsel is saying he should only serve 14 months. So he was arrested last year. So September he went into jail. So then right now we're in October. So they're saying by December he should be able to get out. Then you have a recommendation also by the U.S. Probation Department, who sat down, who conducted an interview with Sean Diddy Combs, took a look at his background. They have come up with a sentencing recommendation of 5 years to 7 years on the top end. So quite a difference between all of these sentencing recommendations. I know you were playing that video before. Defense counsel is planning to play that video today for the judge during the sentencing hearing. And also, Ted, we are expecting to hear from Sean Diddy Combs himself. According to the filings by defense counsel, Sean does intend to address the judge and express remorse, talk about taking responsibility for his actions and saying, if you let me out and have mercy on me, I will never commit another crime again. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what he says in court, but we do have a preview from the letter he has submitted, Ted.
Yeah, that letter is pretty extensive, going into asking and pleading really for the judge a second chance at all of it, being a father, being a leader, being this and that. What a scene it is going to be inside that courtroom and outside the courthouse. And Kelly's going to be there for the entire day for us at Court TV. No cameras, of course, in a federal courtroom, so we rely on Kelly, and she will provide all the information as it comes in. Kelly, thank you. Talk to you soon. Here to discuss this, let's break it down. Criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Lindsay Richards. Let's start with this PR video that the team created, and boy, you watch it, it's a lot. It's a lot. If you're trying to sway potential fans, like the public, I get it maybe, you know, it's sort of a look at how great a guy I am. But a federal judge? I mean, this is a pretty tough audience to be showing baby pictures and me being a great dad video. Your thoughts on this strategy to try to sway a judge with behind the scenes of Sean's life in a positive way?
You know, I think that it's creative for sure. I personally have never seen this done in all of my years of being not only a former prosecutor, but a defense attorney now. I've never seen a video submitted. I do think you're right that this is more an attempt to sway the court of public opinion than it is going to sway a judge. I mean, at the end of the day, the judge is going to consider all of the evidence and all of the testimony submitted during the guilt-innocence phase of this trial. That includes that Cassie Ventura video. That includes all of the testimony by victims of his crimes. And the letter he submitted, I will tell you, to me, although taking some responsibility, wasn't really taking full responsibility or really understanding the extent to which he's done damage to so many women. And he was a father at the time that he was doing all of these things. So I don't know if this video of showing him having children is really going to sway the judge in the way that they're hoping.
Yeah, I mean, he's the video of him finishing a 10K or a half marathon. I mean, I don't know. He's showing the best things of himself and his life. It's nice, but they're here for the other video, the one outside the elevator bank of him dragging a woman and kicking her in the head. And the judge has seen that, and the judge has heard all of the testimonials of people that say he was a monster in and around him. What about the fact that the jury said not guilty to the top charges, and he's not being sentenced for dragging Cassie at the elevator bank. He's sentenced for something else. To what degree does that bleed in legally? Can it, in terms of the judge's decision here? And as a human being, he can't unsee it.
Correct. So it actually, legally, it all comes in. So these are all considered prior bad acts that the state can use and prove up as reasons to increase his sentence, and essentially use it as a reason to give him the maximum sentence. So all of those are prior bad acts. And if there's more victims that they put in the stand during this punishment phase, that's also taken into consideration. So even though he wasn't convicted on those racketeering charges and the evidence that was presented didn't fit neatly into that charge, it doesn't mean that that can't be considered in his punishment, because they are all prior bad acts, which are free. Like that's free game for the judge to consider those, and he will.
To what extent do you think judges are swayed by a sentencing hearing in terms of victim impact statements and or a defendant's allocution, or because they've sat through the trial, they know everything? Is this just an exercise that we go through, or do you think that typically in cases that you've been exposed to, judges can be swayed?
I will say it really depends on the judge. I do think the fact that the U.S. attorneys in this particular case asked for at least 11 years tells me that they kind of know this judge and maybe his way of thinking. So I'm anticipating he's going to hand down a sentence probably around 10 years is my guess. Ooh. But I'm not totally sure. That's just totally a guess for me.
So he would be leaning towards, and you know, the bail hearing, we did learn a little bit, because you know, one of the arguments from the defense was, hey, he should be out on bail because likely he's not going to be getting a ton of prison time here. He's sort of already served significant jail time, and the judge slapped that down basically and said, well, we don't know about that in terms of his length of time. The U.S. Probation Office though says 5 to 7. You think he departs upward at the end of the day?
I do. I mean, realistically, he could give 20. If he wanted to max him out, he could give 20 years, have 10 on each, and run them consecutive. My guess, and this is just a total guess, I've never practiced in front of this judge, but a lot of times, like you were saying before, they do kind of have their mind made up and they know what direction they're heading in. And the prosecutors do have an advantage because they practice in front of this judge more often. So they usually kind of know how he thinks and the way that he works. And so I do think he gives 10, and I think he runs it concurrent. I think the defense team was being a little bit optimistic in thinking that, oh, he should be released on bail, he's not going to get much time. I think that is minimizing the extent of these prior bad acts that the judge has already heard about.
Yeah, they're asking for time served, 14 months total, which basically time served, let him out for Christmas kind of thing. That likely is not going to happen, but we'll see where it ends up. Again, our Kelly Craft is going to be there for us, our eyes and ears, and we'll get you the latest information as it comes in. 10 o'clock Eastern is when they're supposed to get underway. We shall see what happens. We're going to get a break. When we come back, we're going to turn to the sentencing of a case that we've been tracking here at Court TV. It's a heartbreaker. The killer uncle murdering sentence. This is teenager pled guilty to killing his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews. We're going to go to that New Hampshire courtroom for his sentencing next. 4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th. Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins in for Julie Grant on this Friday, busy Friday. We're going to turn our attention now to New Hampshire, the killer uncle murder sentencing. The defendant here, Eric Sweeney, the 19-year-old, that's how old the defendant is, pled guilty in the shooting deaths of his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and his nephews, 4-year-old Benjamin and 23-month-old Mason. Shot and killed these little kids back in 2022. He was 16 at the time, took a handgun from his brother's safe, shot his brother's family, basically. Police have not released a motive. He faces life without parole. Before we go into the courtroom, let's take a look at when he pled guilty to these murders back in August.
This charge alleges that on or about August 3rd of 2022 at Northfield, that Mr. Sweeney did recklessly cause the death of Cassandra Sweeney under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting her with a firearm. As to this charge of second-degree murder, how do you plead, Mr. Sweeney, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
This indictment also charges the crime of second-degree murder, alleging that on or about August 3rd of 2022 at Northfield, that Mr. Sweeney did recklessly cause the death of Benjamin Sweeney, age 4, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting him with a firearm. As to this charge of second-degree murder, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
This indictment also alleges the crime of second-degree murder, that on or about August 3rd of 2022 at Northfield, that Mr. Sweeney did recklessly cause the death of Mason Sweeney, age 23 months, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life by shooting him with a firearm. As to this charge of second-degree murder, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Finally, alleging the crime of falsifying physical evidence, as has been amended. This indictment alleges that on or about August 3rd of 2022 at Northfield, that Mr. Sweeney, knowing that an investigation was about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, or remove a thing, to wit, a Taurus .40 caliber handgun, with a purpose of impairing its availability in said investigation. As to this charge of falsifying physical evidence, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Pled guilty to everything. Again, he was 16 at the time. He's 19 now. Sentencing is underway. We haven't had the victim impact statements yet, but let's go into the courtroom live.
His best friend.
Best friend, because I love him.
Let me see if I can get that on the screen, Your Honor. I'm not sure if I can.
All right, they're trying to get that video up on the screen, and as I don't know if you picked it up or not, you heard it. Is the little one saying that Mason is my best friend. That's the 4-year-old talking about his 23-month-old little brother. This case is a heartbreaker. You have a 16-year-old boy who's now 19,
Benjamin and Mason,
sitting at the defense table. Okay, it looks like they're back at it.
of a trigger. The defendant's actions took away every hope and every dream that they and that their families had for them. His actions destroyed the chance that these children had to become, to learn, to grow up and explore the world, his actions left their cousins, aunts, grandparents, and father with only memories of their joy and of their enthusiasm. In a second video, and I'll play the audio, Your Honor, since we're having some technical difficulties. Benjamin and Mason are looking out the front window of their playroom. This video was recorded at 10:08 in the morning of August the 3rd of 2022. At approximately 10:52, just minutes before the defendant opened fire, Cassandra sent this video to Sean and to her mother.
It's not a hedgehog. See if it's snappy tail.
Your Honor, if the court would like to take a minute to overcome my technical difficulties, I can play them directly for you, or they are available in case lines.
Did you want me to take, if we're having technical issues and you want me to take a minute to look at it, I'm happy to do that. So which exhibit and case lines?
I believe they're going to be 13 and 14.
All right, the courtroom gremlins always hitting at the worst times. Let's get a break as they work out their issues with technology in that courtroom. More from this incredibly sad sentencing hearing. Plus, Sean Diddy Combs. There's a live look outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, 10 o'clock Eastern. Sentencing hearing begins. Our Kelly Craft is there. We'll talk about that as well. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live on this busy Friday as we round out another week. A lot of our attention today will be in New York, in Lower Manhattan, where in a half an hour from now, there's a live look at the courthouse. Sean Diddy Combs will find out his fate from a federal judge. His defense team asking for 14 months, which is basically time served. The prosecution, the federal government, says he should serve no less than 11 years in federal prison. We'll see what the judge does. Our Kelly Craft and team are there at the courthouse, and as soon as we get any tidbits of information, we'll pass them along to you throughout the day. Also, we are in New Hampshire, and we're watching this horrible case. It's the killer uncle murder sentencing. A 19-year-old man-ish, Eric Sweeney, was 16 at the time when he shot and killed his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews. This is all back in August when he pled guilty now. He's 19 now. What's going to happen? Well, right today, what's going to happen before he finds out his fate? We're all going to get very sad because this is a sentencing hearing, and you're talking about a woman that lost her life and a 4-year-old Benjamin and a 23-month-old little boy, Mason, shot and killed by this defendant, pled guilty. Let's go back into the courtroom live.
On August the 3rd of 2022. The state is well aware of the trauma and the hardships that the defendant endured as a child that resulted in his being taken in by Cassandra and Sean. We've reviewed the records as well as the information discussed in the defense sentencing memorandum. We are aware of the testimony that the defense intends to put on at this hearing. As this court is aware from records in this case, we've also reviewed records of the defendant's own involvement in the juvenile system as an offender. There is nothing about the defendant's trauma or past that negates the choices he made on August the 3rd of 2022. Nothing negates the unmitigated violence, the unprovoked attack that he unleashed that day on Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason. And nothing negates the need for a lengthy sentence. Nothing negates the court's ability to impose a lengthy sentence. This state is seeking sentences for each of the defendant's crimes that properly reflect the enormity of the loss that has been suffered and the gravity of the defendant's actions. The state's combined recommended sentences may amount to what has been called or referred to as a de facto term of life. That results solely because of the defendant's multiple and separate acts of murder. Each recommended sentence for each separate act consists of a term of years up to life with a corresponding minimum term that would be reached decades before the end of the defendant's life expectancy. Further, each sentence incorporates opportunities for the defendant to reduce his minimum sentence by taking rehabilitative steps and allows the defendant to take advantage of further available statutory reductions. The defendant's request for concurrent sentences of 40 years to life for these 3 separate murders disregards the lives of these 3 separate murder victims. It is an extraordinarily lenient sentence request that disregards comparable cases, disregards the legislative intent to treat people who murder children more seriously than other offenders. It ignores statutory provisions such as earned time credit, such as the sentence reduction available under 651.20. In fact, if you consider those 2 reductions and the defendant's request, under the defendant's proposed sentence, the defendant may and could walk out of prison in 25 years for these offenses, should he take advantage of all statutory reductions. The defendant's sentencing memorandum and the resulting analysis of the possible sentences that this court can impose for these 3 separate murders focuses solely on a Miller analysis. As this court is aware and as the state addressed in detail in its memorandum of law, the line of cases dealing with the sentencing of juveniles did not start, nor did it end with Miller. The United States Supreme Court's most recent substantive decision on the matter was in 2021 in Jones versus Mississippi. The defendant's analysis is expressly curtailed by the Supreme Court's decision in Jones, a case which was never discussed in the defendant's memorandum. There, in Jones, the court unmistakably determined that the Eighth Amendment only requires that juvenile offenders facing a possibility of a life sentence with no possibility of release be provided an opportunity to seek or request a lesser sentence, regardless of whether that opportunity is actually granted by the sentencing court. In Jones, the court held that a state's discretionary sentencing system is both constitutionally necessary and constitutionally sufficient. After Jones, and in line with Miller, the Eighth Amendment does not require a court to engage in any particular process when sentencing a juvenile offender. So long as this court engages in a discretionary sentencing process that results in a discretionary sentence that takes into account the defendant's youth, Miller is not violated and the sentence is constitutionally sound. The state's recommended sentences take into account the defendant's youth, his background, as well as his heinous crimes and the goals of sentencing, including and even emphasizing rehabilitation. These considerations have been briefed in the memorandums that we submitted prior to the hearing. The state's recommended sentences also take into account the many aggravating factors that are identified in our memorandum, including the number of victims, their age, and their innocence, the defendant's use of a deadly weapon, the defendant's secretive actions in obtaining the handgun, the defendant's repeated, consistent denials of involvement in the murders of these 3 innocent victims. It bears repeating that this defendant cast blame on an unknown, unidentified, non-existent burglar, a story that he crafted within 20 minutes of leaving his victims dead on the floor in their home, a story he maintained for 3 years, denying his involvement and his responsibility right up until the entry of his guilty plea on August the 15th of this year. There are many family members present today in this courtroom. There are many members of law enforcement. Several family members and many law enforcement have been present at court hearings over the past 3 years. There are many more family members who will not be here, who cannot be here, whose grief and whose anger preclude their presence. There are many that the court will hear from who are in this courtroom and others in this courtroom who have submitted victim impact statements in advance of this hearing. The court has had an opportunity to review those. The statements that have been submitted include aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends from all sides of this family, Sweeney's and Southwick's. They discuss the unimaginable grief that they have suffered, the innocence of these victims, the shock of these crimes. Without exception, they describe the love that everyone held for Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason, the weight of the permanent wound caused by their loss. One letter, written by a now 11-year-old child, describes how the murder of his cousins has made him angry and afraid to trust people. One, written by a mother, describes how these murders have changed how she looks at the world, that just lying on the floor to play with her child reminds her of these victims lying on the floor in death. She talks about watching the grief of Cassandra's parents as they watch this writer love on her own child and miss out on loving theirs. The statements also talk about the great strength that the family has found to survive this horrific loss. And they ask this court to impose a strong sentence to honor the lives of these victims, to represent the serious pain caused by their murders, and to fulfill an unshakable need that they have for justice, for a crime that stole 3 beautiful people and ripped apart the lives of this entire family. Sean Sweeney, Cassandra's husband, father to Benjamin and Mason, has indicated that he has nothing to say to this defendant, and that there is no resolution that will ever be good enough. Your Honor, we do have with us here in court today approximately 11 family members who wish to make statements to the court.
All right, we'll get a break and then we'll hear those statements quickly. Then Lindsay Richards watching, former prosecutor. This case, it is so difficult. Your overall thoughts, what the judge is going to do here?
You know, it's going to be interesting because this whole case is just so gut-wrenching, every single part of it. This is a defendant, though, who was 16, had an undeveloped brain. He's a kid. He suffered abuse as a child. And I'm interested to see how the judge takes that into account. And it's really going to be telling about what is our cultural and societal beliefs at this point about rehabilitation and about young offenders, and what does that really look like? And it's hard to say here because what he did is just so unbelievably horrific. And these are children that he, in fact, took their lives as well. So the judge is in a position that I do not envy, to be honest with you. I think he's going to give him a long sentence because of just how horrific this actual case is, but it's going to be a tough call.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a tough morning there as well. We'll get a break and then we'll watch some of these victim impact statements. Plus our eyes on New York. Sean Diddy Combs, he will be sentenced today as well. Live look outside the federal courthouse. You can see the line. They haven't let people in yet. It's supposed to start at 10 o'clock. We'll see if that actually happens or not. Our Kelly Craft team there will have full details throughout the day. Stay with us.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Watching.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Let's head back to that sentencing hearing for 19-year-old Eric Sweeney. He pled guilty to the murders of his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews. Let's go into the courtroom. The aunt of Cassandra Sweeney is the first to speak.
Hello, my name is Nicole Goyette, otherwise known as Nini to a select few. I am Cassandra's aunt and godmother. I am Benjamin and Mason's aunt. I stand here before you today to honor their legacy and let them never to be forgotten. Say their names. Cassandra Ray Sweeney. Who was Cassandra, some people ask. She was the most genuine, loving, sassy, fiercely loyal person I knew. Her laugh could light up the room. I remember the night Cassandra was born. I was there at Concord Hospital, waiting to be one of the first people to meet her. Her childhood was spent playing sports, loving her dogs, and spending quality time with family. I have such fond memories of all the camping trips we took as she was a child. Cassandra's birthday was July 17th, so we spent many trips in summers celebrating her birthday. As she grew up, her love for her family grew, and her passion for helping others also grew. Cassandra was always one to lend a hand, whether it be for watching my dogs while I was on vacation, helping me move into my new home, or spending some one-on-one time with her Nana. Then Cassandra became a wife and a mother to Ben and Mason. I have never seen her so happy. She's thrived in these roles. She loved the holidays and creating memories with the boys. She had 7 Christmas trees and decorated so early that they could all enjoy the holiday season. I am so mad that I don't get to see her and spend more time in this role. It was cut too short, and we were all robbed of the memories to be made. Say their names. Benjamin Michael Sweeney. Oh, this little boy who had the biggest heart and smile could light up the room. Ben was so inquisitive and smart beyond his years. He was excited to go to school and riding the school bus. He would have started 2nd grade this year. His life was cut too short, so he never knew or got to experience any of this. We were robbed of seeing him grow and shine into the star I knew he would have been. Say their names. Mason Lee Sweeney. He only got to experience so little in his short 23 months of life. Boy, did he love his dogs and love to snack and eat. He would light up when he saw his big brother Ben or his mommy. I loved his snuggles and his hugs. I wonder what he would be doing this year, starting kindergarten this year. We will never know because we were robbed of these chances. I miss my 3 angels more than words can define. The loss of them has created havoc in our family that no family should have to endure. I have personally experienced nightmares, insomnia, mental health issues, and missing time from work. My heart skips a beat if a family member doesn't answer the phone, and my mind goes to the worst place that something has happened to them. My 81-year-old mother has never been the same since the day her 3 grandchildren were taken from her. Her health and cognition have significantly declined due to this trauma we have endured. My family will never get the chance to celebrate another birthday, another holiday, or another milestone of the boys. We will never receive another phone call, another text message, or I love you from Cassandra. I will never get to exchange recipes or cooking tips with Cassandra. We will never be able to share our love again of new cleaning products. I will never get another video of the boys finding the joy and simple day-to-day pleasures of this life. This is all gone, and we can never get it again. August 3rd, 2022. Time will always be divided into before the incident and after the incident. Incident, death, passing. No, it was a horrible murder of my 3 loved ones. And Eric, you are all to blame for this. I play that day out in my mind all the time. It was a normal Wednesday. I had gone to work. I was packed and getting ready to head away for the weekend with friends. I even remember the last video I received of the boys looking outside at the hedgehogs. Late that afternoon, as my phone started exploding with calls and texts, Cassandra couldn't be reached and wasn't responding to calls and texts, which was not like her. The news reported a triple homicide in Northfield, New Hampshire. This is where they lived. Reporting it was on her road. Reporting it was a woman and 2 juveniles. It didn't make any sense at the time. My head was spinning, and I can't tell you the size of the pit I had in my stomach. But it was all going to be okay because things like this didn't happen to my family. But this day it did, and it would never be the same. I had hopped into my car, racing up Interstate 93 to Northfield. I was determined to get answers to go see them and get to the bottom of this. I was racing down the highway when my phone rang at exit 17, and I received the call that no one should ever have to receive. Gone. All 3 of them were gone. And just like that, my heart shattered into a million little pieces. Eric, I don't have a lot of things to say to you because you aren't worth my time and energy. You are a heartless, sociopathic coward who doesn't deserve to be here, but somehow you are. I can't believe at one time in my life you were allowed to call me Nini. That was an honor you received. I take that back. You are never allowed room in my heart to call me that. That is an honor that I reserve for people that I love and care about, not for a person who I despise and only hope the worst for. I can only hope that the judge hears our words and agrees with us that you need to be locked up for as long as allows. Cassandra Ray Sweeney, Benjamin Michael Sweeney, and Mason Sweeney, I will love you all forever and a day, and I will never stop fighting for justice for you, and I will always say your name so no one forgets you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goyette.
Thank you.
Your Honor, next is Chantel Labrie. She's an aunt to Cassandra and a great aunt to Ben and Mason.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi.
Chantal Labrie, Labrie. If there's any greater pain than losing someone you love to a homicide, I surely can't imagine what that is. But that's what happened to my family on August 3rd, 2022. Cassandra, Ben, and Mason were all taken from us that day. They didn't pass away. It wasn't an illness or an accident. They were taken from us. For 3 years now, we've been desperately grasping to our memories of Cass and the boys. It's all we have, and let me tell you, it's not nearly enough. No sentence that Eric serves will ever be enough. We will always be left with 3 holes that cannot be filled again. My best memories of Cassandra go back to when she was a little girl. There were cousin sleepovers with my 2 girls, camping trips, family outings, birthday parties, and holidays. For several years, it was a tradition to take a family trip up to Santa's Village for Cass's birthday. We would stop at the Flume for a picnic and cupcakes before making our way to the park. We would spend the night at the hotel across the street so we could go back again the next day. I have fond memories of watching Cass play softball and of bringing ice cream sandwiches to her and her teammates. I remember how pretty she looked for her high school prom, and I remember watching her high school romance growing into her love story with Sean. She was a beautiful bride, and we were all so happy then. The following year, Ben was born and Cass became a mom. I can't think of anything she treasured more. Ben was a beautiful baby and was growing into a very smart and funny little boy. He loved his mommy and daddy, his nana and his papa, his dinosaurs, and his doggies, Daisy and Moose. A few years later came Mason, and again Cass became a mom. Her life was full. We had Mason for such a short time, but he was a silly...
All right, we need a break. More of this, plus Sean Diddy Combs when we return. Stay with us.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up.
When Sean first proposed freak-offs, what was your reaction?
Oh, I just remember, like, my stomach falling to my butt. I was just in love and wanted to make him happy.
Me and you could be mad, I could have a spat, we could have whatever. Then after that, you better get on your job. That's really, that's all it is.
I'm doing great. How are you, Your Honor? Good. I want to tell you thank you. You're doing an excellent job.
In just a few minutes, Sean Diddy Combs will be sentenced. Well, at least the hearing is going to get underway. It's going to take a while. As many of us know, a jury acquitted Combs of the more serious racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges that could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. He was found guilty, though, on prostitution-related charges. And that's what's going to be dealt with today. How much time should he spend in prison, if at all? This is a look at some of the arrivals happening. This happened moments ago. We're expecting the hearing to get underway at any moment. It's supposed to be a 10 o'clock start, so here we are 2 minutes away. Likely going to be a little delayed because of all of the attention. People have been lining up overnight for spots in the courtroom, and a lot of people will be speaking, including, we expect, the defendant, Sean Combs. He says he's taken full responsibility and accountability for his, quote, past wrongs. That was in a letter written to the judge. The defense is also expected to play an 11-minute video, this is odd, of Sean Diddy Combs at home, etc., in court. Here's a snippet of it.
What you've given to the world, I don't think you know, man.
You gotta give her a bottle then.
Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
My nose fell off. No, my lip fell off.
All right, video of Sean Diddy Combs at home, interacting with his children and looking like a good guy. Will it sway the judge? Let's bring in Brian Watkins, criminal defense attorney. An excellent one at that. He is in the state of California. Brian, good morning to you on this Friday. The judge has a huge amount of leeway here. The government wants 11 years and 3 months. The defense is saying time served, basically. They want 14 months. At the end of the day, where do you think the judge is going to land?
You know, I think and I hope that he lands closer to the 14 months. I mean, you got to look at how outrageous this trial was. Never in history has there been a one-man RICO case. Never in history has there been a one-man conspiracy case. I mean, this prosecution was so overboard, so malicious. It's funny. You know, you look at the young man who was the hired stripper, dancer, whatever you want to call him.
The Punisher.
That's what he did. Yeah, okay. That's what you do. That's what he does for a living. Of all of his clients, of all of his customers, Sean Puffy Combs was the only one that was prosecuted. I mean, the bottom line here is people, you know, hire adult dancers and entertainers all the time. They're not prosecuted for it. And now you had Sean Puffy Combs looking at potentially life in prison. Life in prison, the same sentence that Charles Manson got for what he did, and it's outrageous. The feds are going way above and beyond abuse of power. It's incredible to me.
There's a video there of the family arriving, including the twin daughters in matching outfits as they enter the courtroom to see what happens to Sean Combs. Brian, what did you think of this video? I mean, it shows him in, you know, at one point he's finishing like a marathon or a half marathon. He's at home with the kids. I'm not sure a federal judge is going to be swayed by a well-produced, beautifully produced video of a defendant. What's your take on this strategy? It's, you know, it's one thing to produce this video and show it to the public, but will a judge be swayed by this?
You know, I hope he's just reminded of the fact that he has a life. yes, he had a sex life that was problematic, and that was something that was dealt with in the trial. But when you're talking about, like you said, he was looking at life in prison, you're talking about taking away his life, taking away all these other parts, the parts, taking him away from his children, harming his children, all the other things that he did in his life other than his sex life. And his sex life shouldn't be the dominant factor in his life. And that's what they're hoping the judge understands, that there's more to Sean Diddy Combs than his sex life.
Those were the charges he was found guilty on. This jury sat through it, and to your point, at the end of the day, they said no to the most serious charges. So the ceiling here is 20 years. It's not going to get there. The government wants 11 years. How much of the facts of the other charges that were presented, i.e. the elevator video of him physically abusing Cassie, how much does that bleed in? And how much should it bleed in? When the jury found him not guilty on the serious charges and he has been found guilty on prostitution-related charges, does the other stuff, should it come into play?
Legally speaking, it absolutely does come into play. The judge can consider all the facts of the case, and the prosecution always argues all the charges that they lost. So absolutely, the video of him, being physical with her in the hotel room, all that stuff comes in, and that's the problem. That's what's scary. I'm gonna give you a great example. The Falcone brothers, they were the cocaine brothers. They were racing boats and running cocaine back in the 80s. And they were found not guilty of murder, cocaine trafficking, all the charges except some sort of a little insurance fraud charge. And they ended up giving them 90 years for the insurance fraud. Why? Because the judge factored in all the murders and all the other evidence that he heard that they were found not guilty of. And that's what scares me. The judge didn't let this guy out on bond. You're really going to tell me that Sean Diddy Combs is a flight risk? Where is he going to go and not be recognized and seen? Is he really going to flee to face a prostitution charge and live in exile the rest of his life in some secret island? I mean, it's unusual. It's outrageous, really, to think that he's a flight risk, that he should not have been granted bail. I mean, he's a person that gets no bail, like the most heinous murderers. So when the judge starts treating him like that, I do get worried that the judge is going to say, I wish they found you guilty of everything, and I'm going to sentence you as though they did.
Yeah, that's a good point. During that bail hearing, the defense made basically that argument. This guy's not going anywhere. He's been convicted of prostitution-related crimes. He should be out on bail, and the judge said no. So that he may have been basically tipping where he's heading. We'll see. We'll find out. Again, the hearing just getting underway now. Our Kelly Craft is there. No cameras. It's federal court, so we can't show it to you live, but we'll be updating you throughout the day, and every little tidbit that we get out of our team in New York we'll pass along to you. And again, of course, we'll find out what this judge decides in terms of a sentence. Right now, we want to go back to that horrible case in New Hampshire. The killer uncle sentencing for Eric Sweeney. This is a 16-year-old kid when he shot and killed his sister-in-law and these two little boys, Benjamin and Mason, 4 years old, 23 years old. Cassandra Sweeney was his sister-in-law. He took one of his brother's guns and shot them all. Then he lied about it, said there was an intruder. He ended up pleading guilty, but now we're listening to the just gut-wrenching sentencing hearing, the victim impact statements. Let's go back into the courtroom and watch some more.
Oh boy, he sure loved his big brother, and he was the apple of Nana and Papa's eye. It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that he's been gone for longer than he was with us. Although I wanted this letter to be about Cass and the boys, I can't conclude without telling Eric how much hatred we feel for him and what he has taken from us. Although no sentence he serves will ever be long enough to satisfy us, to be enough for Cass and Ben and Mason and for the futures they lost, I do get some satisfaction for knowing what life Eric has left will be a miserable one. And when he dies, he will be alone with no one and nothing. You did not break us, Eric Sweeney. You made us stronger as a family. We will all see Cassandra again, and the boys up in heaven. May you spend the rest of your eternity in hell.
Thank you, Miss Labrie.
The next statement is from Kristen Southwick. She is Cassandra's mom and Ben and Mason's grandmother. Our advocate will be reading her letter.
And I'm sorry, the last name again?
Southwick.
Southwick.
My name is Kristen Southwick. I'm Cassandra's mother and Ben and Mason's Nana. Cassandra was my baby girl. No matter how old she became, I will always think of her that way. Cassandra was beautiful inside and out. She was smart, funny, loving, sassy, loyal, and she loved her family fiercely. I am so proud of the woman she became. She was a great mother. She was such a natural. Ben was my first grandchild. He made me a Nana. I was there when he was born. I fed him his first bottle. Ben had a smile that would light up any room. He was so warm, so smart, kind, and loving. He had a love for learning. I grieve not knowing who he would become. I know he would have done amazing things. Mason was not yet even 2 when you took him from us. He was sweet and loving. He loved his mom and dad and big brother. Whatever Ben was doing, Ben was there wanting to do it too. He loved to go to the snack drawer when he visited Nana and Papa's house. Sundays were always family day at our home. Katrina and Nick, Cassandra and Sean, Ben, Mason, and Eric always came over bringing along Moose and Daisy. We would all have lunch together and just spend time together. You would often find us in our backyard, all watching the boys play on the many toys they had in our backyard for them. Some days, we would all go to the zoo or lake together. It didn't matter what we did because we were all together. Sometimes if I was having a bad day at work, Cassandra would stop by my work with the boys just to give me a hug and a kiss and say, I love you. They were the light in my life. I will forever miss my daily texts, pictures, and phone calls from Cassandra. She would tell me what they were all up to, or simply just send a quick message that said, I love you, Mama. The loss of Cassandra, Ben, and Mason has left an unbearable void. I relive the details of their death daily. I struggle to find joy in anything. We were robbed of our future with them. Cassandra, Ben, and Mason had so much living left to do. There are so many things they will never get to experience or do. You robbed us of all the precious time and memories of them, with them. Eric, your selfish, careless act has had lasting effect on all of our lives. We will continue to forever grieve, have sadness, anger, and trauma, and this all will continue to challenge our mental health. Eric, you are a coward who stood behind a gun. After everything Cassandra and Sean and we did for you, this is how you repay us. We tried to provide you with a family and love you never had. You now have no one. No one who loves you or cares about you. Your own parents didn't even want you. No punishment will ever be long enough for what you took from us. I hope every day in prison is a scare for you. I ask the judge to please give you the maximum sentence allowed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
That was written by Cassandra's mother. We'll get a break. When we come back, more of the sentencing of Eric Sweeney, the great-grandmother to Benjamin and Mason, is next. Stay with us.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins in for Julie Grant on this Friday morning. It's a busy Friday here at Court TV. Lots going on in courtrooms across the country. In Iowa, Houston Danker will be sentenced for the shooting death of Ryan Cooper. Danker pled guilty to acting in concert along with Cooper's wife, Karina, to kill her husband. In Connecticut, Kimberly Sullivan in court today for a hearing. She's accused of holding her stepson captive for 20 years. In Lower Manhattan, in the federal courthouse, Sean Diddy Combs will be sentenced today. That hearing just getting underway. Our Kelly Craft and team are there. No cameras in the courtroom. As soon as we get word on any developments, we'll pass them along. Also in New Hampshire, sentencing underway for a 19-year-old Eric Sweeney. He pled guilty to the murders of his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews. Let's head there. Back to the courtroom. More victim impact statements.
Thank you, Ms. Southwick.
Your Honor, next is Peg Sweeney. She is Ben and Mason's great-grandmother.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Margaret. I go by Peg. Last name is Sweeney, S-W-E-E-N-E-Y. Eric, look at me when I'm talking to you. You always did. I had considered you my grandson, even though there's no Sweeney blood running through your veins. Over the year, I showed you much kindness and love. I've taken you to our camps, brought you swimming, and even taught you to fish when you were 5 years old. I loved you as much as my natural grandchildren. I never used the words half or step because you were, in my heart, a full member of the family. I was every bit your gram. We always had good times and mutual love for one another. I enjoyed and looked forward to the times when you would stay with me and Gary, especially when you were struggling at home. You and I had connection. I did not experience your anger and believe that your heart was good. I taught what-if lessons would help you make good decisions. I thought I was making a difference. I welcomed you and wanted you to stay at camp with me and Gary, to give you a break and give Sean and Cass a break when you were struggling. I thought that would give you time to regroup, and time with me would help you to understand that you mattered. Eric, to think of what you did to our family. Your half-brother, Sean, and his wife, Cass, invited you to live with them in their home with their children so that you could get away from the horrors of the life you were living. They wanted you to have a chance and wanted you to understand how to live life with integrity and morality. They supported you because, like me, they saw you as family. They wanted to give you a better life. They clothed you. They made sure you had nurturing food, gave you your own room, cell phone, and supported your education. They signed you up for boys and girls clubs, they summer programs, and provided you with medical care, including counseling. They offered you consistency in the family and everything that you did not have. They did this out of love. Eric, having so much love for you, I was first shocked and saddened when I learned that in June 2020, at the age of 15, you stole a car and went joyriding at night. The police found you at your school with the car, and apparently you'd left a note to Sean and Cass that said you didn't belong in the Sweeney family, that you loved Big Brother and Sis, and bye. You admitted to lying, stealing, and disobeying house rules. You had hidden many handmade weapons in the house, and all the instances had the opportunity to get help. You were taken to Laconia Hospital for psych evaluation. We all hoped that the hospital would help you to get the help you needed so you could head in a better direction. But the team determined that you needed more psychological support they could provide and transferred you to Hampstead, where they send the worst of the worst. You had the opportunity to get help, but you lied to them so that they would think that you were all better. They called Sean and made him come and get you. He told them that you were saying what they wanted to hear and that you're still not safe to be discharged. However, they denied Sean's pleas and made him come and get you. I do not understand why all of that Sean and Cass gave you could not accept the rules, even if you thought they were too strict. All you did was fight over normal, everyday rules for a teenager. A short time after leaving Hampstead on August 3rd, 2022, just before 11 a.m., you murdered the people who gave you a home. You killed them all, 2 babies and their beautiful mother and loving wife. You destroyed more than the lives you stole. A part of us all died that day. The suffering is immense. So many families, friends of families, aunts, uncles, cousins, you broke the multitude, and we will never, ever be the same. Your destruction cannot be measured. It is beyond the furthest limits of outer space. You murdered my next generation. You shot 2 children and their mother in the head at close range. Only a monster would do something so horrific. In that moment, I lost my granddaughter. A loving, caring, nurturing woman with great sense of humor who loved life and family to its fullest. She took you in as a member of her family and included you in all the adventures. The boys loved you so much. You murderer. In cold blood, you killed my great-grandsons. Ben was only 4. He would be 7 in 2nd grade now. You murdered Mason, who was about to turn 2, whose birthday party was 2 weeks away. He would be 5 and starting kindergarten. You took the innocent lives of 2 little boys who never did anything to you. Again, they loved their uncle, they played with you, and you murdered them. 2 innocent, happy little children. You committed an evil and cruel act that never gave a reason why. You deceived us and me. After taking 3 lives in our family, you had the audacity to lie about your crime for 3 years while we all suffered the pain of losing them. We hurt inside beyond comprehension. We believed in you and thought you wanted to become a better person. However, you lied your way out of Hampstead Hospital. We knew you weren't ready, but we could not force you to get help. We never thought you would do what you did. You got yourself released, and then just a few weeks later, you did the unthinkable. You murdered my genealogy, the future generations of my family. You no longer deserve to carry the Sweeney name. You are not blood, and you are right. You do not belong in this family. We have one request. Do the right thing and change your last name. And do it and use any last name. Don't use any last name of the family. We need to have separation for our healing. You left me with more of a broken heart than you can imagine, especially given the bond that we had. You lied to me. Since the family tragedy, I've had 3 years of tears, and will have many, many, many more. Only I lost my granddaughter and my great-grandsons, but I lost all my affection for you. I no longer have any love for you. You alone destroyed any feelings I had. Now the only feelings I have are hatred, disdain, disappointment, disgust. You deserve to stay in prison until the day you die. I always said that hate was a strong word, but Eric, with what you took from me and my family, the word hate is not strong enough. I hate you to the innermost being. I won't ever visit you, write you, or reach out to you. You will sit in that prison the rest of your life with no visitors. You did this to yourself, and you justifiably deserve what you are in there, that you are in there. I won't even be your Graham again. You can erase Graham from your vocabulary. Most of us will have passed away even before you can even inquire about parole. I hope you never make it out, and I hope you die in prison. I say this to you, eye for eye. It took 3 lives from all of us. You put us all in prison of mourning, crying, and heart aching, in the prison of sorrow for the rest of our lives. When you left that note of 15 years, you said you didn't You didn't believe you belonged in our family because it was all lying, stealing, breaking the rules. You said you loved big brother and half sister, and then you said, bye. Why didn't you just kill yourself instead of my family? There's no way I can ever forgive you for your thoughtless, heinous crime. Rot in hell. In closing, Elvis Presley wrote a song, Lord, you gave me a mountain. And it's all about having a mountain that you'll never climb because it's just not a hill any longer. You took my 3 rays of sunshine. You took my pride and my joys, and you took my reason for living. You took my little baby boys. You gave me an ocean of tears, heartache, and emptiness that will never end.
Thank you, Miss Sweeney.
Margaret Sweeney. Wow. What, she had it all. Rotten hell, and gave homage to those that lost their lives in this just complete tragedy. Brad Watkins, what's the judge going to do here? You've got a young defender. Usually that helps, and he has mental health issues. He was absolutely under the radar, was living with his brother and his family, and then murders them. What do you think is going to take place here?
You know, I think the judge is going to really have to factor in that he was only 16 at the time of the killings, you know. That's a real tough situation for a judge. He does have mental issues, but yet that crimes were so heinous that the judge has to factor that in too. So there's factors pointing that he should never see the light of day again, and there's factors pointing that maybe in the future he should see the light of day again. So it's a real tough decision because the real problem with this case is we don't really have a why. You know, it's not that he was angry at the children or he was just did it out of being mean or spiteful or money or something like that. And so when you don't have a why in a very, very tragic case like this, it becomes very difficult for the judge to throw the book at someone that he would have done if we had a why. Oh, he did it for money. He did it for this. He did it for jealousy. He did it for something else. But when you don't have that why, it's tough to really hammer a defendant no matter how heinous the crime is.
Yeah. Again, he's 19 now, 16 at the time of these horrible murders. Then you factor in the victims, 4 and 23 months, the little boys, along with their mother. So we'll watch it play out. Let's get a break. When we come back, we'll have more of the victim impact statements in the Eric Sweeney sentencing hearing, plus Lower Manhattan. There's a live look outside of the courthouse. Sean Diddy Combs, the sentencing hearing got underway about a half an hour ago. We'll get updates from our Kelly Craft. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ted Rollins in for Julie Grant on this Friday, a busy Friday here at Court TV. Most of our attention is focused in Lower Manhattan, where Sean Diddy Combs is in the process of being sentenced. The sentencing hearing getting underway at 10 o'clock this morning. So they've been at it about 30 minutes. We do expect that Combs will address the court and ask for leniency. He's looking at a possibility of up to 11 years, 3 months. That's what the federal government is asking for. His attorneys want time served, 14 months total. We'll see where the judge lands. You see the bank of microphones waiting outside for reaction. No cameras in a federal courtroom, of course, so we're relying on our team there. Kelly Craft and team will be updating us as soon as we get word on what happens in terms of a sentence for Sean Combs. Also, we're in New Hampshire, and we have been watching this gut-wrenching sentencing hearing in the killer uncle murdering sentence. 19-year-old Eric Sweeney faces life in prison without parole for murdering his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews. Back in August, he entered pleas of guilty. He's now 19 years old. Let's go back into the courtroom. Elizabeth Dawson. This is Cassandra Sweeney's cousin. She's up next to speak.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Dawson, D-A-W-S-O-N. Your Honor, my name is Elizabeth, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my cousin, Cassandra, and her 2 beautiful little boys, Benjamin and Mason. They were brutally taken from us by the monster sitting before us on August 3rd, 2022. That day began like any other. I'd recently started my first job as a newly graduated RN and was headed off to work early in the morning. The day was busy, and I ended up getting off later than usual, and I remember feeling exhausted and looking forward to getting home to see my husband and our children. As I walked to my car, my mom called, and I could immediately tell that something was wrong. Her tone, usually bright and cheery, was different. She asked if I was home. I told her no, that I had just gotten off work and was walking to my car. She asked me to call her back once I got home, but I insisted that she talk to me. After a long pause, my mom, through a choked voice, delivered the devastating news. Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason were gone. I remember nervously laughing, praying that she was joking or that I had misheard her or something. I barely managed to choke out, "What? Oh my God, was it a car accident?" There was another pause before my mom told me what had really happened. My cousin and her boys had been murdered by the monster sitting in front of us. The drive home was a blur. I called my husband. My best friend called me, telling me she was going to come get me to take me to be with the rest of my family. And when I finally got home, I stood in the driveway feeling sick and disoriented. I felt like I wasn't in my own body. The following days felt like a nightmare, one where you're stuck in place and everything just keeps moving around me. I kept praying that I would wake up, but I did not. The nightmare was my new reality. They were gone. In the midst of this devastating loss, and while dealing with my own grief, I had to break the news to my children that their Auntie Cass and their cousins had passed away. We called them Auntie and cousins because that felt right. My younger 3 children were not really old enough to fully understand at the time, but my 2 older children were deeply impacted. My oldest, who was almost 10 at the time, was significantly affected by this loss. She developed crippling anxiety following the news, constantly fearing that something might happen to me, my husband, or other loved ones. Although she's been in counseling and her anxiety symptoms have improved, she still struggles. Watching your child break down and cope with such profound loss is something I would never wish on another parent. The weight of these losses has also taken a toll on my mental health, and I still struggle with anxiety and nightmares. And I want everyone in this room who may not have known Cass, Ben, or Mason the way the family did to understand what has been lost. It feels almost impossible to capture the essence of the people who were such a huge part of my life with mere words, and I don't think I could ever find enough words to express what Cass and her boys meant to me and truly capture how amazing they were. However, I'm going to try to paint a picture of who these 3 beautiful souls were. Cassandra reminded me of myself. We were both second children, and I believe that's why we got along so well. Cass was stubborn, sassy, driven, generous, family-oriented, and above all else, kind. To those who met her, she was outgoing, her personality sparkling and full of life. She had the ability to walk into any room and light it up with her presence and laughter, her heart so big and generous that it seemed to expand to fill any space that she entered. Cass and I worked together for a while at DHHS, and those are some of my fondest memories. She made even the worst days bearable. I remember how excited she was when I got accepted into nursing school, cheering me on every step of the way. Cassandra was more than just my cousin. She was one of my best friends, there for me in every way that mattered. She was the kind of person who would drop everything if someone needed her. Watching her step into motherhood was one of the most beautiful things I've ever witnessed. The way she held her boys, the pride in her eyes, and the patience in her voice made it clear from the beginning that she was meant to be their mother. Those two beautiful boys were the center of her entire world. Benjamin was curious and smart beyond his years. He was always asking questions, eager to learn about the world. Just like his mother, his smile and laugh were infectious, and he radiated joy wherever he went. He loved to sing, be outside, play, make and build things, and just be silly. His favorite things were dinosaurs. He could name them all, and he'd correct you if you were wrong. I can still hear his little voice so confidently rattling off those names, his eyes shining with excitement. Benjamin also was a very proud big brother, and he loved his little baby brother Mason very much. Mason was sweet and full of life. In true second child fashion and taken after his mom, he was adventurous and energetic.
All right, heartbreaking comments coming from the family members of the defendant, Eric Sweeney, as well. And they're all related, and talking about Cassandra's life and Benjamin and little Mason. We'll get a break. We'll have more of the sentencing hearing for Eric Sweeney. Plus, Sean Diddy Combs being sentenced right now, expected to address the court inside this building in Lower Manhattan. Stay with us.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Court TV Live. Let's head back to New Hampshire now for more of the killer uncle murdering sentencing hearing. 19-year-old Eric Sweeney admitted that he murdered his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and these two little boys, 4-year-old Benjamin and 23-month-old Mason. And this morning, we are watching the gut-wrenching reality of what he did and the effect that it had on members of the Sweeney family. Let's go back and listen to more victim impact statements.
He was adventurous and energetic. He had the sweetest little giggle. This kid loved playing with his big brother, dancing, playing with his trucks, and exploring the world. He was also a huge fan of snacks, and he was obsessed with Baby Shark. The way his face would light up when the song played and the way he'd wiggle and dance is something that I'll never forget. He adored his big brother and wanted to do everything Benjamin did, but he also had his own special joy. Watching the two of them together was precious, and receiving pictures and videos from casts of the two of them always brought a smile to my face. Now their laughter and joy are gone. The silence where their voices should be is unbearable. Holidays are especially painful. I think about the Christmas mornings where the boys should be tearing into wrapping paper while Cassandra watches with the biggest smile on her face, having picked out the perfect gifts. I think about birthdays where the family should be celebrating another year of life for the boys and watching them grow up. I think about how Cass was always and would continue to be beaming with pride at even the smallest milestones. Those moments, so ordinary for many, now feel like treasures we've lost forever. Every single day is harder without them. Family gatherings feel empty. No more Cassandra telling stories. No more Benjamin proudly sharing his dinosaur knowledge. No more Mason begging for snacks or dancing to Baby Shark. Ordinary days hurt because something so small, a toy on a store shelf, a favorite song, a place we once visited together, can suddenly break me all over again. Their absence is constant. It never leaves. I've since had 2 more children, and they will never get to know their Auntie Cass or their cousins Ben and Mason. That hurts. I didn't get to share the news with her that I got my position as a labor and delivery nurse, something I know Cass would have been over the moon excited for me about. That hurts. 3 long years of no random text messages, funny pictures and videos, TMIs, phone calls, family trips. That hurts. 3 empty seats at Katrina and Nick's wedding. That hurts. It all hurts. So much has been lost, and my family's lives will never be the same. Your Honor, no sentence will ever balance the scale. Nothing can ever undo what has been done. But when you make your decision, I ask you to remember who they were. Cassandra, a devoted mother with so much love to give. Benjamin, a bright and curious little boy. And Mason, a sweet and joyful child who deserved the chance to grow up. Their lives mattered. Their futures mattered. The loss suffered is immeasurable, and the hole their loss has left in our family can never be filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson.
And the next statement is from Carrie Carr, who's a friend of the family.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Carr, C-A-R-R.
Thank you.
Empathetic, funny, kind, caring, smart, helpful, innocent. Psychopath, murderer, liar, worthless, nothing, guilty. Those are a few differences between that and Cassandra, one of 3 beautiful lives that he so brutally took. The Goyette girls, Nana, Chantel, Kristen, and Nicole, have been in my life forever. Before I was born, they took my mom and I in as family. And I don't remember anything without them, of course. Rebecca, Elizabeth, Katrina, and Cassandra, and I grew up together. Some of my best memories were the Halloween parties at the Southwicks, camping, playing wagon, and school, coming up with the craziest names, the family gatherings and Easter egg hunts, and so many more. Even though Cassandra was the youngest of all of us, she certainly kept up with us. She grew into a bright, bubbly woman and the best mom, a mother that I strongly admired when I had kids of my own. We took our kids to the lake a few times that summer and the summer before, and I'll never forget how much of a natural she was with Ben and Mason. She was one of the first to find out that my second pregnancy was another boy, and she's told me to welcome to boy momhood. Besides being an excellent mother to her boys, she was compassionate and caring to friends and family. In the early summer of 2022, after a traumatic experience of my own, Cassandra was one of the...
Carrie Carr talking about her memories of the family. It's just horrific. Sitting there, nothing from the defendant, no emotion that I could see. We'll see how that judge ends up sentencing him. We're going to take a break, switch gears. Let's check back in with Brian Watkins. And Brian, we're about almost an hour now into the Sean Diddy Combs hearing, the sentencing hearing. And you're hearing, we understand that Cassie is going to say something. And we understand Sean Combs is going to say something. But we did see the amount of people that are behind Sean Combs entering that courthouse. It is going to be something else inside there. Take us in what you believe is taking place here, and do you think in your heart of hearts this judge who watched the entire trial, knows every bit of evidence, will be swayed, could be swayed this late in the game?
You know, it's unlikely. You know, a lot of times these judges, and this is just how our system works, you know, the judges are dealing with federal sentencing guidelines. So it's a chart, you know, and you have to do some calculations to see where your sentence and how many months your sentence should be. And he's done all that behind the scenes. He's worked everything out. He's heard the trial. So, and he expects to hear from Sean Diddy Combs' side. He's a great guy, but for this one mistake. And he expects to hear from the prosecution side, oh, this is horrible. And really, he did all that other stuff that we lost at trial, but go ahead and sentence him anyway. And that's a typical sentencing hearing in federal court. I hope this judge does the right thing. You know, people hire adult entertainment all the time, you know, and no one's ever prosecuted for it. People are best mans at weddings. They do bachelor parties and hire adult entertainment and dancers and stuff all the time. No one's prosecuted for it. To think that this person is going to go to prison for doing what people do all the time, every wedding, every bachelor party, every bachelorette party. To think that this guy is going to go to prison for that is pretty outstanding to me.
Yeah, high-profile case. You've dealt with them. I've been in a courtroom with you, a very high-profile case. Help or hurt at sentencing, do you think, when all eyes are on the judge's decision?
I'm sorry, help or hurt what?
Does it help or hurt the defendant, the fact that everyone's watching here?
You know, it could go both ways. The judge likes to set an example when everybody's watching. But in a case like this, I don't see him setting an example and deterring the public from doing the same type of conduct. This is a very unique situation.
Sure is. Brian Watkins, thank you for your valuable time on this Friday. Enjoy your weekend. We'll get a break here. We'll have Diddy updates plus more from New Hampshire when we return. Stay with us.
Happy Friday to you. This is Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson in today for Ted Rollins. Thanks for being with us. We begin this hour in New Hampshire for the killer uncle murder sentencing for defendant Eric Sweeney. The 19-year-old pleaded guilty in the shooting deaths of his sister-in-law Cassandra Sweeney and his nephews, 4-year-old Benjamin and 23-month-old Mason. Back in 2022, Sweeney, who was just 16 years old at the time, took a handgun from his brother's safe and shot his brother's family to death. Police have not released a motive in the killings. He faces life in prison without the possibility of parole. Let's get you back into the courtroom now, where we're listening to victim impact statements from the family and friends of the victims.
Cassandra was one of the first people to reach out to me and offer comfort and support despite the personal hell that she was dealing with at home with that. We made plans not to be strangers, to get our boys together more often, but we never got to make that happen because their lives were abruptly and brutally taken from them. He stole their future. He stole Cassandra's chance to raise her boys. He stole Ben and Mason's birthdays, school years, and the chance to be kids and to grow up and be whatever they wanted to be. Now, when I look at my own boys, I often wonder how anyone could commit such a horrid act, and I still can't wrap my head around it. I've watched a family that I love and have loved forever, and my best friends be ripped apart emotionally, financially, socially, and more over the last 3 years. And yet they are strong. They are some of the strongest people that I have ever met. Stronger than you, Eric, will ever be. You might have thought you were strong and confident holding a gun. You might have felt confident fabricating your lie. Maybe even at YDC. Possibly even at county. But I bet you won't feel that strong in prison. I bet that's starting to break sitting with your backs turned to us. You will never know true strength. No amount of prison time can rehabilitate these acts that he committed. 30 years, 50, 90, life, it doesn't matter. Nothing can undo it. Age doesn't matter. A murderer is a murderer. 15, 16, 20, or 30 years old. Taking 3 innocent lives is taking 3 innocent lives. Prison is meant for rehabilitation, but I question every day if that can be rehabilitated. Eric, you may think that taking a plea deal was the easy way out, but the easy way out would have been ending your own life 3 years ago instead of these 3 beautiful people. May the big, hefty lifers in prison enjoy their time with you, the fresh, new meat.
Thank you, Ms. Carr.
Your Honor, the next letter is from Katie Nudd, Cassandra, Ben, and Mason's cousin.
My name is Katie Nudd, N-U-D-D.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Katie, and I'm a cousin of Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason. I was fortunate enough to know and love these sweet souls who were taken from us by Eric Sweeney over 3 years ago. Nothing can ever prepare someone for the kind of news our family received on August 3rd, 2022. The pain of that day has never left us. We have all suffered deeply from the consequences of Eric's actions. Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason have been missed and mourned over for 1,158 days, and they will continue to be loved, missed, and grieved for the rest of our lives. Nothing prepares you for the defeat in your mother's voice when she begs you to not leave the house because something terrible has happened. Nothing prepares you for the way she collapses into your arms, sobbing, as she tells you that your cousin and her 2 children were murdered in their own home. That moment replays in my mind constantly. It haunts me. We've lived through the hours, days, weeks, months, and now years, waiting for justice. Waiting while Eric took the time to accept a plea deal. Waiting for him to pay for these horrific crimes. He uprooted and destroyed our family, and he let us suffer in limbo for 1,158 days, only to see him make a deal, rather than to own up to the terrible pain he caused us all. How is this justice? This is the reality we now live in, a reality no one should have to bear. Our family has been shattered, and there is no going back. Cassandra, the best mother, your sweet, kind, loving soul was a light in our lives when we needed it most. Your presence brought comfort, joy, strength, and your absence is a weight I carry every single day. I love you, I miss you, and I will never forget you. Benjamin, he was the smartest little boy I've ever met. He used to name the colors of Legos on my living room floor before he could even form full sentences. I love you always, and I will forever miss the incredible young man he was gonna grow into. And Mason, the most cuddly, warm-hearted cousin. Thank you for always finding your way into my lap at every family gathering. Your snuggles, your giggles, your joyful little light, those memories stay with me every day. I miss you deeply, and I will love you forever. Though they were taken from us far too soon, their love lives on in us, and we will carry them with us always. Your Honor, I ask you that you impose the maximum sentence possible, because anything less would fail to acknowledge the lives that were taken and the unimaginable pain our family continues to endure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nudd.
Your Honor, next is Nick Turnbull, who will be Cassandra's brother-in-law. I'm sorry, being read by our advocate.
Okay.
I'm Nick, Cassandra's brother-in-law, and Ben and Mason's uncle. I met those boys a week into dating Katrina, and I knew I loved them. They started calling me Uncle Nick by week 2. I loved spending time with them. Always played airplanes with Ben and played outside with both boys. They enjoyed going on walks. When they would FaceTime Katrina, they'd always ask to talk to me too. I love those boys with all my heart. I met Cassandra early in too, and for some reason that sassy girl liked me. She would give great advice and just be fun to hang with. I grew up with a sister and was happy to gain another. She was probably the funniest person I knew. She could always make me laugh. Eric, you were family too. I will never understand what changed that for you. I will never understand why you took these 3 precious lives. You have impacted my life significantly. I may have only known them for 2 years, but you destroyed the family I became a part of. My wife has never been the same since she lost her sisters and nephews. She gets sad a lot, and it makes me sad. This has affected my marriage and us financially. Mom and Dad will never be the same either. Holidays are now sad without them, and no one smiles as bright. I think you deserve for them to lock you up and throw away the key. You took away not 1, but 3 incredible lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull.
These family members, these victims, they have life sentences. Keep that in mind. Coming up after the break, we do have to hit the pause button. We'll head back to New Hampshire for more victim impact statements, including from the victim's mother-in-law. We'll be right back. This is Court TV Live.
Vinnie Politan, welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinnie Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Back now to New Hampshire, where Eric Sweeney is facing life behind bars with the possibility of parole for the deaths of his sister-in-law and 2 nephews. Sweeney pleaded guilty earlier this year to taking a handgun from his brother's safe when he was just 16 years old and then shooting and killing this beautiful family, Cassandra Sweeney and her 2 sons, Benjamin and Mason. At the podium right now giving a victim impact statement is the victim's mother-in-law. Let's get you back to court.
Next is Holly Sweeney. She is going to be Ben and Mason's step-grandmother.
Hi, I'm Holly Sweeney. It's S-W-E-E-N-E-Y. I wrote something, and I'm just going to read it because I'm really not good at this whole public speaking thing. But as I sat trying to put my thoughts in order, as this day arrived, I was troubled with all the emotions I have been experiencing these past 3 years. I have gone through every stage of grief, disbelief, pleading, anger, and yes, acceptance. In the past few weeks, I have been witness to some of the most horrific things happening in this world today, but also some of the most beautiful. And one thing that has occurred to me is that evil only wins if you let it. I refuse to let the evil of this world consume me. We don't have all the answers as to why things happen the way they do. We will one day. It would be easy to stand here and say hateful things, but that is letting evil win, and I refuse to let him win. I choose to forgive and be the person God wants us all to be, and to shut out the evil that tries to destroy me every day. I have faith that justice will be served in this life and the next. From the cross, Jesus said, "Forgive them, for they know not what they do." I believe that people guided by evil only know to do evil acts. So I forgive because I will not let evil guide me towards evil acts. I choose to remember the things that make me smile, like Cass with her charismatic smile. It always made me laugh. She was the daughter that I have never been able to get. All boys. Benjamin with his incredible cuddles and always a smile for his grandma. And Mason with his silly giggles and just waiting to see the man that he was going to grow into as well. I will miscast Benjamin and Mason for the rest of my life, but I hold on to hope that they are in a far better place than this one, where evil can't touch them anymore, like that evil did.
Thank you, Ms. Sweeney.
Here next is Jeff Sweeney. He's Ben and Mason's great uncle.
Good morning, Mr. Sweeney.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Sweeney, S-W-E-E-N-E-Y. I'm here today to speak for not just myself, but on behalf of the entire Sweeney family. It is difficult to find the words to describe the depth of our pain and anger. We are not only grieving the loss of 3 innocent lives, we are grieving what they could have been. 2 of them were children, little ones, who hadn't even had the chance to experience what the world, to dream, to grow, to laugh through the beautiful chaos of life. Their lives were stolen far too soon, and the pain never leaves us. But what cuts even deeper is the fact that this did not have to be dragged out for 3 years. We have been forced to relive this tragedy over and over again. You had the opportunity to take responsibility at the beginning, to plead guilty and give our family even the smallest sliver of peace. But instead, you force us to endure every grueling step of this process. That choice only deepened our wounds and prolonged our suffering. I want to make one thing very clear. You are not part of this family. You may have once shared our last name, but you are not a Sweeney. You do not carry our values of love, our legacy. The name that you disgraced does not belong to you. You lost any right to it the moment you chose to destroy lives. You didn't just take our loved ones, you shattered our family. You left behind pain that words cannot fully express. You took from us not only what we had, but what we could have had. Birthdays, graduations, holidays, futures. I no longer feel sadness when I think of you. I feel anger. And I believe that you should spend the rest of your life behind bars, where you will have no opportunity to harm another soul. I hope every day of your sentence reminds you of what you've done. I hope that you are haunted by the lives you stole, especially those of the children, every single day. Your Honor, let's not forget that Cassandra had to watch her 2 boys be slaughtered before her life was taken. We have to live with this pain forever, and I hope that he does too. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sweeney.
At this time, I want to welcome in my guest. Joining us in studio is trial attorney, defense attorney Marlo Greer. Nice to see you. Thanks for being with us, making the trip from Colorado.
Absolutely.
Today.
Thank you for having me.
You know, it's a tough day, especially for these families that have waited 3 years for this moment in time. And he alluded to that. You know, it wasn't until August 15th where this defendant actually took responsibility for his horrific actions. Talk to me about the preparation for today with these families.
There is no preparation. You can, the prosecuting attorney, their office has what we call victim advocates, and they would come in and prepare them and ask them if they wanted to make a statement. Typically, that's what they say. While the victim advocate is there for them, they don't give a lot of direction, and so it's very, very difficult to know what to say. And frankly, what are you going to be able to say? I mean, we saw that with the mother-in-law. I mean, she was hardly able to speak. I noticed her compassion for herself, her forgiveness, her not wanting to lead with anger versus another testimony as far as that person wanted him to shoot himself. That is revenge, and there's two entirely different thoughts there and emotions, and that's really what comes out in these victim impact statements. And I believe this morning they were so impactful, which is what they're supposed to be, but yet on the spectrum of how do you feel? What can you say when such young lives were taken, and also by somebody who was also young? And I really appreciated the emotion of the family that we saw today.
Yeah, you know, there's a wide range of where this judge can go with this case, because it's life with the possibility of parole, something to the nature of 15 to 40 years that he can be sentenced as minimum of serving behind bars. Do you think that we're going to see a statement from this defendant before the actual sentence, a statement in allocution?
I don't think so. Looking at the defendant, maybe his attorneys have prepped him, but what can he say? These were children. He can express remorse and potentially, in the past 3 years, reflection on his actions and wanting to be a better person, but really, I don't know that that's going to impact the judge very much, especially when we're talking about the murder of young children.
I know, and our hearts go out to that family and all of the friends. Thank you. You're going to be sticking with us all hour long. We're going to head back to New Hampshire after this short break. We're hitting the pause button. More victim impact statements in the sentencing for Eric Sweeney. And up next, the victim's sister. We'll be right back. This is Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson in for Ted Rowlands. Thanks for being with us on this Friday. We'll head back to New Hampshire in just a minute, but first, a quick look at some of the other cases that we're tracking from coast to coast here at Court TV. In New York, Sean Diddy Combs could be facing years behind bars after being convicted on 2 counts of prostitution-related charges. We'll have a live report coming up next hour from Court TV's Kelly Craft, who is live at the courthouse. In Michigan, the state's case continues for 2 men accused of dressing up like utility workers and then robbing and killing a local jewelry store owner at his own home. In Florida, Daniel Stearns is on trial for the shooting death of his girlfriend and then burning her remains. But the Army vet says that he shot in self-defense. In Iowa, Houston Danker is being sentenced today after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the death of his girlfriend's husband. We'll keep an update on all these stories throughout the day, but for now, let's head back to New Hampshire for the killer uncle murder sentencing for defendant Eric Sweeney. Up next is the victim's sister.
After Ms. Turnbull, again, good morning to you, ma'am. We'll take a very short break, then we'll resume with the hearing. But absolutely.
My name is Katrina Turnbull, Turnbull. Hello, I'm Katrina, Cassandra's big sister, and Benjamin and Mason's Aunt Dean. The average man's life expectancy in the United States is 76 years, and women's is 80 years. You took at least 201 years of our angel's life from us. 201. Look at me in the eyes when I speak to you. Are you being a coward? You seem nervous when you aren't in control with a gun in your hand. I remember at just 3 years old, I wished for a sibling more than anything in the world. I originally wanted a brother, but was blessed with a sister. Since the moment I held her at the hospital, we had this bond you can never break. From that day on, I vowed to always protect her because that's what big sisters do. A sibling is your first best friend, a link to your past, and supposed to be your future. A bond you can't describe. You love their kids like your own. Cassandra was just 25 years old when you selfishly decided to end her life. Cassandra was a wife, a mother, a sister, a daughter, a niece, a granddaughter, a cousin, and a friend. Cassandra was probably the sassiest person I knew with such motherly instincts. She was born to be a mother. She missed out on raising her boys to gentlemen. She missed years and years of her happy marriage. She was married to Sean for 5 years. She missed decorating for every holiday she enjoyed so much. She missed family milestones and birthdays. She missed being my maid of honor at my wedding. She missed helping me decorate my brand new house. And she missed meeting her dog niece, Luna. She missed being wonderful aunt to my future children, and they will be missing knowing her. She will miss doing mother-daughter dances at should have been her son's weddings. She will miss taking her kids to get their driver's license. She will miss being a grandparent. The list goes on and on, what you selfishly took away from her the day you pulled the trigger. Benjamin was just 4 years old when you decided his life wasn't worth living anymore. He took after his parents, forming such personality and great sense of humor. He loved numbers and was obsessed with clocks. He was a kind little boy with such a bright future ahead of him. He would have been an accountant. He's missing out on growing up, teenage years, college, marriage, family, and growing old. He will miss being a cousin to my children. He will miss the simple things like playing on sports teams and going to the prom. Mason was just shy of 2 years when you decided to end his life too. That boy could eat and eat. I think his future was going to be a competitive hot dog eater. He missed out on everything I mentioned above that Ben missed out on. He would have started kindergarten this year. He will miss being an older cousin to my kids. He loved dogs and would have loved Luna too if they got the chance to meet. He would never become potty trained, learn to tie his shoes, fall in love, get his first job, and so much more. These 3 precious lives weren't yours to take. You don't get to make those decisions. This was my family, my best friends. One of Ben's last words to me was, "Dean, you're my best friend." You took half my heart that day. You made a poor father bury his wife and kids, and a mother and father bury their daughter. They don't have a word for parents without kids because that should never happen. One profound thing about death is it never dies, because even though they physically aren't here, their hearts live through mine. Cassandra took you in, offered you a family and a life, and the boys loved you, but you didn't appreciate any of it. August 3rd, 2022 is when my whole life changed. Life as I knew it went up in flames. Imagine scrolling through Facebook at the end of the workday to see a news headline that a mother and 2 sons were found dead on the street your sister lived on. At first I thought, no way, and then time passed and panic started. My mom even asked if anyone knew what the house number was on Facebook. We were both so scared. Shad wouldn't answer the phone and text, and Cassandra wouldn't either. Nanny made the drive to Northfield to find answers. Then Sean called Mom. Mom called me and confirmed my worst nightmare, that they were gone. I don't know to this day how I didn't fall through the apartment floor. The days after that are a blur. He made me give 3 eulogies at a funeral. I couldn't sleep for 10 weeks until I finally got the proper medication. I also needed medication for depression. No, how was I supposed to get out of bed every day after you made the world so cruel? My anxiety was through the roof. I had to go on medication for that too. I believe something bad is going to happen all the time because the worst already happened. I have PTSD from it, like nightmares, believing my husband and future kids are going to die, because why wouldn't I? Sorry. Shut. You made me not trust the world. You made working and keeping normalcy very hard. You've made keeping personal relationships hard. Cole Swindell is one of my favorite artists, but can never go to another one of his concerts because I cry like a baby to the song, You Should Be Here Now. You made me lose my best friends. You made me live without a sister and nephews. You ruined my wedding day, not having them there. You made me watch my parents break into a million pieces. You made me go to therapy. You've caused financial hardship. You made every day hard because there's not a day that goes by that I don't think of them and what you did to them in their own home. How scared they must have been. Cassandra, fear of seeing her children die and knowing she was next. This is something no one ever should have to experience. It is beyond cruel. Your actions on August 3rd, 2022 will affect me every day as long as I live. I just listed some ways you affected me. The list goes on and on. The world was robbed on getting to know Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason. I couldn't protect my baby sister from you. The world is a darker place without them. Sometimes there's losses that can never be replaced. They live on through my future children. Macy cast for a girl, or a boy named me and Nick can't agree on, but definitely the middle name Benjamin. If we have 2 girls, they will rock the middle name Benny. But enough about us. Eric, let's talk about you. I never understood why you did it. You had a family. You had a home. Look through this room at all the people. Every single one of them. They are here because they loved Cass, Ben, and Mason. Not one of them loves you. Look up. There's no one person here for you. You have no one. No one cares what happens to you or loves you. You are nothing. There's not a punishment significant enough to serve what you did. I honestly wish New Hampshire had the death penalty, because that's what I believe you deserve. I pray every day the judge gives you the sentence as long as humanly possible. You pled guilty, big deal. You lied about it for 3 years. You do not deserve a lenient sentence. You lied, you denied, you killed. You are the most selfish person I've ever met. You are evil. You are a monster. I hope every day in prison is miserable. I hope an inmate makes you scared like you made them scared. I hope your cellmate's name is Bubba and he makes you uncomfortable. Enjoy prison. You know what they do to baby killers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turnbull. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break, then we'll resume.
All right, while they take that break, we're going to take ours. Coming up, the defense makes a statement, but who will address the court? Will it be the defendant or the defense counsel? We'll find out together. This is Court TV Live.
My 2 best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dan Martell ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
This is Court TV Live. Welcome back. Together, we have been watching the sentencing hearing out of New Hampshire for defendant Eric Sweeney. Back in August, you recall the 19-year-old pled guilty in the shooting deaths of his sister-in-law, Cassandra, and his nephews, Benjamin and Mason. Back in 2022, Sweeney, who was just 16 at the time, took his brother's handgun from a safe and shot that family to death. He faces life in prison. Let's get you back into the courtroom now, where the defense attorney is arguing before the court. Let's listen.
In recent weeks, we've been talking with Eric about Cassandra and Benjamin and Mason, about who they were as people, about the happy memories he had with them. We talked about his memories of going apple picking with Cassandra, the cookouts she would organize, all the different activities, her love of seasonal decorations. We talked about Benjamin's love of dinosaurs, how he knew dinosaur names his parents would need to look up. We talked about how he would bring books to Eric, and they would sit on the couch for an hour together reading. He had a favorite blanket he would carry. We talked about how Mason was still developing his own interests. Mostly he wanted to play with whatever his older brother had. He loved stuffed animals. He loved playing with remote controls. We talked about coming home from school each day and hearing the boys yell, "Uncle Eric!" Eric is not a very expressive person, for reasons I'll get to later in this argument. But when he talks about Mason and Ben, you can hear the love and the affection in his voice, and a rare smile creeps onto his face. He speaks about Sean and Cassandra with love and respect and gratitude. He was and still is in awe of what they accomplished at such a young age. Well, the state and those in the Southwick and Sweeney families may not believe it, and I understand why. He did love them. And even 3 years later, he speaks about Cassandra and Ben and Mason in the present tense. Cassandra, Ben, and Mason Sweeney lost their lives on August 2nd, 2022. Ben and Mason will not get to fall in love or get married. They will not graduate from high school or even have their first day of kindergarten. Cassandra will not get to witness any of those significant events in the lives of the children she adored. The people in this courtroom today lost 3 loved ones. Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason were so lucky to have so many people who loved them deeply. When I first got this case, my own son was 3 years old. When I looked at the crime scene photos for the first time, I recognized toys in the playroom as toys I have in my own home. And watching the videos today, I recognize the toy bins as the same ones I have in my living room. Losing young children so violently and senselessly must create pain that I can only imagine. Nothing we say today is meant to take away from the Southwick and Sweeney families' grief and their loss. I hope that we can honor your family and the harm caused while also acknowledging the humanity of the person who caused it. Supreme Court advocate Brian Stevenson said, "We have a choice. We can embrace our humanness, which means embracing our broken natures and the compassion that remains our best hope for healing. Or we can deny our brokenness, forswear compassion, and as a result, deny our own humanity." We are asking the court today to embrace compassion so everyone in this courtroom can move forward with healing. I want to take a moment and outline for the court our planned structure. First, I'm going to speak about Eric's history. Then we're going to call Dr. Carrie Oyen to testify via WebEx about juvenile brain development. Then we're going to call Dr. Lori Guidry to talk about Eric's particular psychology. Attorney Taggart Hampton will then speak about legal issues. We have a friend and mentor of Eric's who would like to make a statement of support, and then I'll make a concluding argument.
Absolutely.
When Eric was 8 years old, he told his therapist, "I wish that I could start my life all over at 8 and have a mom that makes good decisions and have a man that I can call my father." 8 years old. That's a second grader. That is a child saying, "I am not okay. I am not safe." Eric never knew his father, and he had a mother who made nothing but bad decisions. I'm going to tell you a bit about Eric's life, and as I do, I'm asking you to think about what this little boy's life was like. What was his actual lived experience day to day? Eric cannot count the number of homes he lived in. His records reflect multiple men he referred to as daddy or stepdad. He routinely slept on the floor, ate spoiled food, wore dirty clothes to school. He watched his mother's boyfriends hit her. He saw his mother and her friends use drugs. When he was in his mother's care, he never started and finished the school year in the same school. This is not just a list of events. This is a way of living that was profoundly altering of his brain and bodily function. We can talk about data. We can talk about the sheer number of adverse childhood experiences, also known as ACEs, this little boy had. And Dr. Oyen's going to talk about what those are. And this is important because there's proof. There is scientific research telling us that these things change children's brains. And while they're not a checklist, Eric does check every single one of the ACEs boxes, which is incredibly rare. Each one of these things that happened to Eric Sweeney was part of a devastating, cascading series of events, and each one of these things damaged his brain and damaged his psyche. When Eric was a baby, his aunt walked into his house and found him in a car seat in a room filled with crack smoke. When Eric was 18 months old, his mom temporarily gave guardianship to her parents because she was being investigated by DCYF regarding her care for another sibling. No one ever checked to see if his mother's home or her parents' home was actually safe for that toddler, Eric. When Eric was 4 years old, he was sexually abused by a man his mother was dating. And sometimes, respectfully, I think we use the term sexual abuse and we glaze over it in our minds. Those of us who work in the court system see these cases day in and day out, sadly. But I ask you to take a moment and think about a 4-year-old child left in a room by a mother with an adult, told he's supposed to trust this person, and that adult sucked on his penis. Think of the confusion that child experienced. Think of the pain when he realizes as he grows older that this is not normal, this was not okay. The anger that he experienced as he grew older and realized this man was never held accountable. When Eric was 5 years old, his kindergarten teacher reported his clothing was dirty, it was too small, his sneakers were separated from his soles, he never had a backpack. She couldn't reach his mother. When Eric was 6 years old, he slept on the floor in an apartment that stunk of urine. He stood on the street corner and asked passersby to give him money for food. When Eric was 7 years old, his mom gave guardianship to family friends, supposedly because she was ill, but really because she had to serve jail time. That family reported Eric would hit his own head and say, "I want this stuff to get out of my head." While he lived with this other family, Eric went to therapy for the first time. He forged a connection with his therapist. He had a safe space to express his anger and his confusion as his mom disappeared and reappeared over and over and over. He confided that her boyfriend was abusive and mean, and he was scared. He said he wanted to stay with his guardians where he felt safe. He told that therapist, "I wish I had a normal mom like you." And Eric made progress. His behavior improved until he got pulled back into his mother's orbit. As his mother's visitation increased, as she kept increasingly talking about taking him back, his behavior worsened. And when Eric was 9 years old, his mother regained custody. She took him for an intake at a mental health service office. And at the very first appointment, she had a seizure. Her eyes rolled back in her head. She passed out. When she woke up, she was incoherent. She couldn't stand. The therapist was understandably concerned that this was drug-related and called DCYF. And nothing happened. They investigated. They closed the case. But he didn't see that therapist for very long, just a few sessions. And he told the therapist his mother had warned him, "Don't say anything. She'll tell the state." When Eric was 10 years old, he told yet another therapist that his mom wanted to leave her abusive boyfriend. But he was worried about this because where will we live? That's not a concern a 10-year-old boy should have. Well, that same therapist wanted to engage in something called trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy with Eric. She wanted to try to repair some of the damage that he'd already suffered. And she told his mom it was really important to bring him in regularly. She agreed. Eric had one session. One. When Eric was 11 years old, he and his mother were homeless again. His mother described him as continually filthy. His school described him as continually filthy and exhausted. Sean and Cassandra Sweeney arranged with his mom to take Eric for a few months while she went down to Florida to see family. But at the last moment, his mother reneged on the deal. She took Eric down to Florida with her. There was yet another DCYF investigation open at the time, but it closed as she moved to Florida.
Such a terrible crime there. And let us know what you think about all of this and the sentencing. Hit us up on social media. Well, let's find out what our guest thinks about all of this. Trial attorney Marlo Greer, still in studio. Thanks for being with us today. All right, so everyone deserves a defense, and this defense attorney is doing her job by laying out these mitigating factors. What stood out to you, and what are you listening for?
First of all, this was smart, very smart on the defense attorney's part. You could see the emotion, which frankly we're not allowed to show. And I noticed the sniffles. It made me want to see her face. And so if I'm sitting here looking at a monitor, listening to this person and wanting to see her face, you know that that has an impact on the judge. And I think the family now has their why. Is it going to impact that family? I don't know. It's very, very difficult in these types of situations because everything that the defense attorney is saying is true. In sex abuse cases, we often find that the abuser, in fact, was a victim. They have been subject to this type of treatment their entire lives. Do they really know that it's wrong? And the evidence and the research shows that they don't, because this is just how life is.
What else can the defense do in terms of presentation? It's not like we have a second phase of a trial here where they can call witnesses, but could they submit something from a physician to try to validate some of these claims?
They can, and it sounds like they are going to. And so I'm glad you used the word phase, because it is a sentencing phase. And so they can call on these people to talk about these mitigating factors. And it sounds like they are going to have a psychologist come in and explain to the judge what these particular conditions have effect on his brain. And really that's going to be the most important thing when this judge decides what are we going to do with what is now an adult, but wasn't a child, who is a damaged child, but yet that child took the lives of other children. Mm-hmm. It's tough.
So in terms of where you think the judge is going to go on this one, do you think that they will take some time to review those statements?
I do. I believe that there's also going to be a pre-sentencing report, and that pre-sentencing report will go into detail, and I believe he will consider that.
All right, Marlo, you're going to be sticking with us throughout the day. I really appreciate you being here. Coming up, more of the arguments from the defense and the killer uncle's sentencing for Eric Sweeney. We'll be right back. This is Court TV Live.
800-286-6740. 800-286-6740.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, in today for Ted Rowlands alongside Julia Janae. Busy Friday here. Thanks for being with us. Take a look at the cases that we are tracking from coast to coast this afternoon.
And this hour in New York, we have Sean Diddy Combs' sentencing. He could be facing years behind bars after being found guilty earlier this year on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. That sentencing is happening right now, and the latest that we've gotten from inside of the courtroom is that a letter, 4-page letter, that the music mogul wrote in his own defense. The judge says the tone was not appropriate and should not be repeated.
All right, and also in Michigan, the state's case continues for 2 men accused of dressing up like utility workers and then robbing and killing a local jewelry store owner inside his own home.
And in Florida, an Army vet is on trial for fatally shooting his girlfriend and then burying her remains. But Daniel Stern says he shot in self-defense.
In Iowa, Houston Danker is being sentenced today after pleading guilty to first-degree murder in the deaths of his girlfriend's husband.
We'll keep you updated on all of these trials throughout the day. For now, let's head back to New Hampshire, where we've been watching this emotional sentencing, a killer uncle sentencing for Eric Sweeney, accused of fatally shooting his sister-in-law and her 2 young kids, which were his niece and nephew. Let's get you back into the courtroom now for more arguments from the defense.
Down in Florida, Eric lived in an old, moldy camper next door to his aunt's. His mom and her boyfriend frequently disappeared for days at a time, using meth, crack, fentanyl. He never knew when she would come back. Each of these events, these vignettes in Eric's life, these are life-altering, brain-altering experiences. Eric was repeatedly neglected and abused by the adults in his life. This kind of persistent neglect and abuse changes how a child's brain develops. It does deep psychological damage. At every turn, Eric was failed by the adults who were supposed to protect him. Out of his mother's 7 children, he was the only one who stayed in her custody. The only one. Over and over again, concerned adults contacted New Hampshire DCYF. And over again, DCYF closed cases as unfounded and left Eric in his mother's care. In June of 2019, Eric was 12 years old, almost 13. He saw his older brother Sean and his wife Cassandra at a funeral. Eric walked around the funeral, underfed, dirty, greasy hair, wearing torn and outgrown clothes, asking any responsible adult he could find to take him in. Sean and Cassandra said yes. They were only 22 years old. Eric told us his happiest memory was going into his school principal's office, seeing Sean standing there and hearing him say, "You're coming home with me." Eric screamed so loudly the principal told him, "You're going to make me deaf." And when Sean and Cassandra took him in, they wanted to help him. They did everything they could. They took him to the doctor. They took him to the dentist. They contacted the area mental health agency. But as time went on, they began to fear that Eric was more than they could handle because he was deeply damaged. This 12-year-old boy was deeply impaired by attachment issues. He'd suffered a lifetime of neglect and a deep trauma history that had yet to be comprehensively treated. And he'd started that journey, made a little dent in it back when he was 7 and 8, when he was with other guardians. He'd started to process feelings, learn how to express himself, but that was interrupted when his mom took him back. And she took him to therapists a few times, but nothing was ever consistent. The traumatic events continued to accumulate while he was in his mother's care, accelerating the damage to his developing brain. Sean and Cassandra were not sure if they could actually meet Eric's needs. And at times they told professionals, "This is too much, we can't keep him." They were particularly bothered by his habit of stealing food and keeping it in his room and lying about it. But they reconsidered. Sean didn't want his younger brother to feel abandoned yet again. They kept Eric because they wanted to help him. They wanted to do the right thing. They wanted to give him stability and love. But sometimes love is not enough. Eric did make progress again between 2019 and 2021. He had an excellent mental health worker named Lori from Lakes Region Behavioral Health. She visited twice a week and took Eric into the community. He often came into those sessions with Lori upset about punishment or complaining their expectations weren't fair. And she would talk him through it. She would guide him. She would say, was it really unfair? Are you maybe being a little bit of a jerk? Are you just used to not having any rules? Were they really being mean when they said, you have to empty the dishwasher right now? Or were they just exhausted because they had a baby and a toddler and 2 full-time jobs and they just wanted him to do his chores? And Eric just did not know how to function in a normal household. But he really appreciated that Lori would tell him like it is. She'd also sometimes gently intervene to help Sean and Cassandra, suggesting more defined punishments, clear expectations, because they were just trying to figure it out too. And they were only 10 years older than Eric. Over and over, when you read these records, you can see Eric process his feelings with Lori. She would ask him when he came in, started this session, where are you at on a scale of 1 to 10? And he'd give her a number. And then at the end of the session, he'd say, oh, I feel better now. And they'd give a different number that was lower in terms of how elevated he felt. He'd always say, I feel better now that we talked about this. And Cassandra and Sean would tell Lori, we're so happy that you're working with him. He's better when he talks to you. When she would go on vacation, they would say, oh, he was a mess while you were gone. Lori also got Eric involved in the Boys and Girls Club. He started feeling a sense of pride in himself, a sense that he belonged in a community, and that was very important to a child who had never stayed in one place long enough to form lasting connections. And then once again, his progress was interrupted. And this time it was not because of his mother, and it wasn't because of anyone wishing anything bad or trying to do anything hurtful. It was simply because Sean and Cassandra bought a house in Northfield in a different county, different mental health catchment area. And they did this not because they were trying to harm Eric. No, they just wanted a better place for their sons to grow up. They wanted a house with a yard instead of an apartment. And it took them a long time to find the house. It's always difficult to find a house. But they finally found one that they loved, that they could afford. And Eric could tell how excited they were. And although he was worried about moving away from those supports, he said, yeah, let's do it. But unfortunately, that had the effect of once again short-circuiting Eric's progress. He lost that supportive relationship with Lori. He could no longer go to the Boys and Girls Club after school. In Eric, we have a brain severely compromised by trauma, and he was also in the midst of the storm of puberty. He had guardians who were straddling the line between parents and siblings. Both of them were working full-time, raising 2 very young children, no childcare, and they were simultaneously trying to meet Eric's needs, the needs of a deeply traumatized adolescent. And after the move, Eric fell into a depression. He had fits and starts of improvement. He was passing his classes in the fall of 2021, but then he got COVID in December. His grades dropped. Sean and Cassandra were upset. They grounded him indefinitely. And Lori wasn't there anymore to gently intervene or process with Eric to try to help him take some steps, get him back on track. He did have new counselors, but he just didn't connect with them in the same way. At this point, he'd had so many counselors over the years, so many different therapists. And the family settled into a standoff. Sean and Cassandra were angry with his behavior. They'd take privileges away. He would get angry. His immature brain would double down, say, why should I try? I'm gonna not try, as though that would somehow punish Sean and Cassandra instead of ultimately punishing himself. In March, Sean and Cassandra asked the family court to terminate the guardianship. And Sean wrote, I will not allow Eric to do something he cannot take back. Unfortunately, the court said no, and Eric stayed. The tension in the home and Eric's depression built until the June 2022 incident where he ran away and was subsequently hospitalized. Eric felt like he'd dug himself such a deep hole with Sean and Cassandra, he would never be able to climb out. He'd never be able to regain their trust. He wanted to start over. That's why he ran away originally. But really, that was not a realistic plan. He went to school the next morning. And when he came home from the hospital, things continued to deteriorate. He took Sean's power tools to build a fort. He left them out in the rain, ruining them. Eric made a crude weapon to imitate something he saw on The Walking Dead, and he left it outside, not thinking about the fact that his nephews could easily happen upon it. Sean and Cassandra were at their wits' end, understandably. They wanted Eric out of the house. Sean told police he was barely speaking to Eric. Eric did love his nephews, and he loved Sean and Cassandra. He was deeply grateful to them for taking him in. His time in the hospital helped him realize how lucky he was to be living there. He told his Riverbend worker that on August 27th, 2022, his 16th birthday. He told her how much he missed his nephews while in the hospital. That is Eric's history leading up to the day he shot Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason. And what the state described to you was a premeditated murder, which is not what Eric pled guilty to. The state assumes that he brought that gun downstairs intending to shoot Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason. They're discounting the possibility that he brought that gun downstairs with a different intention, like suicide. They're ignoring the possibility that something happened downstairs, perhaps someone saw the gun, and that Eric panicked. That version of events is also possible. We do not know what happened. Eric still cannot remember. We spent time explaining Eric's history because all of these facts are important to consider in the context of sentencing. Eric was 16 years old. When he came to live with Sean and Cassandra, he had spent 11 out of the past 13 years living in squalid, unsafe conditions. One of the things he often fought with Sean and Cassandra about was the fact that he would bring food to his room at night. And they said, we understand why you did that, why he does that. It's because he didn't have enough to eat with his mother. But what they didn't understand was that his brain was deeply damaged by all of those years of food insecurity. His brain was telling him each night that he had to have food with him. He had to have it as a matter of survival. Those years Eric spent with his mother damaged his brain and impaired his development. He couldn't just flip a switch to erase a lifetime of lived experience and just be a normal kid. In Miller v. Alabama, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that a sentencing court must take into account the fact that juvenile brains are not yet fully developed. Further, sentencing courts must consider a defendant's upbringing and weigh it more heavily than they would for an adult defendant. Miller was decided in 2012. Roper and Graham even earlier. Brain science has continued to advance since Miller. And now we'd wish to present testimony from Dr. Carrie Oyen regarding the effects of trauma on juvenile brain development.
Absolutely.
Just a tragic case playing out there in New Hampshire. It took 3 years to get to this point. Remember, he pled guilty on August 15th. All right, coming up, we do have to hit the pause button. More from the defense in the sentencing of Eric Sweeney, and a psychologist weighs in.
And we're also standing by that sentencing out of New York going on right now inside of a federal courtroom. No cameras, but we understand the one accuser who is set to speak on behalf of the prosecution, she is now declining to speak at this sentencing. We'll have a live update from our Kelly Craft soon.
I'm Vinny Politan. Welcome to Closing Arguments.
What's happening here?
It's unreal. Let me show you exactly what happened.
Closing Arguments with Vinny Politan, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
You dream about moments like this. My goodness.
The fastest female track and field stars compete in a one-night-only event. Atlas NYC 2025, live from New York City, Friday, October 10th. It's on ION.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Matt Johnson alongside Julia Janae on this busy Friday. We are in the state of New Hampshire this hour, where Eric Sweeney is facing life in prison for the deaths of his sister-in-law and 2 little nephews.
Sweeney pleaded guilty earlier this year to taking a handgun from his brother's safe back when he was 16 years old and living with them, and then shooting and killing his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and her 2 sons, Benjamin and Mason.
Let's get you back to that courtroom now, where a psychologist is now testifying for the defense.
Good morning, Dr. Oyen. So I'm going to start by taking you through your CV a little bit. Can you tell us a bit about your educational background, Dr. Oyen?
Absolutely. So I received a psychology degree from Augustana University as my undergraduate degree. And then I went to the University of South Dakota, where I received my educational specialist degree in school psychology. At that point, then I practiced as a school psychologist in a local school district. I went back and got my PhD in school psychology from the University of South Dakota. I also have educational experiences in a postdoctoral fellowship at John Jay College. We were building pipelines of researchers in child maltreatment. And so it was a specialized postdoctoral fellowship experience where they were showing us different ways to conduct this kind of complicated research. I also had training in threat assessment, particularly the Dewey-Cornell, what they call CSTAG. Historically, it was called the Virginia Student Threat Assessment Guidelines. And I am also a prepare trainer, so that means that I have been trained in school crisis prevention and response. And I also do that training for the state of South Dakota.
And where are you employed now?
I am a professor, an associate professor of school psychology at the University of South Dakota.
And what are your duties there?
So as a professor, there are 3 main components to our jobs. And so I do teaching and advising and mentoring. So in that space, it's considered teaching. I also conduct research, and they call that research and creative activities. And so I engage in peer-reviewed publications. I also have been engaged in writing book chapters and presenting at national conferences. And then the other part of my job, probably my favorite part of my job, is engaging in service. I do service to my university, my community, the state, and the nation.
And how long have you been at the University of South Dakota?
So I have been there for 8 years. Again, I want to highlight previously, I was a school psychologist at a local school district for 10 years. So I've been a school psychologist for 18 years.
And do you hold any licenses?
I do. So I am a licensed psychologist in the state of South Dakota, and that is through the South Dakota Board of Examiners of Psychologists. And that's really my one license.
And what about certifications?
So I hold 2 certifications. One of them is a South Dakota school psychology certification. School psychologists are generally certified through South Dakota departments of education. And so I hold that certification through the South Dakota Department of Education. And I'm also a nationally certified school psychologist, and that is through the National Association of School Psychologists.
And do you have any publications in your field?
Yes. So if you look at, I have quite a list of publications, and I also have some publications that are in the process of peer review. Some of my most recent things, I think I will first just tell you a little bit about my research agenda, which is risk factors and protective factors and how they lead to student outcomes. I have 3 main components. One of them is child welfare. And so that means I partner with community partners to understand what that looks like, especially across the nation, what context we might see in child welfare. I also am heavily engaged in research about prevention programs and taking a look at the ways in which we can try to engage in prevention systems in school settings. And then I also take a look at child development, best practices in school settings, And then understanding the role of school psychology, knowing that school-based mental health providers are often one of the first lines of intervention. So we take a look at that and how that might impact student outcomes. Some of my publications, if you look at, you can look them up on Google Scholar, but some of the things that I do work on are things like advocacy. I've done work on prevention systems, things like chronic absenteeism. I'm particularly an expert in rural school psychology, so I do have things taking a look at teacher shortages. Right now I'm actually working on a peer-reviewed publication that's going through the process, taking a look at the unique aspects of rural school psychology. I also was integral in writing the standards for our national association. We had an update in 2020, and I sat on the writing team standards. I take a look at advocacy for school psychologists in particular. We have a unique role in that we are both public employees as well as being advocates for children. I will say that this is also playing out right now across our nation about those that are talking about being advocates and public service employees. And then I also have critical elements of positive behavior support systems, and then also thinking about some of our practical journals and what does it mean to be an advocate. Related to this particular construct, there are kind of three things that I wanted to highlight. When we do national presentations at our National Association of School Psychologists, we go through a peer review process to get those pieces of research accepted into the conference. And so there are two particular things that are related to this. One of them is factors that lead to child maltreatment in rural settings. And the other one is called telescoping on flyover country and really focusing on rural youth suicide, those risk factors and protective factors that lead to those outcomes. The other thing is a draft manuscript talking about rural child maltreatment. This was related to the grant funding that I received after our postdoctoral fellowship.
All right, here to discuss in studio, we have the attorney, a trial attorney, Mackenzie Joy Brennan. Nice to see you in person. Thanks for being with us. All right, so how does this psychologist move the ball at all, or at least how is the defense hoping that she influences the judge here?
Yeah, I think there's going to be some potentially rightful incredulity about how much abuse as a young person and trauma as a young person defrays any of the actions that this person has taken. And so I'm interested to hear what she says about how trauma can, for example, take away his consciousness of the fact that his family members are dead. Can that be fixed? Is it worth fixing? Should it affect punitive measures?
The range here for this judge is 15 to 40 years on the top count that he pleaded, the second-degree murder, but also then life in prison without parole was what the penalty would be, but 15 to 40 was the minimum. Where do you think a judge is going to land when not only do we have some really heinous facts, but the fact that he was 16 years old at the time?
Those are the two things I was thinking too. It's a really tricky circumstance, especially if you do buy what this trauma psychologist is saying and believe that he still is not working with the competence of somebody his age. That this might be something where he's kind of in arrested development at the age of 16. It's really hard to justify putting somebody away who suffers from things like that for the rest of their life. On the other hand, how do you live with what has happened to this family?
Yeah, tough one. Mackenzie, stand by. We're going to get to our break. When we come back, we're not only going to get you into more testimony in the killer uncle sentencing for Eric Sweeney, but we're also going to take you out to New York for this case.
Sean Diddy Combs facing years behind bars. Court TV's Kelly Craft joins us live. Boots on the ground there in front of that courthouse. That's a live picture. We'll take you there next. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Matt Johnson, in today for Ted Rowlands alongside Julia Janae. Big day here. Before we get you back into court in New Hampshire, let's turn our attention to New York, where it's sentencing day for Sean Diddy Combs.
Yeah, the music mogul, he was convicted on prostitution-related charges while being acquitted of the most serious charges back at trial in July.
Now, no cameras allowed in that courtroom, that federal courtroom, but Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft standing by. She's in Lower Manhattan outside. You've been in that courtroom from time to time, especially during the trial. Set the scene, inside, outside. What's happening? What's the latest?
Well, hi there, Matt and Julia. Big day here in Lower Manhattan because Sean Diddy Combs is going to learn his punishment. This is punishment for the 2 crimes that he was convicted of. He was convicted of 2 counts of the transportation to engage in prostitution. So what has been taking place so far? So earlier, before we were inside that courthouse, Sean Diddy Combs making his way into the courtroom, wearing the traditional sweater with the shirt underneath like we saw throughout this entire trial. When he made his way into the courtroom, he waved to his family members. His young girls waved really rapidly back at him. They were so excited to see him. He hugged his defense counsel and shook many people's hands. And then the proceedings ended up beginning. They began about 10:20 a.m. Eastern time. And the judge gave some overarching remarks at the beginning in which he discussed different things. For instance, whether acquitted conduct would end up applying in this case. He said that it would. Talking about some other enhancements, victims, defense counsel, always busy here in New York City with the sirens. But he talked about the victims, meaning Cassie, Ventura, and Jane. Should they be referred to as victims? Defense counsel has said that they should not be referred to as victims. The judge disagreed with that, Matt and Julia. Also, coercion enhancement. The judge said that that should apply. Also, the organizer leader enhancement should be applicable because Sean Diddy Combs organized freak-offs. These are comments from the judge. After he made those comments, he then said what sentencing range he thinks is applicable in this case. And what did he say? He said anywhere from 70 to 87 months. So 7 years and a few months on the top end, and then on the lower end, at least 5 years and 8 months. Now, that doesn't mean that's going to be the sentence. That's what he says the sentencing guidelines would indicate. So he took a look at many of the sentencing guidelines, and that's what he ended up coming up with. What we do know is that Sean Diddy Combs plans to address Your Honor. He did submit a letter, and this goes over what he is going to say to the judge. We have some excerpts from that we can put up for you on the screen, in which he is talking about things like wanting to say that he has remorse for the situation. But after the judge talked about that letter and that submission that Sean Diddy Combs made, and prior to him making his remarks today, this is what the judge had to say. He said that while Sean Diddy Combs has expressed remorse for some things, he has not expressed remorse for all. The argument that this was adults paying for time, not sex, is not supported by the evidence. So, strong words from the judge to Sean Diddy Combs. Again, we have not heard Sean Combs speak yet. What's taking place right now, the prosecution has completed their argument. They do have an opportunity to say more after defense counsel completes its argument. But right now we're hearing from one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys who's talking about Sean Combs' life, how he was the first, if not one of the first, black musicians to start a black record label, and how he did that despite many, many challenges in front of him. Also talking about other mitigating factors that they think apply in this case, including his own domestic violence, that he was a victim of domestic violence, also that he was a drug addict at times in his life, how that should apply. This is according to defense counsel, who's making their argument as we speak.
Yeah, Kelly, a lot happening there, especially when we know the defense ahead of this. We can almost picture what's happening in that courtroom. They put out that 11-minute memorial video. That's what it seemed like, where it just looked at his entire life and all of the good that he's done. Tell me this. We got word from you and our Court TV team that's there inside of the courthouse that there was an accuser who was going to be speaking for the prosecution, but it sounds like that's not going to happen today.
It's not, Julia. So this is Mia. She planned to speak. She wanted to speak. The prosecution put forth a motion to the judge saying that she would like to speak at today's sentencing hearing. Now, she had submitted a letter as well explaining her situation. And we do have some excerpts from that letter that we can put up on the screen for everyone, and people can take a look and see what she has to say in that. I'm not going to go ahead and read it to you, but I will say this. She will not speak because she said now, according to the prosecution, that she is afraid to do so because of the bullying by defense counsel. And so defense counsel put forth its motion objecting to Mia speaking today. They were saying things like she is not a victim. The judge scolded defense counsel as the sentencing case got underway today. He scolded defense counsel, saying that the language in the motion that he put forth was inappropriate and never to do that again, because he was referring to it as, although he didn't use the word, he was going along with what the prosecutor said, saying that this was bullying to a victim that wanted to come forward and speak, who now is not going to speak, Julia. But we can tell you we will hear from some of Sean Diddy Combs' children. 2 of his 3 children are going to be speaking today.
Wow.
Kelly Craft,
huge development.
Thank you for that update. We know you're going to continue to keep us updated throughout the day on everything that happens there, so we'll let you go for now. We'll bring in our guest who's here in studio with us, trial attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan. Mackenzie, a lot we just learned from Kelly Craft. What I want to hone in on, first of all, it doesn't sound like the judge already is very happy with the defense. It doesn't bode well for the music mogul. But she said that he was asked if acquitted conduct would come in. Sex trafficking we had here, the allegations of RICO charges he was acquitted of, but the judge saying it could come in to his decision making.
And that has been a big debate in the last few days. You know, what conduct could be considered? Can that affect the sentencing guidelines? And what acts can be counted in calculating that sentence? Is it every time any of the victims crossed a border, or is it just each victim for themselves? And it sounds like the judge went with that 5 to 7 year bracket, more or less, is going to use that one. And it also sounds like he does not appreciate any of the defense's characterizations of these acts, and that does make me think that he's going to allow things in, like domestic violence, which he also cited in the bail hearing.
Yeah, you know, and denied bail multiple times, denying this defense in a lot of their motions leading up to this moment, to your point. Defense looking for time served, basically. 14 months. Prosecutors want an average of 11 years, something like that. We'll find out later today. But what do you think celebrity plays in a role in a trial like this? Is he being made an example?
I mean, it's hard to say that when he was acquitted of the most serious charges, and being outside the courthouse, because I was there at certain points of the trial, and it was all support. I mean, I think the only decision maker who...
What do you mean it was only support at the courthouse?
A lot of yelling outside pro-Diddy. There
supporters showing up.
Yes, it was very much pro-Diddy rather than anti-Diddy. There were altercations that broke out, mostly if people expressed an alternative opinion. So in that sense, if anything, I would think the jury could have been swayed in that direction. Obviously, the judge is pretty immune from that sort of factor. And I think that things like this PR video and even some of these courtroom displays, the judge probably is not going to take kindly to that, because it is a pretty transparent ploy. And it's honestly pretty consistent with abusers, too.
There is a difference in how you approach a jury versus a judge. Do you think his team is handling that well? Clearly, their approach with the jury, where they said, look, they embraced domestic violence. They even embraced the video, which was shocking. But they told this jury, yes, he did terrible things, but it's not sex trafficking. The jury agreed with that. But here now, with the judge, they are seemingly having this similar glowing review of their client in front of the judge, and it doesn't seem to be going over well.
I agree, and I wonder who is calling the shots behind the scenes. This, to me, seems like something that these attorneys, who have been very strategic and very good at knowing their audience thus far, it doesn't really track with what they would recommend in this situation. In what we've seen so far of them, it does track with the ego of somebody who has been able to smile his way out of situations in the past, and maybe trying the same tactic now and pushing his team to follow.
And I remember that in pretrial hearings leading up to the trial, which took place a few months back, but I remember he was trying to get them to submit this, you know, request this. So he's been leading the charge the whole way. All right, we have to put a pin in the discussion right now, but we are going to keep you updated throughout the day there in Lower Manhattan. Coming up next, we're going to get you back to that sentencing hearing for that terrible case out of New Hampshire where 2 little babies were murdered along with their mother. We'll be right back. This is Court TV Live, your front row seat to justice.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Interview with a Killer. New season premieres Saturday, October 25th, only on Court TV.
We have been watching together the sentencing hearing out of the state of New Hampshire for defendant Eric Sweeney.
Yeah, this is a tough one. This is one where back in August, the 19-year-old pleaded guilty in the shooting death of his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and his nephews, Benjamin and Mason.
Back in 2022, Sweeney, who was just 16 years old at the time, took a handgun from his brother's safe and shot his brother's family to death. He faces life in prison with the possibility of parole, and there's a range there.
Let's head back into the courtroom now. We've been listening to a psychologist who's testifying for the defense.
It's talking about a review of risk and protective factors in a rural state.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, at this point, we're going to ask that the court certify Dr. Oyen as an expert in adolescent psychology.
Any objection? Dr. Oyen may give her opinions.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So Dr. Oyen, we hear a lot about adolescent brain development. What is unique about the adolescent brain as opposed to the adult brain?
What is really important for us to think about with adolescent decision making is that it's often quite misunderstood by lay people, by our society. I think that oftentimes, and research has supported this, that people attribute decisions in adolescence being associated with them not understanding the risk associated with a decision, or maybe not taking the time to consider the danger of a situation. In fact, when they have looked at this, they found that adolescents actually do consider, and sometimes they almost over consider, the risk that is associated with some of those decisions. However, there is something else at play. And so they do tend to make some different decisions, but it's not necessarily because they don't understand the risk associated with some of their decisions. What is really happening is that there are different parts of their brain that are being activated when they are approaching decisions. And what they call this is the social emotional system that's being activated. So it's not necessarily that they don't understand that there's risk associated with decisions. It's simply that, they're activating what we call the limbic system. It's your emotional brain. And oftentimes that emotional brain can be influenced by a lot of things. And in particular, the amygdala. The amygdala is really the size of an almond. And that amygdala we call it the fear center. And what's really fascinating about adolescents is that oftentimes they are guided in their decisions by that fear center. And it's also not the best decision maker for us. Again, it tends to be that we're mostly guided then by some of our emotions, concerns about how we're going to be judged by other people. And that tends to be how decisions are approached by the adolescents. There are kind of three main hypotheses about what's going on. One of them is the dopamine receptor remodeling theory. This is simply put, this is an idea that dopamine tends to dip when you are approaching adolescence. How I like to describe dopamine is that it's that thing that you have inside of you that if you were to go to a casino, for example, and you hit the jackpot on the casino on one of the machines, and that feeling that you get, that reward center feeling, that's dopamine. And the theory is that there is less dopamine and there's a dip when it comes to your adolescent time. And all of us in our adolescent period are trying to get more dopamine. And how do we generally tend to get that in our adolescent time? We tend to get that from our peers, from that approval from peers. And we'll do lots of things to try to feel better. The second theory is called buffering capacity theory. This idea is truly that not only is it more challenging for you to, you have this dip in dopamine? Buffering capacity basically says that I need more hits, So if I were to compare it to the casino, it would be that I have to pull that trigger a lot more on the casino machines to try to get that feeling of dopamine. And so what does that mean? That means I need even more peer approval. I need even more access to those kinds of reward center, the reward seeking things before I would be able to feel the same kinds of things that I was feeling earlier in my life. And then the third thing, which is a really interesting area, I will tell you, it's becoming something that's really important to me as an expert in this area is talking about hormones and the impact of hormones on the brain. There's some interesting things about the differences between men and women, in particular, looking at testosterone, the impact of testosterone on decision making. There's also some really emerging cool research coming out about ADHD and taking a look at when are the most susceptible times for you to be dysregulated and engaged in poorer executive functioning. They're actually finding it to be in your adolescent times. And then, unfortunately, this is my own age, but it's perimenopause times. And so we just know that there's some things going on with hormones. They're a little bit more challenging to measure. I do want you to know that because in peer-reviewed literature, we tend to measure hormones by the use of maybe a hair follicle or a blood test. And those things are just looking at hormones when it comes to point in time. And that doesn't necessarily take a look at long-term impact of hormones. The other thing, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, so, we've spoken about the adolescent range. What age range are we talking about?
Yeah, great question. I think historically, and if you would have asked me this in 2007, I would have told you approximately ages 12 to 18, because of the things that we're learning and because this is a topic that's really relevant in this day and age, they've really expanded the age to be 12 to 19. And in fact, for some courts and in some cases, they're actually saying 10 to 24. And that's particularly because there's a whole emerging base of literature that talks about emerging adults. And, nothing magical happens when you turn 18. And so we know that in brain science that your prefrontal cortex in particular is still in development. And it's not fully developed until, some people like to fight about this, but it's generally agreed upon that it's either age 27 all the way to age 30. And so we know that prefrontal cortex is still in development. And that's why they're really expanding the age ranges of what it means to be an adolescent.
You spoke a little bit earlier about the difference in sort of decision making between adolescents and adults. So can you explain that difference?
All right, hitting the pause button right there as we approach the top of the hour. Our thanks to Mackenzie Joy Brennan. Thanks for being with us in studio. We'll see you later today.
Thank you so much for having me.
And we are going to get you into more testimony that we've been watching from the killer uncle sentencing for Eric Sweeney. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae, along with Matt Johnson, who is in today for Ted Rollins. Thank you for following along with us as we track a lot of trials this afternoon here on Court TV.
In the state of New York, Sean Diddy Combs will be facing years behind bars after being found guilty earlier this year to 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Our Kelly Craft is standing by outside the courthouse, bringing us updates and the very latest throughout the day.
And in Michigan, the state's case continues for 2 men who are accused of dressing up like utility workers, getting access to a home, and then robbing and killing a local jewelry store owner.
In the state of Florida, an Army vet is on trial for fatally shooting his girlfriend and then dismembering and burning her body. But Daniel Stearns, he claims he shot in self-defense.
And we're standing by in Connecticut. A stepmom accused of holding her adult stepson captive for years in a home. She's back in court for a pretrial hearing. We'll keep you updated there.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on all these cases. Busy day here at Court TV. But for now, let's head back to New Hampshire for more of the sentencing for Eric Sweeney. He's accused of fatally killing his sister-in-law and their 2 kids. Let's get you back into court, where we're hearing from a psychologist being brought forth by the defense.
That difference a little bit more.
You know, again, when we think about how we approach decision making, typically decision making in your adolescence is heavily influenced by that developing brain. And again, particularly that reward center, that's thinking more about that thing called dopamine. Also about your amygdala. Remember, that's our fear center. So if you think about that, we have kind of 2 vulnerabilities there. And again, we are heavily influenced by our amygdala, which is that fear center. And again, that gives us that emotional and needing reward kind of context, especially in group settings or even in a setting. I do want to talk about this a little bit, where there might not necessarily be a peer present or another person, but what it is that I have that fear of judgment. Right now I actually am living with adolescents, and I think about this all the time because I live it. And what I see a lot of is that even if I'm not in the actual presence of a peer, I'm oftentimes feeling like I am under the microscope. It's almost like you have a video camera on yourself in that age. And that is helping to govern your decisions because it feels like I'm being judged by other people constantly. And I want to make sure that I'm doing things that will keep me kind of in good graces.
So when you say peers, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so typically when we say peers, when they do the studies, I do want to be very clear, oftentimes the studies regarding adolescent decision-making have to do with driving. They are fascinating, and they are to do with, either being by yourself in a car and the kind of risky decisions that you tend to be making. It does turn out that when adolescents are in a car by themselves, without peers present, without any even thinking peers are present, they tend to drive and make the same kinds of decisions as their adult counterparts. They also do these kinds of pieces of research with even things like computer modulated kinds of events, like blowing up a balloon on a computer and trying to stop it right before it pops, those kinds of things. And what they have found with adolescents is that once you have a peer in the car with you, for example, you do tend to make riskier decisions. The other thing that's so fascinating about adolescent decision-making is that even if they take the peer out, it tends to be that you're still making poorer decisions, just even if you think that the peer is in the car with you. And why does that matter for all of these things? And who is the peer? I think that initially we thought it was your same-aged peers, but over time it's come to be anybody that is judging me or anybody that I'm interpreting as judging me. And I think that that's really important, especially in the context of courts, because sometimes we can say, well, but they're in the room by themselves. Or I'll have a teacher say to me, but they're in the room by themselves while I'm trying to get them to do their math assignment. And it's like they might be by themselves, but they are still, quite concerned about the judgment that I might experience from those that are like me.
So switching gears a little bit, what does the research tell us about an adolescent's understanding of future consequences?
Oh, that's such a great question. When it comes to adolescent decision making and navigating consequences, there is this concept called future discounting. And oftentimes, when we look at adolescents' brains, we find that they are in the here and now, meaning that I don't think about the future. I tend to discount the future, or I might even discount what would happen if I engage in some sort of risky behavior, like, oh, that's not going to happen to me. Oftentimes, it is more acting on impulse, misreading social cues, and kind of engaging in more dangerous behavior. I might think I might act before I think about it. I might struggle to understand the consequences of actions, and might struggle to kind of make those connections, especially in that adolescent time. That's why, on the reverse side of negative consequence, this is also why this is the time of growth and development. You're kind of thinking about all these things at the same time. Unfortunately, it does lead to what we call future discounting, meaning that I'm not likely to think about the consequences of my actions.
And then sort of finally on that topic, what does the research tell us about this adolescent brain development and the connection to working memory?
Oh, that's a great question, too. I think that in particular, working memory is a really interesting construct. It's our ability to take in information, think about it, and work with it, and then kind of share something else out. And when it comes to working memory, one of the key regions of your brain that is activated is something that we call the prefrontal cortex. And we've been talking a little bit about this, right? The prefrontal cortex is your ability to think about things from start to finish. It's your ability to organize. It's really kind of the governor in a lot of ways for you to be able to kind of navigate this world, especially decision making. And what's so important for us to know about adolescence is that is still in development. So what does that mean? Well, because we're still doing a lot of that reorganization and having those patterns develop in our brain, it can show that over time through your adolescence, you're actually creating more of what we call superhighways. And so what you're doing is you're actually then be able to make decisions better. That's why if you ask somebody about how they make decisions when they're 15 as opposed to somebody when they are 30, you can see that they're actually influenced by a lot of different things. I'm in my 40s and I'm far less influenced by my peers or by other people when I make decisions. I think about my past experiences. I activate, my prefrontal cortex that allows me to think about things from start to finish, and then I'm better able to make decisions. And so what does working memory have to do with this? When you have less developed prefrontal cortex, your working memory suffers.
So I'm going to change gears a little bit and talk about trauma with you. Can you talk about what ACEs are?
ACEs was a pretty fundamental study that happened, and what they determined is that there was these adverse childhood experiences that were key areas of abuse, neglect, household challenges that were linked to poor health and well-being outcomes for people later.
And can you take us through sort of the list of ACEs?
Mm-hmm. And there are readily accepted checklists out there, but what do they generally include? They include abuse, so physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, neglect, physical neglect or emotional neglect, and then household challenges, things like mental illness, intimate partner violence, parental separation or divorce, incarceration, substance misuse, or dependence.
Are there particular ACEs that have a greater impact on an adolescent than others?
So I think it is really important for us to remember that it can be fairly common for someone to have one or even two ACEs. Over 39% of youth have one ACE. It does go down, cuts in half. About 17% have experienced two or more ACEs. It is really important to note, though, that only 0.01% of people have a reported ACEs score of greater than 8. It is also important to think about the who. So women tend to be most impacted by sexual abuse, and men tend to be most impacted by parental depression, parental anxiety, parental alcohol and drug use, and what we call economic adversity. So that would be things like stability of housing, those kinds of things. Again, it does matter the different types of ACEs that children experience. So again, if you are a female and experience sexual abuse, it tends to have poor outcomes. And the ones that I listed for males, parental depression, parental anxiety, parental alcohol and drug use, and economic adversity tend to have larger impacts on juvenile males.
What would the significance of a person having all 10 ACEs be?
First of all, it's extremely rare to have all 10 ACEs. Because it is extremely rare, there aren't a significant amount of peer-reviewed literature on them. Some of the things that I've seen in our peer review base talk about, the rarity of it. I already said that, if you had 8 or more, the likelihood of it happening is 0.01%. And so because of that repeated trauma, it can cause that instability and regulation, hyperarousal, kind of those impulsive defenses to what we call neutral events. The biggest thing I would say too is that it is pretty significant for a person to experience all those things and not have an impact on things like how they're perceiving threats or how they're perceiving the world around them. For a child to have all of these things happen to them, the world doesn't feel like a very safe place for them. And it can be challenging to navigate that space because the people, especially the adults that are supposed to care for you, have not.
Dr. Hold on 1 second. Are we recording?
We're recording.
I just want to make sure that we're...
All right, that interruption there is because they are taking the lunch break inside of that courtroom. So while they are on that break, that gives us an opportunity to bring in our guest who is in studio with us. We have trial attorney Marlo Greer who's with us. Marlo, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here with us today. Let's talk about some of these things that the psychologist is saying. And she's talking about trauma. That's important for this judge to understand. I'm wondering how much, though, the senselessness of this is going to weigh on the judge. This was not someone who was having necessarily a fight in that moment with his sister-in-law. He went into a locked safe, he brought out a gun and killed not only the sister-in-law, the wife of his brother, but his 2 young nephews who clearly were not antagonizing him in any way. What does that point to? Does that point to it needs to be more severe, or that he is suffering from some serious issues?
Both, unfortunately, and that's really what the judge has to do here is a balancing act. And so, to my mind, I see Lady Justice and blind and holding the scales and really what do we do? Because it is senseless, these lives that have been lost. However, you do have to listen to what this last witness is saying, the psychologist, about the effect on his brain and what is going on. Although the one thing that I've noticed about her testimony is that I haven't heard his brain, what happened to him, how this affected him. And maybe they're going to have another witness that's going to come in and talk about that. And I think she's trying. I also heard her use probably one of the worst words that she could possibly use, even though we do use it in these types of abuse situation, was trigger. And I felt like that was just a really poor choice of words. And so the judge is really going to have to pull what he needs, or here, is the judge a male or female in this case? Sorry. Yeah. And so what is he going to pull? Because there's nothing that can outweigh the senseless violence against a child.
Well, you're right. Words do matter, especially in sensitive situations where this trial, this family has been victimized for 3 years and they get life sentences no matter what happens to this confessed killer. But in terms of the mitigating factor and this psychologist who may or may not have evaluated him in person or just reviewed records available to her, the prefrontal cortex, we know from covering cases in the past that's fully formed in a male at 25. She's saying 30. Do you think that any of that is really going to matter here?
I do think some of it is going to matter, but I think what will matter more is the trauma experiences. It makes me think of a case that we had where the perpetrator did the exact same thing to the victim that had been done to him.
Well, Marlo Greer, thank you so much for weighing in on that. We are going to take a quick break. They are on their lunch break, and we are just getting word that a family video is being played inside of a New York courtroom where Sean Diddy Combs is set to be sentenced today. We'll take a closer look at this unique approach from his defense team to try and sway the judge. That's next.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make sure the girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring.
Sean Diddy Combs' PR team pulling out all the stops ahead of his sentencing, which is happening today.
Right. Inside of that courtroom, we are just getting notes out of that federal courtroom. A jury acquitted Combs of the more serious racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking charges earlier this year that could have put him behind bars for the rest of his life. Instead, prosecutors are now asking the judge to sentence the music mogul for at least 11 years after he was found guilty on the lesser charges, prostitution-related charges.
And in an attempt to sway the judge, Combs' PR, his defense team, created this video, and they've been playing it, according to our team in that courtroom right now. They have been playing this to the judge, portraying Diddy as a loving father and community leader.
The thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do. And he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
I'm from New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip-hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And it's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around. The city's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you started and you can do anything you put your mind to. And y'all go to public school? Yeah. Okay, y'all running to raise money for your schools. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, you know. Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
11 minutes, 31 seconds. That's what's being played. It's longer than what we just showed you. Here on set with us is trial attorney Marlo Greer. All right, let's talk about the elephant in the room here with this video, right? I mean, it feels like a memorial video. It feels like something that I don't know that you would play by a victim impact type situation.
Immediately, I thought, what are we, keeping up with the Diddys? This just does not resonate. It is, we call this a day in the life video, but it's usually from the perspective of the victim. And perhaps that's the problem here, is that Diddy truly believes that he is the victim. And you saw him when the verdict was rendered. And, you know, the other thing is, we have two sides of our personality, right? And obviously, hopefully, you treat your children differently than he treated his victims here. And I just do have to comment, I mean, our audience may not have been with us the entire time, about the attorney that came on that talked about how we often, you know, hire people to come in, most people, I think he said, or even if he said some people, hire people to come in for sex parties. And so, you know, and we don't prosecute all those people. I mean, do we? Do we really? Is that what people do? Do they do these types of things? Is this normal? I would say no. And no matter what that day in the life video is going to show, the judge knows what this seedy underbelly really is.
And that's the real question here. It's about the judge. The judge is your audience, not the public, not a jury, not all of the people who are inside and outside of that courtroom. It is just the judge. And Marlo, you're a sex crimes and felony defense attorney, so I really want to get your opinion on what the judge is doing and whether you have an issue with this. So we're in the 30-year anniversary of the O.J. Simpson acquittal. We're also at 15-year, today is 30 years since that verdict came down. And over a decade later, O.J. Simpson was convicted of a different crime. The judge in that case, when she was sentencing him for something people thought he could have gotten something very low, she indicated that I'm also taking into account things that you may have gotten away with all of these years. She wasn't explicit about it, but definitely all lawyers felt that's what she was doing and why he got a higher sentence. Do you feel like that will happen here with Diddy?
I do hope it happens here, and I should clarify as far as my background. Defense really isn't the right word because I prosecute people like Diddy, and so I actually am the one that comes in and says, you did something wrong. I would be on her side, and holding people accountable for these things that we know have been done, to women and to men throughout their lifetimes, and that we ignore, and we have tended to ignore these things for quite some time. And although I was disappointed where the verdict came in, I am happy that there is at least something. And I do believe the judge is going to take that into account, despite being handcuffed by federal sentencing guidelines.
And going back to OJ and today being the anniversary on the day of 30 years, I covered that case in Las Vegas for the crimes of theft with...
for the 2013 case.
Yeah, and when you're speaking about the judge and the sentencing with that, she took that into account of the
Even though he was acquitted.
Yeah. So I think that, when we're talking about people like Diddy or someone like OJ, they do have two personas, right? There is the public image that they're trying to maintain, and then there is also the behind closed doors, and then maybe a third with their children. So, which is it that he's trying to save here, maybe in the public eye as well, when he thinks that he's going to get out of federal prison?
Oh, absolutely. I think what he's trying to save is, by numbers, the second and third thing you said. He wants to take his public persona back as to how wonderful of a person he is and how he was giving back. You saw that with, let's do some donations here. Let's go for a run. Let's help these children. You never saw, look at all these women and how great I treated them.
So maybe that's why it felt like a memorial video, because maybe that's the image that we lost, or at least the public did.
He lost.
Yeah. Well.
Marlo Greer, stand by. We are going to keep talking about this case. We'll be able to get an update from Kelly Craft later on. We're also getting word that his two children, his sons, older sons, they are the ones speaking in front of the judge right now. But when we come back, we will switch gears, go back to Iowa, where a man is being sentenced today for helping kill his girlfriend's husband, Houston Danker, in the case against not only him, but Karina Cooper. All that after this.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. Matt Johnson in for Ted Rollins alongside Julia Janae. Let's turn our attention now to Cedar Rapids, Iowa, where a man faces life behind bars for acting with his lover to murder her husband.
You'll remember this case. We covered it here on Court TV back in August. Houston Denker pleaded guilty just moments before his trial was set to begin to a charge of first-degree murder for acting in concert with Karina Cooper. We saw her trial play out where she was actually convicted of killing her husband, Ryan. She was sentenced to life without parole just last month.
Yeah, he didn't want to roll the dice and go to a trial of his own and face a jury. But let's head into court now for his sentencing hearing now. And opening statements from his side, the defense.
Me all over again. Their absence is constant. It never leaves. I've since had 2 more children, and they will never get to know their Auntie Cass or their cousins, Ben and Mason. That hurts. I didn't get to share the news with her that I got my position as a labor and delivery nurse, something I know Cass would have been over the moon excited for me about. That hurts. 3 long years of no random text messages, funny pictures and videos, TMIs, phone calls, family trips. That hurts. 3 empty seats at Katrina and Nick's wedding. That hurts. It all hurts. So much has been lost, and my family's lives will never be the same. Your Honor, no sentence will ever balance the scale. Nothing can ever undo what has been done. But when you make your decision, I ask you to remember who they were. Cassandra, a devoted mother with so much love to give. Benjamin, a bright and curious little boy. And Mason, a sweet and joyful child who deserved the chance to grow up. Their lives mattered. Their futures mattered. The loss suffered is immeasurable, and the hole their loss has left in our family can never be filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson.
The next statement is from Carrie Carr, who's a friend of the family.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Carr, C-A-R-R. Empathetic, funny, kind, caring, smart, helpful, innocent. Psychopath, murderer, liar, worthless, nothing, guilty. Those are a few differences between that and Cassandra. One of 3 beautiful lives that he so brutally took. The Goyette girls, Nana, Chantel, Kristen, and Nicole, have been in my life forever. Before I was born, they took my mom and I in as family. And I don't remember anything without them, of course. Rebecca, Elizabeth, Katrina, and Cassandra, and I grew up together. Some of my best memories were the Halloween parties at the Southwicks, camping, playing wagon, and school, coming up with the craziest names, the family gatherings and Easter egg hunts, and so many more. Even though Cassandra was the youngest of all.
All right, we have to hit the pause button on that and get to a break. But recalling this trial, Matt, this is one where Karina Cooper, she was already found guilty. She shot her husband in the face while he was in his recliner. There are 2 children inside of that home. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students. None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We were talking about the Danker case, but we had technical issue. We're finding the tape for you, so let's do this. Let's head back to the other case that we are really watching today, and it's the sentencing hearing for Eric Sweeney. He's the defendant in New Hampshire.
This is a case that started in August with a plea agreement. The 19-year-old pleaded guilty in the shooting deaths of his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and his nephews, Benjamin and Mason. He was 16 years old.
Yeah, terrible case. Back in 2022, Sweeney, who was just 16 years old at the time, took a handgun from the home, from his brother's safe, shot his brother's family, and now he faces life in prison with the possibility of parole.
And the lunch break just wrapped up, so we're going to head into the courtroom now. That's actually what we were showing you a bit earlier, so we are jumping back in to that courtroom in New Hampshire. Let's watch.
You cannot, say it one more time.
You cannot predict behavioral or rehabilitative future for any particular juvenile offender.
The literature says that there are evidence-based interventions that have been shown to be effective for those that have experienced trauma, but I cannot predict an individual's response to that evidence-based intervention.
You are aware of a correlation between adverse childhood experiences and poor behavioral outcomes later in life, right?
Correct.
The more adverse childhood experiences one has had, the more likely it is that the person will have poor outcomes later in life, correct?
Correct. It increases your risk.
And for someone who has had numerous adverse childhood experiences, it is very, very likely that he will have poor outcomes in adulthood later in life.
The risk increases as the numbers of adverse childhood experiences.
And if you recall your sworn deposition, your own terms were very, very likely have poor outcomes in adulthood.
Correct.
For example, far more likely to be quickly aggressive and far more likely to have quick triggers, correct?
Correct.
And a high degree of likelihood to have more highly aggressive behaviors, correct?
Correct.
And an incapacity to make good decisions, correct?
I would not say incapacity. I would use the word diminished.
So let's go to your sworn deposition, and you have that in front of you, right?
Yeah, let me pull it up. I did pull it up. Yes, I do right now.
Counsel, pages 57 and 58.
57 and 58.
There.
Yep, I'll just pull it there. Just one moment. It'll take me a second. 57.
So, doctor, for the record, we can't talk over one another. I'll tell you the page reference again. I'm looking at your deposition, the bottom of page 57 and the top of page 58. And correct me if I'm wrong as to your sworn statement at the bottom of page 57. For some kids, it will make them incapable of making good decisions. Did I get that right?
Correct. And for some kids, but it does, and then just to read, go ahead.
So, doctor, that I got your testimony correct, right? Your terminology.
Correct, but you didn't read the rest of the sentence, and for some it does not, so it depends on the individual.
An incapacity to make good decisions, correct?
For some kids, it will make them incapable of making good decisions. For some, it does not, so it depends on the individual.
And you cannot distinguish between those who had adverse childhood experiences and will be incapable of making good decisions and those who may be capable of doing so, correct?
Without spending time with the individual to show those factors that might be at play, it would be difficult to be able to tell which people would make good decisions and which is not.
So the answer to my question?
Can you say the question again? I want to make sure that I'm answering it in the way that I would like the court to be reflected.
You cannot distinguish between those who had adverse childhood experiences and will be incapable of making good decisions and those who may be capable of doing so.
Correct.
Also, among the poor behavioral outcomes that can result in adulthood from adverse childhood experiences are fighting, antisocial behavior, disassociation, and victimization, right?
Still with us in studio, trial attorney Marlo Greer. Marlo, you know, we're hearing from this witness, an expert witness, presenting, you know, her take on the matter and this defendant, but we're going to hear from another psychologist. So why the play to call two?
My question is, did the other person evaluate? And the play to call two, it's sort of sneaky. We're not really supposed to call two experts on the same topic. Mm-hmm. And so if you can get two experts in, that's great, because you have more than one person saying, yes, this is likely what is going on. And the cross-examination here is almost, you don't have a crystal ball, so you cannot determine what this person with these particular aces versus this person with these particular aces. It's asking somebody to have a crystal ball, and that's really what they're doing here.
And that's what the state wants to make sure that this judge is keeping in mind. We actually want to jump back in. The next witness for the defense is a psychologist. Another one, we have Dr. Guidry on the stand.
Yes. We heard Dr. Oyen explain a lot about how ACEs can affect a child's developing brain. How is it different to have repeated instances of neglect and abuse as opposed to, say, having one solitary thing happen?
Well, having an isolated episode gives us a better chance to respond and use our resources and have some level of resiliency in response. I think when we look at this case, we're looking at trauma, negative effects from in utero. So there was early exposure to substances in utero. Also early exposure, Your Honor, to the mother's likely disrupted autonomic nervous system, which gets internalized. Upon entering the world, he is also then experiencing all the things we just spoke about, neglect and those things that don't allow a child who's evolving to feel safe. And that's when the brain is getting wired up. And so there's the experience, the building sort of mindset, schema around threat and perceiving threat in your environment. And that's what happened, as I can see it.
Did Eric have any historical mental health diagnoses for what you saw in the records?
He had a number of diagnoses, and I think this reflects both his trajectory as well as the difficulty in diagnosing children, youth, and adolescents, because things are changing, they're growing, and a lot of things are happening at the same time. So he had a number of diagnoses, everything from PTSD, ADHD, some evidence of bipolar disorder, conduct disorder, all those kinds of diagnoses along the way when people were trying very hard to figure out what was happening to him.
So can you talk about the maturity of adolescents and 16-year-olds generally, like sort of a baseline?
Certainly, I think that as Dr. Oyen talked about, we have a lot of research now that tells us more about adolescent development and what we should expect with regards to the process and the end process and how much longer it takes for a person to come into a fully mature brain than we knew before. And we may not all remember, but it's a pretty hard developmental stage. There's a lot of things that are happening, flood of hormones, growth, new cues in the environment, proneness to impulsivity, as Dr. Oyen talked about, thinking about consequences, judgment, all those kinds of things are online or getting online. And if you don't have the base, which we go back to that beginning, his very early experiences in the environment and in his life, birth to 6, you don't have a foundation. There's one thing to talk about the normal adolescent issues that we face. It's another thing to go into that and be compromised. from the start.
Is it your belief that at 16 was Eric a typical adolescent of 16-year-old, or was he more mature, less mature?
I'd say when we're talking about this whole element of socio-emotional maturity, again, given the early experiences he had where he was deprived from stimulus and food and support and safety early on, and developed this maladaptive schema of fear and survival and threat perception in the world, that he did not move into that with a lot of maturity, because he was always, I think he even quoted someone in the record who said he was always catching up. He was always trying to catch up with his peers, and that he was behind in his socio-emotional development because of these early attachment disruptions that happened, which just did not allow him to figure out how to connect safely to anybody.
Can you talk about how Eric's history might have impacted the way he responded to perceived threats?
Well, this goes back to the very, very, very early wiring of the brain with regards to threat perception. And as he moves into his environment and it's not safe and he can't find a way, he begins to develop maladaptive behaviors, but he also begins to develop a maladaptive worldview. The world is not safe. I cannot be safe. I need to do things to manage. So he began to develop, maladaptive behaviors like stealing for food, and he was hungry all the time, and homeless, and all those kinds of things were happening to him. So as he moves into the world and his brain begins to say, what is the world and where am I and how safe is it? He's not building the capacity to know that he's safe. And as he moves through this, it becomes very resistant to changing. And so there's the perception, as Dr. Oyen was talking about, there's a threat that's real. When we first started talking about trauma and the fight-flight response, it was like the saber-toothed tiger is coming and we're going to run. As we evolved into our current culture, there are many more ambiguous threats in our culture. So we perceive them. They may or may not be real, but we perceive them and we react. What's happened with Eric is that over this extended period of time is that his perceptions become distorted, so that anything that begins holding this maladaptive schema, anything that even moves in the direction of his perception of threat, he'll react to, because it becomes a misperception of threat. And it can be an innocuous event, it can be something that we wouldn't even recognize in our lives as a threat, but for him, everything is dangerous.
Can you referred a little bit to his history of taking food. Can you talk about his history of hoarding food and why you believe he did this?
Again, we go back to the beginning. This is where everything begins, and food is primary to our lives. And when you are a young child and you are hungry and not fed consistently, appropriately, you will search for, it's called food scarcity, you'll search for ways of getting food. And one of the things I think this demonstrates, Your Honor, is that even as he was in circumstances where he had enough food, these times and spaces where he had enough, he still responded the same way, because he was still perceiving the threat, the possible loss of food in that source the same way. And that really informs of the other ways in which that persisted in spite of well-intentioned love and care. By that time, it was too late. He's wired that way, and the interventions weren't able to carry him past a different mindset.
Why do you believe Eric had difficulties with obeying house rules and adjusting when he moved in with Sean and Cassandra?
Again, I'll say that I think the early attachment disruption, the chronic pervasive cycle of rejection and neglect, and then so-and-chum affection and inconsistency really contributes. It's like our most powerful reinforcement schedule is intermittent reinforcement, and that mindset that he had was intermittently reinforced, so it became quite fixed. And so when he moves into an environment, as I said, his misperception of threat was one thing that led him astray, but the other piece is that looking at it from the outside, the behaviors that he had adopted to survive were now problematic in a healthy setting. So we know children need structure and support and supervision and consistency. That was not there. And once he got it, he didn't know how to live in that kind of a space because he was, again, perceiving many of the things that were happening to him as threats.
I'd like to ask you about your theories about...
Approaching the top of the hour there, our thanks to you, Marlo Greer. We are going to see you later today with your legal analysis.
And coming up, on the other side of this break, we're going to bring you more from New Hampshire with the sentencing hearing for Eric Sweeney, but we're also going to get you a live report from there in Manhattan. Legal correspondent Kelly Craft, the latest in the Diddy trial, where they are now on a lunch break.
This is
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Julia Janae. Thank you for continuing to follow along with us as we juggle a lot of cases here this afternoon. We'll get you back to court in just a moment in the Eric Sweeney sentencing. But first, we are following the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs, happening right now in New York. They are on a lunch break, but they're expected to get back at about 2 p.m. Eastern. This is a live look there in Manhattan. Our Court TV cameras are outside the courthouse because no cameras are allowed inside. Diddy was convicted on prostitution-related charges while being acquitted of the most serious charges of sex trafficking and RICO at his trial back in July. Again, no cameras inside of the federal courtroom, but we do know that the prosecution has recommended that Diddy be sentenced to 11 years and 3 months, while his defense is asking for 14 months. Also, time served. That's what he's been behind bars already. And they have already played this 11-minute video of Diddy where they're sharing his life. Here's a snippet of what the judge has already seen so far in this sentencing.
What I really do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt, as one of the only Black-owned networks, we have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we could speak about things that are important to us, and we can have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that we can get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough things truly changing. And I don't understand how we are the richest, most powerful country in the world, and it seems like we can't solve the problems within our own community. African-American communities are last. And the only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change.
You will change the world.
Now, we also know that before the lunch break, 2 of Diddy's children, Justin Combs and Quincy Brown, they gave their statements to the judge on his behalf. And one of the accusers, we learned this morning, Mia, she actually is not going to be testifying, telling the prosecution she feels scared. She was going to be there as a government witness. Our own Kelly Craft is there on the ground in New York and is going to bring us all of the latest this hour. So with all of that big Diddy news, you may not also be aware of something that is an important historical date here at Court TV. Today marks 30 years since one of the most controversial verdicts ever to be seen across the nation, and right here on Court TV.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder.
One of the most watched verdicts ever. On October 3rd, 1995, a Los Angeles jury found O.J. Simpson not guilty in the 1994 killings of his ex-wife, Nicole, and her friend, Ronald Goldman. But the former football star, would have later gotten into a series of legal scrapes spanning the next decade. And on October 3rd, 2008, exactly 13 years after his acquittal, Simpson was found guilty of robbing 2 sports memorabilia dealers at gunpoint at a Las Vegas hotel. And he was sentenced to 33 years in prison, but granted parole and released in 2017. Now, Simpson died at the age of 76 after battling prostate cancer in April of last year. We've got more details about this trial that was a momentous one. If you go to our website, courttv.com, you can also watch our special series on the case, Trial and Error. Why did O.J. win? It's also on our Court TV YouTube page. But now let's turn to our live trial that we are watching here today in New Hampshire on the killer uncle murder sentencing. The defendant here is Eric Sweeney. He is now 19 years old. He pleaded guilty to the shooting deaths of his brother's wife, his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and his nephews, 4-year-old Benjamin and 23-month-old Mason. And back in 2022, Sweeney, who was just 16 years old at the time and living with his brother and his brother's wife, he took a handgun from his brother's safe and shot his brother's family to death. Police have not really released a motive for the killings, but we're learning a lot through this sentencing hearing. He faces life in prison with the possibility of parole. Let's get you back into court now, right where we left off with the psychologist, the second one on the stand, who was there for the defense.
Again, we start at the beginning and look at that evolution of his threat perception and the distortion of it as he goes along in even minor or more serious even threats to his safety that emerged. And I think that one of the things I'm aware of and has some experience assessing is looking at individuals who have committed significant crimes, having a traumatic stress response to the crime that they committed. And what can happen in those kinds of episodes, and as I've assessed before, is that the individual can have such a strong traumatic response that they do not encode the memory of it. So we often don't encode the memory of our trauma. Just in general, if someone's having a PTSD experience, part of the symptoms can be that you're not encoding it because it bypasses your executive function, goes straight into the body, and it doesn't get encoded. The same kind of thing can happen when you are committing an awful crime, and there can be an inability to recall it because it didn't get encoded in the first place. So that's as I worked through the case with Eric and looked at the records and tried to put this very complicated history, extensive history of trauma together, and looked at the different options for diagnoses. This appeared to me, Your Honor, to be the most parsimonious and fully capturing of the dynamics that I was seeing.
Do you believe that Eric is a psychopath?
I did look through that lens at Eric, but I did not see the data or the behaviors to suggest that he is. There are features of psychopathy in youth, you know, being egocentric and unemotional or things like that that are consistent across other youth, but it's the constellation that we're looking for. And what I would say is that, you know, we all have defense mechanisms. They're designed, they're unconscious, even though they don't look like they're unconscious, they look intentional, but they're designed to protect us from the way we would feel about something awful that we've done. We all have them. In an extreme case like this, what we see is a defensive response to not being able to tolerate the emotion, the effects of the actions that are taken. And in that space and in the context of the crime, I do believe that Eric did not encode this information in this particular context, remembering that he's already wired for cutting off his emotions and kind of managing them, but holding them at bay and then breaking through. So he has a capacity to shut down. In this capacity, he did it even more so.
You met with Eric first at the Sweeney Center, the youth detention center, and then you also met with him later at the jail. Is that correct? Okay. And how was he different or similar, or was he different?
I'd say that when I first met Eric, he was more anxious. There was more signs of his anxiety, biting his nails and picking at his fingers. He was more distracted, difficult to engage, not really very responsive, somewhat monosyllabic in his responses, and difficult to engage in wanting to escape what he was experiencing as an anxiety-provoking, threatening environment as quick as he could. As I saw him later, some maturation had occurred. He was calmer, he was less distracted, not picking at himself, and had matured, had grown physically as well as to a degree somewhat emotionally.
Do you believe that Eric has the capacity to change?
Well, I'm a psychologist, so I believe in the capacity for people to change. And I think when we think about these early effects and the duration in this particular case, that the capacity to change is there. We'll take treatment, intensive treatment. I know from experience that I've had very recently working with lifetime parole cases, since the adolescent brain science, Your Honor, has come into play, has changed some of the sentencing. And assessing these gentlemen who had engaged in murder and difficult crimes like that early in their lives, I've been able to observe that there is this capacity to change in the right rehabilitative environment over time.
And those gentlemen that you're talking about, were they receiving constant therapy every day?
Not constant therapy every day, but they were in justice resource kinds of programming and therapy. They were working on goals and employed in the setting. So there were a lot of things that were happening in the setting itself where there was, again, structure and consistency and accountability that was consistent, in addition to the work they took on with regards to things like restorative justice.
And these gentlemen, they were all in prison, correct?
Yes.
Wait, have a moment. Anything else? I have nothing further.
With your respect to your belief for capacity for change, that's based on anecdotal stories, right? Your own experiences?
They're based on my professional experiences of change, yeah.
Do you have any professional studies that talk about that and the actual results?
The efficacy of treatment?
Yep.
Yes, there are many studies talking about the efficacy of treatment. It's a little bit hard to determine because of the nature of doing efficacy studies, but treatment can have a positive effect on people's outcomes.
And it may not.
Right.
With respect to treatment, you've outlined the various work that you've conducted in this case, right?
Yes.
And your role in this case has been limited to assessment, not treatment, right?
Correct.
Basically, you don't do treatment, right?
In my life?
No,
in my professional practice, I do treatment.
So go into you got your deposition with you by chance?
I do not.
Counsel 35. Judge, can I approach?
Of course.
She says I do.
I'm going to read the question, and then I'll read your whole answer and make sure that I'm correct.
Yep.
Question, so how many patients do you generally see or have under your care? Answer, so I don't do treatment. I do primarily assessment. I do some very limited treatment with some higher kind of more complicated folks in my service that I do at the forensic hospital down in Concord.
Right.
I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
With respect to your assessment of Mr. Sweeney, the defendant, you went over with the court instances in which he was victimized and suffered trauma, correct?
Yes.
You're also aware that the defendant engaged in victimization prior to the charged crimes here, right?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And Judge, for reference, this is paragraph 91 of...
Paragraph 91, yes. Okay, 1 second.
Of the defense sentencing number 8.
Yes.
And you're aware that the defendant was placed on probation as a result of his own acts of victimization, right?
Yes, I am.
And only a few months after the defendant's probation for his own prior victimization ended, he committed a triple homicide.
Correct.
Months, right?
Yes.
With respect to your assessment of the defendant, you determined that he exhibited features of antisocial personality disorder, right?
Yes, I did.
And at the time of your assessments, he was too young to diagnose with antisocial personality disorder, which cannot be diagnosed before the age of 18, right?
Correct.
But he clearly exhibited features consistent with antisocial personality disorder later in life, right?
Yes, he did.
And to be clear, antisocial personality disorder is not psychopathy, right?
It's not psychopathy, and neither are features of antisocial personality disorder.
And among the features that he exhibited pursuant to your assessment was conduct disorder,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Engaging in illegality, right?
Yes.
At times difficult to manage, right?
Yes.
At times he engaged in episodes of aggression outside the murders that he committed, right?
Yes.
And at times he engaged in episodes of violence outside of the murders that he committed,
Yes.
right?
We have to hit a break, but when we come back, we'll have more of the killer uncle sentencing trial there in New Hampshire, and we will take you out to New York. We understand Kelly Craft is available to speak to us, give us an update on that sentencing in the case against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back. We are switching gears from New Hampshire to New York. We are watching this sentencing hearing for Sean Diddy Combs underway now. No cameras for us to see what's going on inside, but we have the next best thing. Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft is on the ground there. Kelly, it's been quite a morning already. You've been giving us updates, but now the lunch break happened. What's the latest there?
Hey there, Julia. Yes, court has just gotten back underway here in Lower Manhattan. So right before the lunch break, boy, it was extremely emotional inside this courthouse, inside the courtroom, because we heard from many of Sean Diddy Combs' children who spoke on behalf of their father, talking about how they have been fatherless for quite some time because he went to prison last year. He went to the Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center, so he has been there since September of last year. They talked about how they lost their mom, and now they have also been fatherless. They pleaded with the judge to let their father come home. They said that he is a changed man. They would like for him to come home so they could heal together. We do have some little bits of a snippet from one of the letters by one of Sean Diddy Combs' daughter. We can put up that for you. So what happened in this case is that many people submitted letters on behalf of Sean Diddy Combs. You can read a little bit. This is from Jessie Combs, one of his daughters, who just is expressing her love for her father. The other children did that as well, as they were huddled around, barely able to make it through their statements that they had presented and prepared for the court. When they were speaking, Sean Diddy Combs, especially during one of his daughter's speeches, it was Jamie's in particular, he put his head into his hands and went down into his knees. He was still sitting, but he was having a very difficult time listening to his children because they were so emotional themselves. So emotions running high inside the courtroom as the children plead with the judge to let their father come home. But that's what's taking place right now. When we come back from the lunch break, which is just ending here, Julia, we are going to hear from several other people from defense counsel's side. Other attorneys are going to be speaking. We also did see that video that Sean Diddy Combs' defense team put together, and we are still anticipating to hear from Sean Diddy Combs himself. That at least is the plan. That's what they submitted to the judge, that Sean Diddy Combs was going to address, Your Honor. But at the beginning of the proceedings today, the judge had some strong words for Sean Diddy Combs, because he told him, although I believe that you've taken responsibility for some of your actions, you have not taken responsibility for all. And then, Julia, what the prosecutor did say is that Sean Diddy Combs has no respect for the law because he has already scheduled speaking engagements for next week in Miami. That came as a surprise to many people. We have not heard defense counsel address that yet or refute that kind of information, but we heard the prosecutors say that in their opening.
Wow, that is big information, Kelly. And you're painting a picture for us because we can't see what's going on inside of that courtroom, but I love those observations of what the emotion is like. I'm thinking about the guilt phase in this case. You were there for every day of this trial, and there was, of course, much more evidence that was presented for the government versus the defense. And it looks like we may have lost Kelly's signal. So I'm going to bring in who we have here in studio to keep talking about this case. Trial attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan is here with us. Mackenzie, you live in New York. You were there during this trial. It was happening in your backyard, essentially. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm going to ask you the question that I was starting to ask Kelly. And it sounds like there's a different kind of balance in this sentencing. We heard a lot of evidence from the government during the guilt phase, and the defense didn't put on any evidence. Contrast that with now, we're hearing a lot of reports about defense witnesses, defense pleading with the court to spare Diddy from a prison sentence, and not a lot from the government. What do you think about that being an imbalance inside of this courtroom?
Yeah, I think that this mirrors a lot of what we've seen in this sentencing phase. The defense is really putting a lot of show on, but I don't think they're really knowing their audience when they're doing that, because the time to do the showy tears, character witnesses, etc., would have been in the phase where a jury was assessing, not this judge who's been very clear that he's not playing with emotions, that he's not convinced by the emotional displays, and really is not having any of the emotion. So Who knows if it will move the needle? To me, it would make this seem a lot less ingenuous because...
And judges don't like that.
Exactly, exactly. So I don't think this will do them any favors. Obviously, for the family and whatnot, it is a real, genuine emotion that I'm sure they're expressing, but...
Absolutely.
It's not uncommon for an allegedly abusive father to have this kind of response from his family also. So I don't know how much it moves the needle.
And someone who's got all of this fame, all of this support from the public, even if not now, certainly during his career. I want to actually play part of that video because you've heard Kelly say that it's already been played there inside of the courtroom. This is something that the PR team for Sean Diddy Combs they put out to the public, and they also played it inside of the courtroom as a presentation to the judge. Take a look.
What you've given to the world, I don't think you know, man. When my baby cries. You gotta give her a bottle then. Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people, like you live somewhere in people's heart. My nose fell off.
Mackenzie, we talked about this. Completely unusual for us to see a defendant have this kind of a presentation for a judge. Perhaps a jury, it might sway them. I think even that's a stretch, but this is being shown to a judge. And I'll get your answer a little bit later about the speaking engagement. But what's your reaction to the video?
Yeah, I think the proper time for this would have been when the jury was in play. I think they also knew on the defense that even if they are involved in this decision, that it's not something that they could have opened the door to, because once they bring in character witnesses on the positive side, that also would have allowed for all sorts of negative character witnesses. So that was too risky for them. The judge knows that. And of course, I'm thinking, is this PR company that is tied to Combs any subsidiary of the company that he was just on trial for RICO for abusing its uses? And that's a weird comparison to beg the judge to draw in addition to everything else.
It is. So let me, before we go to break, what's your prediction on what year this judge might get, and the speaking engagements, is that going to sway the judge either way?
I'm going to say 5 to 7 is the bracket that we're looking at. Obviously, that's the time frame that the judge went with in terms of what sentencing bracket he'll be going with, and I don't think that he would have chosen that if he'd planned to deviate wildly on either side. So I think 5 to 7 years, anywhere in that range. The speaking engagements, boy, really bad call. I wonder if it's a hubris thing, that he got off on these bigger charges and it's counting your chickens before you're sentenced.
Or positive thinking. Who knows? Mackenzie, stand by. We're going to get to this break. When we come back, we'll keep you updated on what happens there in New York, but we'll also go back to that New Hampshire sentencing that we are watching, the killer uncle trial for Eric Sweeney. Welcome back to Court TV Live. We're going to go back now to New Hampshire, a courtroom where we're following the teen who's being sentenced for the murders of his sister-in-law and his 2 young nephews. Eric Sweeney faces life with parole for each conviction of second-degree murder in the deaths of Cassandra Sweeney and her 2 sons. Sweeney pleaded guilty to the murders back in August. Let's head back into the courtroom now. Pick it up where we left off. A psychologist who analyzed Sweeney is on the stand, and they're now under cross-examination.
The defendant exhibits character pathology, right?
Exhibits features of it, yes.
An antisocial personality disorder is a personality disorder, right?
Yes.
It has an onset in adolescence or early adulthood and is stable over time, right?
Yes.
It's an enduring pattern of inner experience and behavior, right?
Correct.
And it's experience and behavior that deviates markedly from the expectations of the individual's culture, right?
Yes.
And it's pervasive and inflexible, right?
Yes.
And it can lead to distress or impairment, right?
Correct.
And antisocial personality disorder involves a pattern of disregard for or violation of the rights of others, right?
Correct.
Sitting here today, you cannot make any determination whether and to what extent this particular defendant will mature and rehabilitate over time, can you?
I can make no specific discernments about that. I mean, I think when I look at the information we have now, which I think was missing with his extensive efforts at treatment, there's more information now to understand how we might address his needs.
The past experience is that when probation ended for his prior victimization, his behavior worsened, and he ultimately murdered 3 people, right? That's the historical fact, what we know of the defendant, Mr. Sweeney. As part of the assessment that you were hired to conduct, you spoke to the defendant about the crimes with which he was charged, right?
I did.
And he denied to you that he committed the murders, right?
He told me that he could not remember elements of it, but yes, he did deny committing the offenses.
And the defendant did not tell you that he could not remember what happened, right?
He told me what did happen, but there were spaces in which he did not recall.
Okay, so let's go back to your deposition. Page 67, counsel. I'm sorry, Judge.
Oh, yeah, no, counsel can freely approach. I should.
Line 5. Question, at any point did he tell you he couldn't remember what happened? Answer, no.
That's correct. You're right. I misspoke. It's not that he didn't remember. His account of the story was not consistent with what the facts of the case.
Well, we will get to that. What he claimed to you was that he did not commit the murders,
yes,
right?
Correct.
And he relayed to you that it made him feel mad and hurt his feelings that anyone would think that he committed the murders, right?
That's correct.
And not only did Mr. Sweeney, the defendant, deny to you committing the murders, he provided you with an account of what he was doing when he claimed somebody else was committing the murders, right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
He provided you with details in support of his claim of innocence to you, right?
Yes.
For example, he claimed to you that he was downstairs in the basement when he heard gunshots upstairs, right?
Yes, he did.
And he claimed to you that he felt frightened when he heard the gunshots upstairs while he was in the basement.
That's correct.
And he further claimed to you that ultimately he went upstairs and he discovered the victims' bodies, right?
That's correct.
And he further claimed to you that after discovering the bodies, he returned to the basement and hid for a while because he claimed he was frightened, right? And that's what the defendant claimed to you during your assessment of him, right?
Yes.
No further questions.
Further direct examination?
Briefly. Dr. Guidry, Do you believe that Eric does have antisocial personality disorder?
I don't.
Why not?
I believe that, as I mentioned before, Your Honor, that the diagnosis of PTSD better explains his issues.
That you wrote one.
And to add, there's antisocial behavior, and then there's a pattern, a long-standing pattern. And what I have observed in the records with Eric, both is that he has these behaviors that we've talked about before, are emerged from the perception of threat, that are illegal, that are stealing and things like that. But he has also demonstrated at different times the capacity to care about others, to engage in treatment, to desire to be liked, and has not every moment of his life has been antisocial. Those features, to me, are more representative of this early impact on his life and the way he learned to navigate the world. So there's behaviors, and I see more behaviors than I do see that as character pathology in a persistent way.
And do you have any idea why he might be untruthful about what happened with the murders?
Well, we go back to in his testing for PTSD, one of the more elevated scales was defensive avoidance. And so this is sort of defending against anything that would indicate that you've done something bad or you've done something wrong, which, as I pointed out before, we all do that to kind of try and minimize it. We've made a mistake or done something bad, but at this level of extreme behavior, I believe that there's a part of his clinical picture includes this defensive avoidance pattern where he's cut himself off from taking responsibility for it because he can't. He's a fragile ego structure based on these earlier experiences. And we defend because we can't tolerate the negative feelings, the grief, the rage, all those things. And so that's why a person would be defended against the response the way Eric has been.
Have you, in your experience speaking with people who have committed murder, have you seen this before, that people do not remember or incorrectly remember the crimes with which they are charged? Or
Yes, I have
convicted?
seen before, yes.
And do they ever later come to acknowledge what it is that they've done?
Some, not all, but some have, and it's often been seen where an individual, over time and maturation and some level of recovery, and when they can establish the capacities to tolerate what they've done, may get some recollection of the memory.
Thank you.
Any further cross-examination?
No, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, doctor. You're excused.
All right, the second psychologist on the stand for the defense, wrapping up her testimony and trying to explain away why this defendant would have pointed the finger at someone else, saying they came inside and killed his brother's family. When we come back, we're going to hear the closing arguments in front of this judge as his defense tries to save his life and the prosecution tries to say that he needs a stiff amount of time behind bars.
My two best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dave Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. We are going to get you back inside of that New Hampshire courtroom in just a moment. But first, we have this update out of the Widow's Words murder trial that happened in Iowa. And this co-defendant, a judge has just sentenced him, convicted murderer Houston Danker, to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Earlier this year, Danker pleaded guilty to murder for the shooting death of Ryan Cooper, who died inside of his home, sitting in his recliner, shot in the face. Ryan was the husband of Danker's lover, Karina Cooper. Prosecutors said the two conspired together to kill Ryan for the insurance money and to start a new life together, but that never happened. Before the judge handed down his sentence, the court heard victim impact statements from Ryan's sister, Michelle Wilson. Take a listen.
I don't know you. In fact, today is the first I've ever seen you. But what I know of you, you believed you could do anything and get away with it. I think you're a psychopath, just like your accomplice. You couldn't appreciate the life you had. You wanted someone else's. You wanted Ryan's life. You wanted Ryan's dream. Ryan was sentenced to death by this murderer. Those of us left on Earth were sentenced to life without Ryan. There's no sentence for this murderer that will achieve justice here. But the sentence this murderer receives today will ensure that he will never live his dream or anyone else's dream for the rest of his pathetic life.
Houston Danker pleaded guilty after a jury found his co-defendant, Karina Cooper, guilty of murder. That happened earlier this year, and that trial played out here on Court TV. She is also serving a life sentence without parole. Let's turn our attention now, though, back to New Hampshire. We're watching a sentencing hearing there for defendant Eric Sweeney. He was 19 years old when he pleaded guilty back in August, but he was 16 when he shot to death his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and his nephews, Benjamin and Mason. He is facing the possibility of his entire life behind bars. He took his handgun from the safe inside of his brother's house, and that's when he fired upon the entire family. He was living with them as they were his legal guardians because his mother wasn't able to take care of him. Let's go back into the courtroom now. We're going to listen to the defense's closing argument in front of this judge who is going to handle what should happen to Eric Sweeney.
The true design of punishment is to reform, not to New Hampshire Constitution requires. A 35-year sentence, a 40-year sentence, and another 40-year sentence. 115 years total. That is a life sentence. The state is asking for Eric's life. The sentencing memos in this case have a lot of discussion about Miller and that line of Supreme Court cases. I promise I'm not going to go back through those, Your Honor.
I can assure counsel that I have reviewed the cases cited both New Hampshire Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, and cases from outside of New Hampshire as well that both sides have cited.
Thank you. And it may be obvious from the court's knowledge from reading all of the sentencing memos and the cases that were cited in them, but I just want to make it clear that the state in this case is asking for the court to sentence Eric to a term of years that is the equivalent of a life without parole sentence. We are asking for a sentence of 40 years to life, concurrent across all 3 homicide convictions, and an additional suspended sentence, suspended for life. The state's sentencing memo consistently refers to the need to impose a significant sentence, and we do not disagree that a significant sentence is warranted in this case. But significant does not have to mean a life sentence. The sentence that we are proposing is also significant. And I think anyone that has ever stepped foot in a house of corrections or prison would know that 40 years is a very long time to serve a sentence. Miller says that children are different and must be sentenced differently than adults.
and acknowledges that children's brains are still growing and maturing, and that courts must account for this in making sentencing decisions. For a sentence to be significant to a child defendant, it does not have to be a life sentence. The state spent some time in its memo of law, and I believe in its argument earlier today, discussing Jones v. Mississippi and its holding, the case that is the most recent in that line of Supreme Court cases. And I just wanted to note that in Jones, the court did write, "To be clear, our argument on the legal issue presented here should not be construed as agreement or disagreement with the sentence imposed against Jones. As this case again demonstrates, any homicide, and particularly a homicide committed by an individual under 18, is a horrific tragedy for all involved and for all affected. Determining the proper sentence in such a case raises profound questions of morality and social policy. The states, not the federal courts, make those broad moral and policy judgments in the first instance when enacting their sentencing laws. And state sentencing judges and juries then determine the proper sentence in individual cases in light of the facts and circumstances of the offense and the background of the offender. It is clear that New Hampshire courts have begun to speak on this very issue. As recently as July in State v. Tulloch, Judge McLeod of the Grafton County Superior Court held that the court determines that LWOP for minors is cruel because it effectively sentences a juvenile to death in prison, and the severity of the punishment increases with the youth of the defendant. Judge McLeod's decision, in light of greater protections afforded to people who commit crimes while they are under the age of 18 under the New Hampshire Constitution, determined that life without parole sentences are unconstitutional, whether mandatory or discretionary. They took it one step further than the Supreme Court line of cases. A sentence of 115 years is similarly unconstitutional. Even if 18 of those years were suspended as proposed, the sentence would be 97 years, with a potential release when Eric is 113 years old. A right to parole is meaningless when parole comes at age 113. This is a life sentence. It is cruel and it is unconstitutional. The reasoning in Tulloch is directly applicable to Eric's case and the specific sentence that the state proposes in this matter. The New Hampshire Supreme Court has acknowledged that de facto life sentences exist in two of the Miller resentencing cases, as the court is aware from the filings, Dingman and Lopez. Trial courts did an analysis of what a de facto life sentence, based on some Center for Disease Control tables, and the New Hampshire Supreme Court decided that respectively 45 and 50 years were not de facto based on those tables. The court declined to come up, though, with a bright line rule as to what a de facto life sentence was, but no court could reasonably say that a 115-year sentence or a 97-year sentence are not de facto life sentences. According to the tables, and
all right, before the defense makes their next point, I want to bring in trial attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan, who is here in studio with us, to help us understand some of these numbers that we're hearing. There is the option for parole under what the state is saying in this case, the prosecution, but the defense is saying basically what you're requesting from this court amounts to what we don't want, according to Supreme Court holdings, a 16-year-old, he was 16 at the time, getting life without parole. What do you think about what we're hearing?
Yeah, and I think the last comment that we heard about the de facto life sentence really clarified what the dispute is here. And obviously, yeah, if you're 16 and you're looking at 3 consecutive 40-year sentences, that is more than a life sentence. There's no scenario where that can be twisted into you living a life again. Now, who knows whether it sounds like New Hampshire does not have a bright line rule or a number of years that counts as a cutoff where it is unconstitutional after this point. And then you also have some interesting factors here. It's not just his youth, but there's also the potential personality disorder, and is that coextensive with psychological, with neurological allowances? Do we give it the same allowance when it's something like antisocial personality disorder, which is treated differently and manifests differently?
A lot of
All
trauma
questions.
here.
Yes.
According to the two psychologists that took the stand, the judge is going to have all of that to weigh. Do you think the judge is going to lean towards the far extreme here, or consider an option of parole? Because it doesn't mean you're out if you get parole in 40 years. It just means that the parole board now is going to get an opportunity to weigh in.
Yeah, you're right. I think that given that 40 years is still a pretty long time, it may not be a de facto life sentence. Frankly, it could be. Who knows? It's safe to err on that side rather than the really long sentence, especially given that it sounds like there is no precedent here. I doubt this judge wants to set a precedent in such a sensitive case.
A lot to argue here. Mackenzie Joy Brennan, thank you for being with us. Let's get to our break. When we come back, we'll have more Court TV coverage inside of courtrooms across the country next.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott, of course, honored to be with you on this Friday, where we are tracking several major trials this afternoon here at Court TV. In New York, Sean Diddy Combs could be facing years behind bars on prostitution-related charges. His sentencing hearing is underway, and Combs is expected to address the judge. We will have a live report. Remember, no TVs are allowed, or no media. That will be coming up next. In Connecticut, a stepmom accused of holding her adult stepson captive for years appeared in court a short time ago. Her defense introduced motions requesting to remove her ankle monitor and to make her accusers address public. But that hearing was rescheduled for October 31st. And in Michigan, the state's case continues for two men accused of dressing up like utility workers and then robbing and killing a local jewelry store owner at his house. We will bring you that trial later today. But for now, let's head back to New Hampshire and the killer uncle sentencing for Eric Sweeney. The defense is delivering their closing argument. Let's go back in.
Is about 76 years, or 75.8. A 115-year sentence far exceeds any person's life expectancy. The same applies even when reduced to 97 years. Either is a life sentence. But remember, Eric was 16 years old by just 5 days at the time of these offenses. If Eric were to serve the full 115 years, he would be 131 when eligible to parole. If he were to earn every bit of time off under the state's proposal and serve 97 years, he would be 113. This, again, is a life sentence, and it is unconstitutional under the reasoning in the Tulloch decision. While that case, of course, was dealing with life without parole in that language, Judge McLeod also went on to make alternative findings, and he considered the issue of permanent incorrigibility. He held that the New Hampshire Constitution is more protective than the federal Constitution in this area. And despite the holding in Jones, he found that the New Hampshire Constitution does require sentencing courts to find permanent incorrigibility in order to sentence someone who committed a crime while under the age of 18 to a life without parole sentence. He held that a sentencing court must make this finding in a way that accounts for the defendant's ongoing brain development and due process rights. The state's proposed sentence in this case also requires them to prove permanent incorrigibility beyond a reasonable doubt, and they cannot meet that burden. Eric was barely 16 at the time of these murders. I know the court has heard that a few times today. In the approximately 3 years since he committed those crimes, Eric has made progress. We've heard about that today. He has developed relationships, and we will hear about one of those relationships after I'm done speaking. He has not committed new crimes. In just 3 years, Eric has shown that he is not permanently incorrigible. In its memo, the state argued that Eric's lack of a criminal record is not significant, in part given his age. But I think every person involved in this courtroom has either had a client or prosecuted someone or presided over a case of a defendant who has committed a crime while incarcerated. Assault by prisoner charges, delivery of articles prohibited, drugs in the jail. Eric has not been charged, nor has he been accused of any of these things while he has been held. The lack of a criminal record is a significant and mitigating factor, especially given the testimony we've heard today about ACEs and trauma. And beyond that, it is evidence that Eric is not permanently incorrigible, that there is hope for Eric, even in prison. He can make progress and he can be successful. Eric is in a different position than those who were resentenced under Miller. He does not have sort of a lengthy period of incarceration behind him that those men did to show how impressive and different they could become. And the sentence that we are proposing not only allows for hope for Eric as envisioned in Miller, but it is also not automatic that Eric would be released at the 40-year mark. In order to even be considered for release, Eric would have to show what each of those men did when resentenced, that he can work, that he can be educated, develop relationships, stay out of trouble. He must appreciate the gravity of his crimes and express remorse. If he cannot do that, if he commits new crimes, if he violates the rules at the prison, he will not be released, even under our sentence. But cutting off any opportunity by sentencing him to a de facto life sentence not only goes against the spirit of the trajectory of the case law, including Jones, but it also does not follow that current trajectory and additional protections under our Constitution in New Hampshire. And that began with the Miller resentencing cases and has continued to be reflected in sentencing for people who commit crimes while under the age of 18 in this state. And I won't go into the sort of comparable cases that we mentioned in our memo, but those were in part Miller resentencing cases, but also other defendants who have committed homicides while under the age of 18. Courts across the country have begun to extend the protections against mandatory LWOP sentencing to those who are even older than technical juveniles, 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, and 20-year-olds, including our neighbor, Massachusetts. And we've heard from witnesses today, the science of adolescent brain development is not stagnant, is not finished, but continues to grow, and that is reflected in evolving jurisprudence. New Hampshire is no different. The state has cited a number of cases in its memo as comparable cases. It is particularly glaring that the state did not include all of the Miller resentencing cases in that list, as it would highlight that 4 out of 5 were resentenced to numbers significantly less than their original life without parole sentences. Robert Dingman, convicted of killing his 2 parents, received 2 consecutive 20 to life sentences when resentenced and will be eligible for parole at age 57. Eduardo Lopez was resentenced to 45 years to life for murder and was set to be eligible for parole at 62, but recently won the right to be considered for parole under RSA 651-20. Michael Soto was resentenced to 25 years to life to be eligible for parole at 42. And we've discussed Tulloch previously, and Mr. Tulloch has not yet been resentenced. I'm sorry, I realized earlier I said 4 out of 5. That should have been 3 out of 5, Your Honor. And then we have Mr. Steven Spader, who was sentenced just before the decision in Miller, but refused to attend the resentencing hearing in his case and did not allow his attorneys to ask for a lesser sentence. Since Miller, we were able to identify 4 additional people who were sentenced for homicides that they committed as juveniles and are listed in our memo. All of them received sentences with minimums between 34 and 50 years. Aside from Mr. Spader, all of the New Hampshire defendants currently serving sentences for homicides committed as juveniles that we were able to identify will be eligible for parole between 50 and 63 years old.
Breaking news, actor and singer Tyrese Gibson turned himself in Atlanta on a cruelty to animals charge. Gibson was booked early Friday morning and posted a $20,000 bond before being released. The charges stem from an incident last month when at least one of Gibson's Cane Corso Mastiffs allegedly killed a neighbor's Cavalier King Charles Spaniel named Henry. The attack happened in the small dog's own yard on September 18th. Fulton County Police had issued an arrest warrant for Gibson earlier this week. Tyrese's legal team says he is taking full responsibility for the incident. His Cane Corsos have been reportedly rehomed. I'd like to welcome back this hour trial attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan here in studio with us. You and I have been talking about this case, and one of the things I've learned, there are two things under Georgia law that I think are important to this case. One is if the incident was the result of an unjustifiable omission by the dog owner, and in this case the police say that he had continually or more than once allowed his dogs out of his yard to roam the neighborhood.
Okay, so there's that key piece of evidence that we were wondering if it existed. Certainly the dog's owner alluded to there being some sort of warning that this was not the first time something had happened. So there it is. Thus, there's kind of that transitive cruelty that by not controlling his own animals better, he knew this could have happened, and it sounds like something risky had happened in the past, and this time tragedy happened.
And there is an opportunity in Georgia for an aggravated charge if, in fact, the dog is deemed a dangerous dog. And part of that goes to the second thing we were talking about, is this owner's knowledge of any danger posed by the dogs. They're very big dogs.
Yeah.
They're beautiful dogs. However, what we don't know yet is there any activity by these dogs, not just roaming the neighborhood, but have they done something to somebody else's dog, to a person? Are they in fact dangerous?
Yeah, and as we hear so much about dogs, it's not the dog, it's the owner. That if you have a dog with this kind of capability, it's your responsibility to train them, to make sure that they don't pose a risk, to care for them, because that's your job as a dog owner. I also think that it's a little bit interesting to juxtapose taking full responsibility with it taking a moment for him to turn himself in. You can debate whether that is full responsibility or not.
And I think you're alluding to the fact that there was a warrant out for his arrest, and he had not been arrested. Yes. And it was not until early this morning, shortly before 6 a.m., that he did turn himself in. He probably was retaining a lawyer to decide what to do. The other thing I have to mention is just the rehoming of dogs. If you have a dangerous dog and you choose to rehome them, I think that there's an argument that if anything else were to happen at the hands of those dogs, civilly, criminally, that he could still be responsible. Just quickly, I know we need to go to a break.
Absolutely, I agree, and hopefully he had whatever waivers signed by this new owner.
Yeah, the rehoming part I think I'll be interested to hear more about as well. All right, stay tuned. Coming up next, more of the killer uncle sentencing. Stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. Next week,
we're spotlighting the biggest cases that are trending in true crime. Plus, we're being a voice for victims as October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
we get back to court, did you know something that I remember? Maybe I shouldn't admit to this, but today marks 30 years since the most controversial verdict was seen across the nation and right here on Court TV.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Nicole Brown Simpson, a human being, as charged in count 1 of the information. We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Orenthal James Simpson, not guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187A, a felony upon Ronald Lyle Goldman, a human being, as charged in count 2 of the information.
It's hard for me to believe that was 30 years ago, but it was. On October 3rd of 1995, a Los Angeles jury found O.J. Simpson not guilty of the 1994 killings of his ex-wife Nicole and her friend Ronald Goldman. But the former football star would later have a series of legal scrapes spanning the next decade. And on October 3rd of 2008, exactly 13 years after his acquittal, Simpson was found guilty of robbing 2 sports memorabilia dealers at gunpoint in a Las Vegas hotel room. He was sentenced to 33 years in prison, but he was granted parole and released in 2017. Simpson died at age 76 after battling prostate cancer in April of last year. If you want to know more about O.J. Simpson's criminal trial and why he was acquitted, check out our special series on the case, Trial and Error, Why Did O.J. Win, on our Court TV YouTube page. Right now, though, let's turn back to New Hampshire, where Eric Sweeney is facing life in prison for the deaths of his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews. Sweeney pleaded guilty earlier this year to taking a handgun from his brother's safe when he was only 16 years old and then shooting and killing Cassandra Sweeney and her 2 sons, Benjamin and Mason. Let's go back into court now. The defense is delivering their closing argument. Let's go back in.
Our proposed sentences would similarly allow Eric the opportunity to earn his release around age 56. It is in line with comparable cases across the state. The cases the state cited are not comparable for a multitude of reasons, but primarily because the majority do not involve people who committed crimes when they were children. Instead, it appeared that they focused on cases with multiple victims. But this ignores the reality of what both federal and New Hampshire law requires. People who commit crimes when they are children are different, and they must be sentenced differently. Our proposed sentence meets the goals of sentencing in New Hampshire: punishment, rehabilitation, and deterrence. 40 years as just a minimum is a significant sentence of incarceration that encompasses both punishment and deterrence. 40 years is more than double his current age. To earn or even achieve parole, he will have to engage in significant programming and other rehabilitation while at the prison. Even if Eric were to be paroled at that time, he would spend the remainder of his life on supervision. To earn the possibility of release, Eric will have to engage in such programming to, again, even be considered for parole or for 650-120. The length of the sentence, 40 years, at a minimum of someone's life regardless of their age, is not small. It is a significant sentence. The state's proposed sentence cuts off all hope. A life without parole sentence means denial of hope. It means that good behavior and character improvement are immaterial. It means that whatever the future might hold in store for the mind and spirit of the convict, he will remain in prison for the rest of his days. The state's sentence does not allow for a meaningful opportunity to obtain release based on demonstrated maturity and rehabilitation. It extinguishes all hope. It is unconstitutional, and it is not appropriate given the facts of this case and Eric's uniquely traumatic background. Thank you.
Mr. Paul Galasso, Eric.
Did you want?
Respond briefly to the legal argument.
Oh, yeah, you can do
It
that.
doesn't matter to me.
Go ahead.
We can do it either way.
That's fine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Attorney Hinckley.
Judge, so too are multiple murders different under fairness, under justice, and under the law, and should be treated different. Counsel made both factual arguments and legal arguments. I'm focusing just on the legal arguments that the state raised, and that was fully briefed in a memorandum. I'll certainly entertain any questions, but I'm going to be very brief. Consecutive sentencing of juveniles for separate offenses was constitutional under Miller, before Jones. Given Jones, there are no Eighth Amendment issues, and in fact, since Jones, again, the state has not come across any decisions that have determined a de facto life sentence, whatever that may be in practice, violates the Eighth Amendment. Consecutive sentencing not only is lawful in New Hampshire law dating back centuries, it's also fair and commensurate, certainly not cruel or unusual. And we've provided numerous examples, including before this court and including in juvenile sentencing after Miller and after Jones. Unless Your Honor has any questions as to the legal arguments that the state raised, the state will rely on its memo that we filed.
I don't have any questions. I think both sides have well briefed those issues. Yes, Attorney Prisoner.
Mr. Paul Galasso, Eric's tutor and mentor over the last 3 years, would like to share a statement with the court.
Absolutely. And sir, if I could just have you state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay. My name is Paul Galasso, and the spelling of my last name is Galasso.
Thank you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so first I want to express my gratitude to the court to let me come here today and to speak to you about my friendship with Eric. Before I get into any of those details, I would like to just acknowledge to the family and the friends of the victims that I can't personally, as I'm sure everyone else here, understand the depth of your pain and your suffering, and anything that I might say, if it is interpreted by you as being contradictory or even offensive to you, I sincerely don't intend to do that here. I'm here as not so much of an advocate, but more so someone that has actual experience, multiple interactions with Eric post the tragedy. And so I think I can bring a perspective here that might complete the picture for the court and the judge as they're about to make their sentencing decision. Okay, so I'm going to hit three topics, if you will. The first is just a little bit of background on who I am, so I don't look like just some random guy coming in here trying to talk to the court about these very serious matters. There's a good reason why I'm here. The second is I want to summarize for you the interactions I've had with Eric, how we met, all the way up to the current time as we continue to interact and talk and text and so forth. And then the third is there's been a lot of discussion about ACEs, and I would like to talk about ACEs as well. No, I'm not a psychiatrist, a psychologist, but since retiring 12 years ago, I have spent time with Big Brother, Big Sister, where I encountered ACEs. I am a CASA. I was a CASA for several years, representing 8 children. And there was a lot of discussion in the courts at the time when I was representing these children about childhood trauma, abuse and abandonment. And I think I can offer maybe just a slightly different perspective on that I would hopefully would think that the court would take into account as you're evaluating all the input that you've had today on this very specific aspect of childhood traumas. Okay, so first I'll make this one real quick. So I'm 69 years old, married, one son, 34 years old.
We need to take a break. This witness you don't want to miss because he is talking about childhood traumas based on his experience and knowledge of not only the defendant with whom he's friends, but also he said he knows the bigger brother, the bigger sister. This is going to be compelling testimony. Stay tuned. We just have to take a break. When we come back, of course, we'll have more of the killer uncle sentencing. Stay with us. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcott. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's turn back together to New Hampshire now, where a teen is being sentenced for the murders of his sister-in-law, who was only 25 years old at the time, and 2 young nephews. Eric Sweeney pleaded guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder and the deaths of Cassandra Sweeney and her 2 sons. Let's head back into the courtroom now. A friend and former tutor of the defendant, he has just started speaking. He has some experience with childhood trauma as a CASA. Let's go back in.
I'm 34 years old, center of my universe. I'm Catholic, retired for 12 years. Originally from south side of Boston, North Quincy, Massachusetts. Went to Northeastern, chemical engineering degree, and left the area for many years, 34 years, and then when I retired, basically came back home. I retired because I concluded that there's a lot more to life than just working, and the thing that I'm most energized about is spending time with youth. And so as a result of that, I went after it with a lot of enthusiasm. I've been coaching ice hockey. I already mentioned Big Brothers Big Sisters and CASA. But I met Eric as a volunteer tutor at the Sununu Youth Development Center 2 years ago. And I also do homeless outreach, and in particular to the youth that are homeless and on the streets in downtown Manchester. I have seen the outcome of these childhood traumas across many of these interactions with people, so I'm very familiar. So that's another reason why I want to talk about it. Okay, so second point, my experiences and interactions with Eric and my views on Eric as a young man, having experienced something that is just hard to imagine how horrible it must be and will be for the rest of his life. I met Eric in October of 2023. That's when I began to be a volunteer tutor for math and science at the Sununu Youth Development Center. Eric was my first student. And as a matter of policy there, volunteers like me are not told what the students or the residents at the Youth Development Center did, which I think is a really smart thing to do. So I come in with a clean slate. They're all kids. Yeah, they've had some troubles. I don't know what those are. I don't know what they contributed to, but they're all children of God, and that's where I start. In my 2 years of interacting with Eric, just under 1 year I spent with him at the YDC when he was transferred in July of 24 to the Merrimack County Jail. I continued interacting with him, visiting him twice monthly, as is allowed. He and I text very often. We talk on the phone occasionally. I had the impression that I may be one of a few, if the only one, other than his lawyers, of course, that are really in his life right now. And so this is my take. I think I know this guy. I know the Eric right now. He's polite. Always a please and a thank you. Only, in his words, only if you would want to do this for me. When I attended the hearing where he pled guilty, he didn't know that I knew about his crime. Yeah, I learned about it when he got transferred. So I've known it for a year, but I've never discussed it with him. That night I got a text, and this is pretty much verbatim, but I didn't memorize it. He said, "Paul, I'd understand if you don't want to see me anymore. I did something really bad, and I'm sorry." He didn't have to do that. During my experience with him at Sununu, there were occasions when some of the other students would be acting up. And Eric would turn and say something to try to get things back in control. After having dozens of students there, he's one of the top 2 or 3 students. And I'm not saying based upon academic capability, But based upon his willingness to listen, to try to learn, to inquire, he would ask questions. We did math together. We did science together. We did OSHA training together. We did graphic arts together. And we're still doing art together right now as he's in prison. His teacher of 2 years is here with me today, and she said it would be okay if I told the court that she felt safe when Eric was in her room. She said that it was like Eric was watching out for me when we would have that occasional student that would be acting up, and some of these kids can be really tough, especially on nice ladies like Eric's teacher. Back to the prison situation. Eric and I, as we're talking twice now in the year that I've been interacting with him while he's in the jail, asked me to contact his mom because he's worried about her. She's not answering his phone calls. And so I texted her and asked her if I could call her. She said, okay. I called her. It was tough getting a hold of her, and I'm not judging her situation right now at all. The point I'm trying to make is that Eric cares about his mother. The impression I have based on today is that Eric's mom, for whatever her reasons, she wasn't there. But he still cares about her. So Eric still has feelings. Eric still expresses care. He expresses gratitude toward me way beyond what I deserve based upon what I do for this guy, which is not much. But I honestly believe that in Eric's case, given where he is right now, and the fact that we are now talking about the Bible, we're going to go very slow. He has no knowledge. It's not part of his childhood. And he's understanding now that we have a judge here today that's going to determine basically the rest of his life here, and then we have a judge in heaven that's going to determine eternity. And with all the questions about why Eric did what he did, many of which we don't have answers to, there's a lot of good opinions, but we don't have answers to. Why did this happen? How could it happen? God, as the ultimate judge, knows. And I told Eric he should have peace in knowing that, because I know that he is suffering, and I know that he has very, very deep sadness and remorse for what has happened. And I told him that I'm going to teach him how to walk with God. And in the end, he will be judged according to the absolute truth about what happened to Eric during his childhood that led to this horrific tragedy. Okay, last point on ACEs. Again, I had some experience with ACEs, and as an engineer, I get into the numbers and statistics and probabilities and all these things, and I would describe it just slightly differently, and I'm not trying to challenge the experts on this, but slightly different. They mentioned that depending upon how many boxes you check, it determines what your risk is of realizing certain very negative outcomes. The other way to say it is it's like a probability analysis. And if you have them all, it's very, very rare that you're going to skate through life without getting into serious trouble. And so that begs this question. And I've talked to my wife about this as I interact with Eric. If you or I experienced Eric's childhood, where would we be? And we both agree, we wouldn't be where we are in the present day. The other question would be, if Eric didn't experience those things, I'd be willing to bet that Eric wouldn't be here today either. So Eric, as we've discussed, we're going to continue to work together. Eric has told me he wants to try to be a model prisoner. He knows he's young. He knows that there are going to be people that are going to be coming at him. And I said, I'm going to help you. And now I'm not your tutor anymore, but yeah, I'm your Christian tutor, and I will be a tutor for you as long as I can be. And you will develop a reputation in jail as being the guy that people that are suffering will go to, because he will know Jesus Christ, and he will know what to say, and what he'll say is going to be the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Claus.
Speaking as a friend of the defendant, someone who's worked with the defendant for 2 years. Next, we're going to have more of the killer uncle sentencing, so stay with us.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I could do was scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back. We have been watching a sentencing hearing out of New Hampshire for defendant Eric Sweeney. Back in August, the 19-year-old, he's 19 now, he was 16 at the time. When he was 19, he pled guilty in the shooting deaths of his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and his nephews, Benjamin and Mason. There the pictures are of the two victims. Back in 2022, Sweeney, who was just 16 years old at the time, as I mentioned, took a handgun from his brother's safe and shot his brother's family to death. Before we go back into court, let's bring in trial attorney Mackenzie Joy Brennan joining here in studio. And one of the things I just wanted to mention again for viewers is in 2012, the Supreme Court of the United States in Miller versus Alabama said that you could not issue a state can't say there's a mandatory life without parole for juveniles because that's the equivalent of a death sentence. And juveniles, there's that hope and goal of rehabilitation. And so as we consider that, what about the defense's argument that if you give him so many years that he'll be 97 before he's eligible for parole, that's the equivalent of a life sentence without parole?
I think practically speaking, that is true. And I don't know what you do with that because like we were just talking about, what is the quality of life for somebody if they do get out at that point in time? And it all comes back to what I think the defense attorney brought up, which is what is the goal of imprisonment? Is it rehabilitation? Is it retributive? Probably a little bit of both, but there's certainly, especially when we're hearing all of this about his childhood trauma, which obviously goes on top of the fact that he was an adolescent when this happened, it's a really bleak outlook. At the same time, obviously, he has a lot to answer for. It's 3 deaths, not just one, and it's unclear if he's taken full accountability even at this point, 3 years on, so hard to say.
And we heard a friend of his testify, and a friend is someone who was tutoring him, who's worked with him for 2 years, and he testified that he absolutely is remorseful, he feels terrible for what he did, and he's sorry. But is that enough to make a judge really vary on a sentence when, again, you're looking at the murder of a 25-year-old mother of 2 and 2 children, both under the age of 5?
Yeah, I think you can't really have it both ways, which I think the defense did try to have it both ways. On one hand, they were saying that he wasn't able to appreciate what he did, he had not acknowledged it. I think if you're going to go the contrition route and the route of he does acknowledge his culpability, he feels remorse, then lean into that and show how he has tried to make amends since then, how he's tried to grow. We have a little bit of both, which makes me think that he isn't fully owning it. And maybe anything that he says in either direction is in the hopes of lessening whatever sentence.
Yeah, it's a complex, tragic case. And we do know he pled guilty to these charges. So that's how we got to the sentencing hearing. Speaking of that, let's get you back into that sentencing hearing for more.
The details of what happened on August 2nd, 2022 are obfuscated by Eric's impairments, by his very damaged brain. He doesn't know what happened, he may never know, and his lack of memory is a symptom of that broken brain. His memory has fractured in an attempt to protect him from his own actions. And those impairments are the product of circumstances he could not escape. They're making him incapable of processing and explaining his actions. And it's taken a long time for Eric to come to terms with the evidence in this case. He understands that the evidence all shows he committed these horrible crimes. He knows, he understands that. And he did not want to put his remaining family through the heartrending pain of a trial. He wanted to take responsibility and plead guilty. Eric, generally, he doesn't show his emotions on his face. And I'm sure you've seen him sit here today. You may or may not have noticed that under the table, he was fidgeting with his cups and he was vibrating his leg. That's where some of that anxiety comes out, but it doesn't show on his face. And for the past 3 years, he's been in institutions where, quite frankly, it is not safe for him to show any kind of vulnerability. It's not safe for him to show emotion. It's not safe for him to process grief or sorrow. But he does have emotions. He has strong emotions. It's been incredibly difficult for him to sit here today and listen to all of this. When we've gone over to speak with him, he's having a very hard time, no matter what he looks like on the outside. And in discussing whether he was going to speak today, he repeatedly told us, it's going to take all I have just to sit down in that chair, and I don't think I can get back up again. It's not that he doesn't want to say something. It's that even after 3 years, he can't find the words. And part of that is because he is still only 19 years old, and he still has not processed the depth, the pain, the grief, the reality of what he has done. And he can't find the words. You heard how chaotic his life was, how disrupted his attachments were. He was, as a consequence, I think he depended very much on his siblings. He wanted to see his siblings whenever he could. And that very much includes his big brother, Sean, who he looked up to. And he knows he will never speak to him again. He knows he will never see him again. He knows that he will live the rest of his life with the fact that he destroyed Sean's family, that he hurt his brother more than words can ever express. Eric is not a monster. He committed a monstrous crime, and there is a difference. He did a monstrous thing, but he is still a human being. He is worthy of love and care and consideration and a chance at redemption. He's requesting a 40-year prison sentence, and that amount of time is frankly inconceivable to a 19-year-old. I think it's inconceivable to most of us in this room to think of spending 40 years in prison. He really has grown and changed in the last 3 years. I remember seeing him in the hospital in August of 2022. He was very much blank at the time. Then we moved over to SYSC, where often he was very distracted. Anytime someone walked by, he would want to wave or say, "Can we be done now?" Anytime we tried to talk about the crimes, he couldn't focus on it. He wanted to get out of that room. And interestingly, during that time, he seemed to develop really a remarkable amount of trust.
Thank you to Mackenzie Joy Brennan for joining us in studio today. Coming up next, Michael Ayala joining me for more in the Killer Uncle sentencing hearing. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned.
and spend more time in range. We're feeling good about the future, wherever it takes us.
Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Ashley Wilcox.
And I'm Michael Ayala. We're both here today giving you your front row seat to justice. We're going to go back to court in just a moment, but first we are following the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs happening right now in New York.
That's right. Here is a live look from our Court TV cameras there in Manhattan. We can tell you, first of all, let's talk about what he was convicted of. He was convicted of prostitution-related charges while being acquitted of the most serious charges at this trial back in July. We know that the rebuttal case has started, and after that, he will be testifying. Did I just steal your thunder, Michael? I think you were going to report that new breaking news.
Not at all. Rebuttal case is going on. We expect to hear from him in just a little bit. No cameras in that courtroom, but we do know the prosecution has recommended that Diddy be sentenced to 11 years and 3 months, while his defense is asking for 14 months, which would really amount to time served.
All right, let's go to Court TV's Kelly Craft there. Oh, not on the ground with us. Right now, she is there on the ground. She will be bringing us all of the latest a little bit later on, because remember, there are no cameras in there, so she's in there watching all of it unfold.
All right, let's welcome in our guest, though, here in studio this hour, trial attorney Marlo Greer. Marlo, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us here in the studio. Now, as we said, the rebuttal case going on now. We do expect to hear from Diddy, Sean Diddy Combs. His attorney said that he's going to be respectful and formal in the way he speaks to the court. They wanted to make that clear to the judge. What do you think he might need to say under these circumstances for this judge to, and I think there might still be an open question here as to his actual sentence, what he might say to sway this judge in any way?
I'm having a difficult time because I don't know what he could say to me to sway me. And so what would he say to the judge? Obviously, he has to accept some responsibility for his actions. He has to, maybe he has to apologize. He really needs to take that accountability and show some humility. Obviously, hey, PR, right? And he knows what he's doing. He submitted that video, and so he's going to, jump off from there. He'll talk about his loved ones, but again, what a judge would be looking for is some sort of accountability and rehabilitation.
I think for me, part of the issue is and this is my opinion, I don't think P. Diddy thinks he did anything wrong. And so I'm just not sure that the judge is going to hear a level of remorse or apology that perhaps the court wants to hear, because I haven't heard anything yet to suggest he believes he really did anything wrong in spite of those convictions.
So of course he doesn't think he did anything wrong, but the question really is, have his lawyers sufficiently coached him to come across that way? As lawyers, we can hire witness coaches, right? So they could have done that, or they could have been a great witness coach themselves and made sure, this is what you want to say. It's not like he's going to go up there cold. He is going to have rehearsed this with his attorneys, and so how well did they coach him? And, that's what the judge will see.
Yeah, no question. And I think the way he portrays himself, I think, is going to be very important. Another quick question I have is, and you're someone who on the plaintiff side has represented in civil court abuse victims, right? So you're very familiar with that whole sort of the psychology of it and everything. We've heard some of the things said by some of the victims, both in testimony as well as letters during the sentencing. But one of the points that his attorneys is making is that he was convicted under the Mann Act, which technically under the Mann Act, the victims are the men that he paid to transport over to have sex with the women. What his attorneys are arguing, and again, this is not me arguing, what his attorneys are arguing is that he shouldn't be sentenced on the abuse that happened to the women, that he really should be sentenced on what he did under the Mann Act, the things that he was convicted of might even be unconstitutional in their mind. How would you respond to that?
I kind of like it. And here's why I like it, right? Because men are more sympathetic to men. And considering my audience here, you know, a lot of times we ignore what happens to the women, right? Oh, you know, she consented. Oh, she kept seeing him. Oh, they were still there. They went voluntarily, things like that. And so, you know, if you look at it in that way, potentially, could it be, well, the men that are the victims that are transported, then I might give a little bit more deference. Now, do I really believe that's going to happen? No, of course not. But hey, you know, it's maybe.
Yeah, and I know you have another view of this as well.
Well, I know that, and we can talk about it more a little later on, Michael, but I also know, we know he's going to appeal. If it's any kind of sentence that he doesn't want, he is going to appeal, and I think the great point of that is it's a great legal argument.
Yeah, they're claiming it could be a constitutional violation, so it'll be interesting.
That's a good argument. All right, now let's turn back to New Hampshire for the killer uncle murder sentencing for defendant Eric Sweeney. The 19-year-old pled guilty in the shooting deaths of his sister-in-law, Cassandra Sweeney, and his nephews, 4-year-old Benjamin and 23-month-old Mason.
Now, back in 2022, Sweeney, who was just 16 years old at the time, took a handgun from his brother's safe and shot his brother's family to death. Now, police have not released a motive for the killings, and he faces life in prison with the possibility of parole. I want to get you back in the court now, right where we left off, actually. The defense is making their last argument for leniency before the judge hands down his sentence.
He was the only child who was allowed to work in the school store. He did not engage in fights. They would constantly tell us when we visited, staff would say that he was respectful, that he was thoughtful, that they could depend on him to give them advice about who should we place together in units. And this has continued when he went to the jail. Every time we visit, someone says, oh yeah, Sweeney, he's a good kid. And that's not common for me to hear. And I visit a lot of jails. And another really unique thing is the fact that he has continued relationships with people from SYSC. And Eric has reached out to continue those relationships. He wants to have relationships with people. And you heard from Paul, who visits him twice a month. And that's extraordinary on Paul's part. But I think it also has to do with him seeing something in Eric and wanting to continue that relationship. He has another person from SYSC who's here today who also visits him at the jail. I've never seen that before. The teenager you're sentencing today is not the same as the barely 16-year-old boy that you saw on body cam footage when we did suppression hearing. That child was hyper-aroused. He was looking around frantically. Physically, he was smaller. He's grown physically. He's grown emotionally. He has matured. With the consistency and the routine of incarceration, he has, strangely, begun to repair himself. We can see from that he is capable of change. He could have continued to, he could have gotten in fights every other day. We could be visiting him in maximum security all the time. That's not what we've seen. What we see is that when Eric is in a stable and supportive environment, especially when he has skilled therapists, he can make progress. We saw this when he lived with his guardians from ages 7 to 9, and he had a therapist he trusted. He started out afraid to talk to her, and more he would open up and tell her how distressed he was by his mother's poor choices, that he wanted to stay with his guardians because he felt safe with them. We saw this again when he was working with Lakes Region Mental Health between 2019 and 2021, where he had a counselor who told him like it is. He worked on processing his emotions with her. He learned coping skills. Sometimes in the records, he would report that he'd gone down and jumped rope in the basement when he felt frustrated. He tried to build trust with Sean and Cassandra. And then, as I've said, we see during his time in detention that he is able to grow. And that's likely because in detention, the rules and the expectations are extremely clear. He also never has to worry about whether he will be fed. He might not like what he's being fed, but he's never going to worry that he won't be fed. He knows that he has a place to sleep every night. He knows what the consequences are if he doesn't follow the rules. And at SYSC, he also had therapy there. He did have programming, which focused on how to deal with his day-to-day anxiety, how to make his way forward with a very uncertain and frankly bleak future. At the prison, he's certainly not going to be seeing a therapist daily, but there is therapy, there is programming, there is progress that he can make. And he will have many decades to work on this. The commonality from these three situations is that he had supportive therapy and that he had a stable living situation. And in all three of these situations, he made progress. And that shows us that Eric is capable of change. He is capable of redemption. There were so many off-ramps in his short life. There were so many times when adults with authority could have made different decisions, better decisions. When relatives found him sitting in crack smoke as an infant, she took him out of the room, but she didn't call the authorities. When Eric was a toddler and DCYF investigated whether his mother was fit to raise his sibling, but for some reason never expanded that investigation into whether she was fit to raise Eric. When Eric was a kindergartner, going to school with dirty clothes and torn apart shoes, and DCYF closed the case because they just couldn't find his mother. When his mom had a seizure at therapy, likely drug-induced, nothing was done. When he had only one session of trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy, and then his mother stopped bringing him. When the family moved to Florida to escape DCYF, and DCYF never reached out to Florida to check on him. When Sean asked the family court to intervene, and it declined. These were all times when adults could have made different choices. We're not asking you to forget what Eric did. We're not asking you to forgive what he did. We're not asking you to condone his actions. We're asking the court to make the choice to embrace compassion and embrace our common humanity, to acknowledge that Eric is a human being, worthy of love and care and consideration, and that chance at redemption. We're not asking you to release him tomorrow, or in 10 years, or 20, or 30. We're not even asking you to release him in 40 years. We're asking you to grant him the opportunity to make his case to the parole board after 40 years, to grant him the possibility, the hope that he may someday earn his freedom, and to grant him that opportunity to someday earn that chance at redemption. Thank you.
Meeting prisoner. Grant, anything further from the state?
Coming up, we are going to hear the judge's sentence for Eric Sweeney. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Court TV.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
back to New Hampshire, where Eric Sweeney is facing life in prison for the deaths of his sister-in-law and 2 young nephews.
Sweeney pleaded guilty earlier this year to taking a handgun from his brother's safe when he was 16 and then shooting and killing Cassandra Sweeney and her 2 sons, Benjamin and Mason.
Let's get you back into court now. The judge is now speaking to Eric Sweeney, the defendant, the convicted felon, before handing down his sentence.
I have now been a Superior Court judge for over 13 years. During that time, I have handled many contested sentencing hearings. Because of the circumstances, unique circumstances of this case, I can assure counsel, the defendant, members of the family, law enforcement involved in this case, that I have spent many hours thinking about what an appropriate sentence should be given this case. But before I get into what my sentences will be imposed in this case and a little bit more about my reasoning behind those sentences, I want to take a moment to acknowledge 3 people: Cassandra Sweeney, Benjamin Sweeney, and Mason Sweeney. I want to thank the state for presenting some images from the day of the homicides, not the photos which I've seen, but photos and videos depicting Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason in life. What is evident from those photos and from the remarks from the family and friends today is these were 3 wonderful people. People who were happy, joyful, loved each other. And I can tell from each of you who spoke today the depth of the loss, but also what their lives meant to you. As a judge, I don't know, never met Cassandra or Benjamin or Mason, but I do feel like from the videos, the photographs, and the discussion from members of the family today, I at least had a snapshot of who they are. And that's all it is, a snapshot. But I can, watching the reactions of all of you today, I know that their memories are carried with you forever, and the pain and suffering is also something that will last for the rest of your lives. And I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about the sentences before acknowledging that each of them mattered. Cassandra, Benjamin, Mason, each of them mattered a great deal. And I appreciate hearing from each of you about that and what they meant to you. And I've thought a lot about that as well. 2 things are very clear in this case. First, Mr. Sweeney, Eric Sweeney, the defendant here, had a horrific early childhood marked by physical, sexual abuse, and severe neglect. Second, the murders of Cassandra, Benjamin, and Mason were unimaginably brutal and heinous. A young mother, 25 years old, with her children, aged 4 and 23 months, playing, just enjoying a typical day. Not a holiday, just a typical day. Costumes, seeing an animal out the window. That is a typical day that a family should be able to enjoy. When the defendant, with no provocation, no justification, no thought or care for the consequences of his actions, savagely slaughtered each of them by shooting them. Leaving their bodies on the floor of the home, they shared with him, that they welcomed him into when he had no place else to go. What an act of love and compassion for somebody who is suffering, to welcome them into your home. To cover for his own despicable acts, the defendant fled the home and got rid of the gun. It is very hard to reconcile those 2 things, a child who suffered like a child shouldn't suffer, and I accept the representations about the terrible childhood that Eric Sweeney had, and the awful nature of his crimes. It's something I've thought a lot about, and I don't know that anybody has a definitive answer to reconcile those two things. I can only assure you that I'm doing my best to determine what is fair and just, considering all the circumstances. In any case involving sentencing, there are considerations of punishment, general and specific deterrence, and rehabilitation. These principles have been refined by case law from the U.S. Supreme Court and our own state Supreme Court in the context of a person who was under 18 at the time of the commission of a murder or murders. In Miller versus Alabama, a case that both sides have talked about, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the Eighth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibits mandatory life in prison without parole for a juvenile offender convicted of homicide. Importantly, Miller did not preclude such a sentence, but only that the sentencing court must consider an offender's youth and attendance characteristics before imposing sentence. After the Miller decision, several offenders in New Hampshire, and there was discussion about them, who had received mandatory life in prison without possibility of parole, were resentenced. There's discussion about a number of those people, and I'm familiar with the circumstances of those cases. Our state Supreme Court in State versus Lopez held that a 45-year to life sentence under which the defendant had the opportunity to be considered for parole when he is 62 years of age was not a de facto life sentence under the Eighth Amendment. Our court quoted extensively from the Miller decision. And one thing that is clear that the court decisions all recognize is the difficulty of determining when somebody is beyond the hope of any redemption and whether or not their circumstances are such that they can be rehabilitated. That is a difficult determination to make. Extremely difficult when we're talking about someone who commits a horrific crime when they're 14, 15, 16, or 17 years of age. And I can't say that here on October 3rd of 2025 that I have a definitive answer to that question either. These are things that are not knowable by us today that will take the course of decades to determine over the course of the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years and beyond. Is, at this moment in time, the defendant beyond any hope, or is there some possibility that he can be redeemed and rehabilitated? I don't know the answer to that question, and I listened very, very carefully to the arguments from both sides about this, and I want to say that I appreciate the quality of the advocacy from both the state and defense in this case. These are excellent lawyers who made their cases very well and made my job all the more difficult by the quality of the work that they've done. But I read their memos carefully, I read the attachments carefully, I listened to the evidence that was presented, and I've thought a lot about this. But the language in the Lopez decision from our court goes to the core of the sentencing struggle in this case. How to distinguish right now in 2025 with a 19-year-old defendant before the court, whether he is that person who can never be redeemed or rehabilitated, or whether he is somebody who can be rehabilitated. The state's proposed sentence no doubt fully reflects the magnitude of the crimes and is completely understandable, considering the loss caused by the defendant's horrible acts. These are three separate people, Cassandra, Mason, and Benjamin. 3 lives that were...
Breaking news, we are getting our first look at the mugshot of actor and singer Tyrese Gibson.
Here is his booking photo shared with us by the Fulton County, Georgia Sheriff's Office a short time ago. Gibson turned himself in Atlanta on a cruelty to animals charge early this morning 5:59 a.m. Eastern.
He posted a $20,000 bond before being released. The charges stem from an incident last month when at least one of Gibson's Cane Corso Mastiffs allegedly killed a neighbor's Cavalier King Charles Spaniel named Henry.
Now, the attack happened in the small dog's yard on September 18th. Fulton County Police had issued an arrest warrant for Gibson earlier this week. Teresa's legal team says that he is taking full responsibility for the incident. His Cane Corsos have reportedly been rehomed. All right, we're going to head back. Actually, we're going to stay tuned with us, folks. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a moment. All right, let's head back to New Hampshire now, where a teen is being sentenced for the murders of his sister-in-law and young nephews.
Eric Sweeney pleaded guilty to 3 counts of second-degree murder in the deaths of Cassandra Sweeney and of her 2 young sons. Let's go back inside that courtroom. The judge is speaking to Sweeney ahead of the actual sentence. He's been very detailed. Let's listen.
Lives that were valuable and important, an immeasurable loss to their families and to society. There are many more people than the people who are here today who are affected by the losses of these people. I know that we could probably fill many courtrooms, maybe a stadium, with people who could speak to the value of those people. The state's recommendation, I completely understand where they're coming from. Likewise, I believe the defendant's recommendation accounts for the tragic circumstances of the defendant's childhood before he was taken into Sean and Cassandra's home. Both sides present well-reasoned arguments reaching very different conclusions. As I have thought about this, I have felt and come to the determination that a sentence short of life, providing the defendant a very tight but narrow path for which he can achieve redemption at some distant time in the future, is appropriate. My sentence that I'm going to be issuing today, in my view, reflects the magnitude and the nature of his crimes, but also provides a path for the defendant, a difficult path for him to achieve some measure of redemption and rehabilitation and some hope of someday walking out of the prison walls. Rather than imposing consecutive sentences on each of the offenses, I have concluded that a very significant sentence that will be greater than any sentence ever imposed short of life for somebody convicted of homicide after Miller and the Miller people, but which provides the opportunity at some very distant time in the future to possibly achieve parole and release, recognizes what we know now versus what I cannot know now. And I cannot know now what the defendant will do in the next 20, 30, 40, and 50 years. That will be up to him, and if he fails to do that, I have no doubt, hearing from the Southwick and Sweeney families today, that there will be people showing up to speak loudly and firmly why they are opposed to anything short of him remaining behind bars. This is not going to be lost in the memory of anyone in this courtroom. But I believe that a path to achieve that at some distant point is appropriate. The goal that I have been trying to achieve in the sentences that I will be imposing today is to hold the defendant accountable while providing for the possibility for release if he can demonstrate that he's truly rehabilitated, reformed, and someone who can be trusted. That's a big lift. That's going to take not a week or two or a year or two of being of good behavior, but decades of that. The sentences that I'm going to impose on all 3 homicide charges will be 60 years to life, concurrent on each, with a possibility of 3 years of the minimum sentence suspended if the defendant completes high school, a high set, or GED or equivalent, and an additional 3 years suspended if he completes a vocational program approved by the Department of Corrections. By my math, this means that if he does both of those things, he could be before the parole board when he is 70. That is 54 years from the time of the crimes. 70 years of old, if he does those things. If he avails himself of all the possible earned time reduction under RSA 651-22A, 22A, there's a possibility that he may get before the parole board a little bit after he turns 68. That is a tight and narrow path that he must pursue in order to achieve the possibility of release in more than half a century. That is the earliest time under the census that he could be before the parole board. A little over half a century from now. If the defendant is a behavioral problem, engages in gang activity, commits further acts of violence, or fails to take advantage of the educational, mental health, and vocational and rehabilitative programs at the prison, he will have by his actions shown that he deserves to spend every waking moment for the rest of his life behind bars. He will lose that opportunity for release at some point. Again, this is a narrow path that takes him nearly to beyond the point of life, or to the point of life expectancy within just a few years of the point of life expectancy for males in this country. On the other hand, if he takes advantage of his opportunities, does not engage in gang activity over decades, 50 years, does not engage in further acts of violence, and shows that he has become aware of the consequences of actions and demonstrates that he's truly rehabilitated and reformed.
Well, the judge is laying out that roadmap. He has sentenced Eric Sweeney to 60 years in prison, and he called that, Judge, the longest sentence short of life ever in the state. I found that hard to believe, but again, I haven't fact-checked it, but that's what he called it.
And I think it's because of the 3 deaths, not 1, not 2, but 3 and 2 small children.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's bring in our guest that's still with us, trial attorney Marlo Greer. Marlo, I'd love to get your reaction, especially to some of the things the judge is saying here.
I liked the fact that the judge talked about considering both sides and balancing, because that is the judge's job, and I do believe that the judge spent a lot of time thinking about this. It really impacted me, and I did a quick search here, which was 70 years old, but he wants him to do some vocational rehabilitation. He wants to ensure that, you know, he's accepted and understands the consequences of his action. If we just think about that for a second, so we're, 16 years old, something happens to us, 3 years later, we understand what's going to happen to our future. 19 years old. Retirement age in the United States is 67 years old. And so he will not even get out until, frankly, he's expected to retire. So his rehab in his life is going to be spent in prison. And go ahead.
Well, I just was going to ask this, because part of what I also think is when we hear, oh, subject to parole at 68, at 70, we know from the Menendez brothers, as an example, being eligible for parole is very different than being released. And so my question, Marlo, is, do you think it would have been reasonable for the judge to say he could have been eligible for parole prior to that, knowing that then the parole board could see what he had done in these next 20, 30, 40 years before deciding?
I think the judge did acknowledge that, in that, he does not know what's going to happen. However, I don't think he could do that, not with these 3 deaths and not with the age of the children. I understand the mitigating factors. I think the judge understood the mitigating factors, but he really, I think they did the right thing here.
What do you think, Michael?
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And as he said, he has to balance.
Yeah.
You have to balance the victims and really the tragedy here with the fact that it was a 16-year-old that committed the crime with some mental health issues. So I think he did a good job.
And I do think you have to balance, but it also bothered me, the 16-year-old, regardless of mental health issues, went to the brother's safe to remove the gun to commit the killings. And that's another element of this that stands out to me.
I would agree.
All right, coming up next, the judge continues to address Eric Sweeney after handing down that sentence. Stay with us to hear more about what this judge has to say.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV. Next week,
We're spotlighting the biggest cases that are trending in true crime. Plus, we're being a voice for victims as October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
opening statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
now to New Hampshire in the sentencing hearing for Eric Sweeney, the man who pled guilty to fatally shooting his sister-in-law and his nephews.
Now, just moments ago, Sweeney was sentenced to 60 years to life in prison. I'm going to take you back to court now. The judge is continuing to address the convicted killer about his sentencing.
He'll have the opportunity. Again, he'll be older than I am right now. He'll be older. He'll be at the age that many people are retiring. 70 years of age. I have no doubt that many would argue that that sentence is not consistent with the New Hampshire Constitution or federal Constitution, but I believe, looking at that case law, that given the magnitude and seriousness of his offenses, that a sentence shorter than that does not fully recognize the depth of his actions. Again, a narrow opportunity only if he takes full advantages of what is provided to him. So on charge ID 2348002, a finding of guilty is entered on the defendant's plea. He is sentenced to New Hampshire State Prison for not more than life, nor less than 60 years. There is added to the minimum sentence a disciplinary period equal to 150 days for each year of the minimum term of the defendant's sentence to be prorated for any part of the year. He has pretrial confinement credit of 1,185 days. The sentences stand committed. Further, the defendant shall pay restitution of $29,290.88 to victims' compensation. Restitution shall be paid through the correctional facility or Department of Corrections as directed by the probation parole officer. A 17% administrative fee is assessed for the collection of restitution. The defendant is to participate meaningfully in and complete any counseling, treatment, and educational programs as directed by the correctional authority or probation parole officer. Subject to the provisions of RSA 651A 22A, the Department of Corrections shall have the authority to award the defendant earned time reductions against the minimum and maximum sentences for successful completion of programming while incarcerated. Law enforcement agencies may destroy the evidence or return it to its rightful owner. The defendant is ordered to be of good behavior and comply with all terms of the sentence. 3 years of the minimum sentence shall be suspended for completion of a high school diploma or high set or GED or equivalent. 3 years of the minimum sentence shall be suspended for completion of a vocational program approved by the Department of Corrections. The defendant shall not profit in any manner for his role in committing these offenses, nor may he assign his rights to any monetary profit or financial benefit to any other person. Specifically, he may not accept any payment, enter into any contract, or sell rights regarding any book, film, television show, radio show, website, podcast, or any other writing, recording, broadcast, or internet posting relating to the murders of Cassandra Sweeney, Benjamin Sweeney, and Mason Sweeney, or to the defendant's actions therein. On charge ID 2348003, this is identical and concurrent in all respects except with regards to the restitution, which is only applicable to the first charge. As to charge ID 2348004, this is also identical and concurrent in all respects with the exception of the payment of the restitution that applies to the first charge. Finally,
breaking news, Sean Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison in the case involving sex workers, violence, and freak-offs. Right now, let's talk about this because this is brand new news, breaking news. I'm pulling up everything we can find to find out the details about that sentence, Michael, because the reality is we don't know exactly what that means, how much time would actually be served. But here's what the AP is reporting, is that yes, he's been sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison, and that the judge said a lengthy sentence was needed for deterrence, and that he was unconvinced that if Combs is released, these crimes won't happen again.
Yeah, the judge also said that a history of good works cannot erase the power and control that you had over the women and you profess to love dearly. You abused them physically, emotionally, and psychologically, and you used that to get your way. And at the end of the day, those are the words that I think really is under control. We're looking actually at a live shot of that courthouse right now, folks just sort of milling around. And it's interesting because we're talking about The recommendation made by the Department of Probation was anywhere from 70 to 87 months. So the judge actually went below that with 50 months, and we're still trying to figure out if he has to serve that 50 months or, under federal guidelines, 85% is what you have to serve before becoming eligible for parole, which is about 3.5 years under the circumstances, which he's already served about a year and about a half almost.
Right, and the prosecutors wanted an 11-year sentence. Let's bring in Marlo Greer. Marlo, I want to say this, too. We now know that Sean Diddy Combs, we expected to make a statement to the court, and here is what he said in part. He called his past behavior disgusting, shameful, and sick, while apologizing to the people he hurt physically and mentally, as well as his children in the audience. He said his acts of domestic violence are a burden he will have to carry for the rest of his life. Clearly, that didn't resonate enough with the judge to give him what he had requested.
It didn't, but one of the things that I read is that the judge said his sentence was meant to show that abusers and victims, that these crimes will have real accountability. And I really question, is this sentence real accountability? It was on earlier today, and I talked about how I believe that sex crimes steal somebody's soul. And it really... the victims have to live with this for the rest of their lives. So is 50 months real accountability? Is it a message? Or is it, hey, that's not much?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah.
I thought, at the very least, he would go within the guidelines and give him somewhere between 70 and 87 months. I didn't think at any point he would go up to that 11 years that prosecution was asking for. Understandable, they would want that based on this whole, with the victims and the things that they went through. One of the questions I had for you earlier, Marlo, was the defense was arguing that, look, you have to sentence him on the charges and the convictions that he had, not all this other stuff, the abuse and all that. He wasn't necessarily convicted of that. The judge, in his statement, said that, in fact, he did consider that.
He did consider the treatment of the women in his life, and he did consider the power and control. You tell me what your thoughts are on whether or not you think that this is an appealable issue, that he talked about the women. I think that he can consider all of the information without specifically sentencing him on that crime. I think there's a difference between considering all factors. Obviously, he considered the factors of what Diddy presented in his video. So what's your take on, do you think it's appealable?
Well, I was just going to say, Michael, I think that it is something that he has to be very clear in all of his findings of facts, conclusions of law, and the order that he issues with the sentence. I do not think he can rely on that evidence, but I mean, that can't be the sole reason. I do think he can consider it in determining who is the person of Sean Diddy that he has to sentence for this crime.
Yeah, I think he's well within his rights here. He's within the guidelines for that particular crime. There are some precedents saying that normally it's less than that, but he was firmly within the guidelines under these circumstances, and judges have great deference when they're delivering these types of things. And, you know, again, as long as you put on the record the reasons that you make, I think you're allowed to consider the totality of the circumstances.
But I really feel, I'm surprised. I just want to get quickly, we have about 10 seconds. Surprised or not by the judge's sentence?
Surprised.
Me too. I thought it would be longer. I think
thought
all
it would be
three of
longer,
us
certainly
thought
not
it would be
11, but longer for sure.
Yep. All right. So thank you to guest Marlo Greer for being here with us in studio.
Folks, stick around, because coming up, Court TV's Kelly Craft is going to join us live on the ground there in New York with all the latest from today's sentencing for Sean Diddy Combs. So stay with us here at Court TV, your front row seat to justice. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Michael Ayala.
And I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. We begin this hour with really breaking news, the sentencing of rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs. We now know the judge has just sentenced him to over 4 years, or just over 4 years, for his conviction on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution.
The prosecution was pushing for 11 years and 3 months in prison. Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft was inside that courtroom for the sentencing hearing, and she joins us now. Kelly, great to see you. Take us back to that point when the judge was delivering his sentence. How did it go?
Well, hi there, Michael and Judge Ashley. The day has been emotional and intense as we awaited to hear the punishment for Sean Diddy Combs. Just moments ago, the judge handed down that punishment, saying that Sean Diddy Combs should serve 4 years and 2 months behind bars for the convictions of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, prior to the judge handing down that sentence, Sean Combs addressed Your Honor. He spoke to him directly, saying, no matter what anyone says, Your Honor, I am sorry for what I did. He also apologized to Cassie Ventura as well as Jane, saying that he is sorry for everything that he did to them, saying that he is sorry for getting them involved in his mess. But emotional and intense as his children also spoke, Judge Ashley and Michael. They addressed the court on Sean Diddy Combs' behalf, having a very hard time with their remarks, breaking down at times. As they spoke, Sean Combs put his head into his hands, then placed his head down on his knees because he was having a hard time composing himself as his one daughter in particular spoke. So that was quite emotional during the court proceedings today. This hearing lasted an entire day, with us hearing from several of Sean Diddy Combs' attorneys. We put up now some of the information that Sean Combs shared with the judge. This was prior to him actually giving his statement in allocution. He put forth a memo in which he talked about what he was going to say today. He expounded on that quite a bit and was quite emotional as he delivered his remarks to the jury. At one point, he turned around, spoke directly to his children, telling them that I failed you. He was very emotional when he said that to them, then also addressed his mother. At this point, there was really not a dry eye, at least from many of the supporters and family members of Sean Diddy Combs, because he said to his mother, I am sorry. And we even heard his mother reply back, I'm sorry. So that was pretty intense inside the courtroom, to say the least. Everyone was wondering what this sentence would be. The prosecutor put forth an idea, the sentencing recommendation of 11 years and 3 months. The judge addressed that, saying that would be too much, that he is not supposed to impose a sentence that is more than necessary to serve the purpose of sentencing. So he said that was going to be too much. On the other side of that, defense counsel put forth a sentencing recommendation of only 14 months. The judge also addressed that, saying that also was not enough because defense counsel did not take into account any of the aggravating factors in this case. When the judge was imposing the sentence, he took one of the text messages as well as something else that Sean Diddy Combs said to Jane, and he read that aloud. This was from the trial transcript. It contains a lot of vulgar language, so to hear the judge recite that kind of language in court as he was imposing the sentence, it was pretty startling, and the language that was used, but he was just repeating exactly what Sean Combs said per the transcript that he said to Jane, and it said, Sean Combs said to Jane, does this feel like coercion? That word coercion is extremely important because the judge used that today, saying coercion does apply. Defense counsel had objected to the use of the word coercion, the idea that that would be used to enhance the sentence. The judge disagreed with that, saying he will be using coercion because that's what Sean Combs did with his victim. So very interesting developments here outside the courthouse here, federal court in Lower Manhattan, as we learned how many years Sean Combs will spend behind bars. So keep in mind, he was arrested last September, and so he has already served a year and about a month behind bars. So this sentence, 4 years and 2 months. So in total time, if we consider time served, he will only be looking at a sentence of about 3 years now behind bars. The total sentence, though, is 4 years and 2 months. But because of time served, we're looking at about 3 years.
Oh, Kelly, I have some questions. One of my questions is this. We know, and we've seen and shown viewers parts of the video that we know the defense team showed to the judge about Sean Diddy. And it was, I would call, more of a PR campaign about the good works that he'd done in the city and his relationship with people there. Compare, if you would, the statement he made and how he came off during that statement versus that video, in which, again, I would describe that more as a PR video than a personal, effective plea to a court.
Judge Ashley, this was quite the production. You usually do not see sentencing hearings like this that last all day and have that kind of video production and have a situation where you've heard 5 defense counsels speak on his behalf. You're taking a look at that video as we speak, and many people were talking about it, and the prosecution was juxtaposing that video with the video that we have seen at the Intercontinental Hotel of him, to use the judge's words, savagely beating Cassie Ventura. So the contrast is quite stark, to say the least. What the judge said is, I recognize that Sean Diddy Combs has done so much for communities, for the black community, that he is a family man, a man of faith, takes care of his mother. But the judge said no amount of good deeds like we have seen here in these videos can make up for when, for instance, that Intercontinental video was played. Sean Diddy Combs didn't know the tape was rolling, and that savage beating, which is the real Sean Combs. So those are kind of the words that the judge was expressing today as he was fashioning his sentence. And we heard that from both sides. Who is the real Sean Diddy Combs? We heard the one side, the prosecutors, calling him a pimp, where defense counsel was saying he's not a pimp because he wasn't paid. The judge said he was paid in his sexual gratification.
Fair enough. Now, we're looking at a live shot there of the courthouse. We're expecting press availability shortly. As soon as anything gets going out there outside the courthouse, there it is. We're going to take you there live. So we'll stand by and wait for that to happen. In the meantime, Doug Wigdor, he's Cassie Ventura's attorney, he has released the following statement. While nothing can undo the trauma caused by Sean Diddy Combs, the sentence imposed today recognizes the impact of the serious offenses he committed. We are confident that with the support of her family and friends, Ms. Ventura will continue healing, knowing that her bravery and fortitude have been an inspiration to so many. And Kelly, I just want to find out, what was the reaction of Diddy and his team when the judge handed down the sentence?
So, Michael, I was taking a look at his team. Shapiro, one of his defense counsels, as the judge was making his remarks, as he was discussing the reasoning behind his sentence, she had her hands crossed because it appeared that she was feeling that this is not going well. And then we heard the 50 months. So we heard it once, and then I think everyone wanted to make sure we heard it correctly. The judge, then repeated it again because he mentioned the 50 months. And then he said a few minutes later, so now I'm going to impose my sentence. So it was an interesting way to propose what he was going to do. At that time, Shapiro no longer was crossing her hands. Sean Diddy Combs was just sitting there, sitting kind of back in his chair. No real reaction from him, but he was facing a lot longer because, of course, when you even take a look, and the judge mentioned that even if these were to run concurrent, the 2 charges of transportation to engage in prostitution, if you run those sentences concurrently, taking a look at the statutory minimums, the maximum is 20 years. So 10 counts run concurrently, so 10 years. He was saying the prosecution proposed more than that, so that was not right. But so when Sean Combs was hearing what the judge said, and then that came down as the 50 months, you could tell that there was no reaction, but I think it was better than what they had thought he was going to impose.
Yeah, I think it might be as well. I was personally a little surprised. I thought he would impose more. Michael, Kelly, I think the other piece of this is a lot of viewers have been commenting about how many people believe that he has gotten away with things as long as he has because of he's charismatic and his approach, and that he thinks he can just smile and make things go away and convince everybody he's this great guy. And I guess my question is, at any point during this sentencing hearing, did you observe anything that came off as he believed that he could walk in there and really charm his way into a good sentence?
Whew, you know what? His statement and allocution was powerful. It brought tears to many people's eyes. He talked about his drug addiction and how he is a different man when he is on drugs, which of course, you know, everyone knows that that does happen to people. So he wanted to emphasize that and saying now he's a changed man. He's not on the drugs. He has been behind bars. So his statement, from my perspective, seemed very authentic when he was apologizing. Now, I realize that a lot of the victims have written in and said that he will do this again, that he is not sorry for his crimes. So I can understand where they're coming from as well. But when he was delivering it, Judge Ashley, to your question, it did appear as if he was being sincere. Now, I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with that analysis, but from my standpoint, he was emotional, turning around, talking to his family, talking to his mother, and the emotions were running high in court. But of course, that does not take away from the damage that he has done to Cassie Ventura, Jane, and the other victims of domestic violence who he also addressed and apologized to as well.
You know what's interesting, Kelly, that the defense told the judge that really he couldn't consider the domestic abuse because that's not what he was convicted of. But correct me if I'm wrong, some of the things I'm seeing from what the judge said, he did in fact consider the effect on these victims and the hold he had over them. And from his statements to the court, is it fair to assume that the judge did in fact consider their statements as well as their voice in considering his sentence?
Michael, that's such a great question, and this will definitely be addressed on appeal. Defense counsel will most likely appeal this sentence, saying that it's excessive, saying that he considered acquitted conduct. So when you take a look at the briefs that were submitted on behalf of defense counsel as well as the prosecution, this was a big argument, whether they should be able to consider acquitted conduct or not. The judge said that he feels, based on the case law, that he can consider acquitted conduct. However, that being said, he said he is only sentencing him on the 2 counts that he was convicted of. That's 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. But he said he is not precluded from considering other conduct, relevant conduct, and the manner in which that conduct was done, and he specified threats, coercion, force. So he felt in fashioning his sentence that he was able to consider those kind of things. He talked about a jury convicts people, convicts a defendant on charges, not conduct. So he felt he could consider the conduct.
Interesting. All right, Kelly, I want to share with everyone the fact that the judge thanked the victims for coming forward. And here's what he said. You were speaking to the millions of women out there who have been victims but feel invisible and powerless and had to suffer in silence. The judge continued, you told those women and the world that violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay hidden forever. The number of people who you reached is incalculable. All right, Kelly, tell us the last thoughts of the judge as he delivered the sentence. Was he, what was his demeanor as he was delivering a detailed sentence about the findings he was making?
Very stern, Judge Ashley, taking this very seriously, saying we do not tolerate the exploitation of women, violence toward women, and we need to send a message to deter this kind of conduct. And that is one of the factors that a judge has to take a look at when imposing the sentence, deterrence. And he made no bones about it that violence against women will not be tolerated.
All right, Kelly Craft, you have been inside that courtroom. Thank you for being our eyes and ears and giving us such great descriptors to understand the picture of what happened all day long inside that courtroom to serve 4 years, 2 months. That's the judge's sentence. We need to take a break here. Our live coverage continues in the sentencing of rap mogul Sean Combs. We are waiting a news conference of reaction to the verdict. Of course, we will take you there, so stay here with us on your front row seat to justice.
My 2 best friends were just murdered.
Join me for a Court TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom.
Donna Adelson hates every piece of grass that Dave Marcel ever walked on.
It's something that'll haunt all of us forever.
It always seemed like he was covering or deceiving.
This was a whole different level.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episodes Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
All right, folks, we're going to take you back out there, as you can see, right out front of that federal courthouse in downtown Manhattan, where just moments ago, a judge sentenced Sean Diddy Combs to 50 months in prison, departing downward from what was recommended by the Department of Probation of 70 to 87 months in prison. And we're awaiting some press availabilities, news conference that should be coming up shortly.
That's right. Now, we know Kelly Craft has been inside the courtroom again because this is federal. No cameras are allowed. Kelly Craft with Court TV has been inside the courtroom. Kelly, one of the things I would like to know is what happened next. We know that Sean Diddy Combs was in regular clothes, was allowed to be in regular clothes when he was giving his statement to the court. Did you see, was he led back immediately? Was he handcuffed? What happened with him? And what happened with the family? Did they have to exit the courtroom immediately, or were they still lingering inside that courtroom?
Well, those are good questions, Judge Ashley, and I came out here right away to make sure that I could deliver what the sentence was. But so I don't actually know. I would assume they are still inside the courtroom, the family members. And what I can tell you about the video that you're taking a look on the one side of the screen, we are awaiting a potential news conference from Sean Diddy Combs' defense counsel. I will say, when the verdict came down back in August, when he was acquitted of the most serious charges against him and then found guilty of the 2 counts to engage in prostitution, Mark Agnifilo, his defense attorney, came out and expressed to the crowd, there are hundreds of them out here again today, that this is a victory. So we'll have to see what he will say today in regard to this sentence. But as Michael mentioned, a little bit of a downward departure from what the U.S. Department of Probation recommended, the U.S. Probation Department, rather, recommended. And again, the prosecutor had recommended more than 11 years, defense counsel 14 months, and then the Probation Department had made a recommendation. And we have the sentence now for Sean Diddy Combs of just over 4 years and 2 months.
Kudos to you, Kelly, because, Michael, I just have to say, you've lived in New York. This traffic sirens, this is kind of the way it is there.
I was just going to say, it's kind of nice, I guess, on some level to hear the sights and sounds of the New York City streets. Kelly handling it very, very well. Kelly, let me just ask you, I want you to take us back to the prosecution's arguments here. One of the things that I heard you talk about earlier was they mentioned that he had made some appointments or some speaking engagements relatively soon after today, which they thought was problematic or at least showed too much hubris on his part. Take us back to their arguments and a couple of points that they made that might have stuck out to you.
Michael, and that was a surprise to every single person who heard it. When the prosecutor said, this was in the opening statement that she made for the judge, she went on talking about his coercion, his force, what he was found guilty of by a jury, and then basically said, and he has the audacity to actually believe that he is going to be out of prison next week because he has set up speaking engagements in Miami. And she let everyone just sit on that. We did not hear anyone from defense counsel address that till at the very end, when we had defense counsel brought forth a man who the judge almost didn't let speak. And he deals with re-entry programs. So when people have been in prison and then they try to reacclimate into normal life. And he talked about, yes, and he acknowledged this, but he said, these are not speaking engagements, Your Honor. These are teaching engagements. So he made a distinction and owned up to the fact that, yes, we have scheduled things for Sean Diddy Combs if he did get out of prison. Why? And he explained why. Because he said, we need to keep Sean Combs busy. He needs treatment. We want him to be able to go out in the community and speak to people, talk about his time in prison, how he threw away his life, as he mentioned that in his statement of allocution as well, that he threw away his life. He threw away time with his family. He threw away successful businesses. But so the person that spoke on his behalf did acknowledge that the speaking engagements, what he called teaching engagements, were lined up just in case Sean Diddy Combs did get out of prison today.
I guess he was trying to convince him, let him out. He has all these great things in store to work on himself and be safe to society. The judge didn't buy it. All right, here now to discuss with his criminal defense attorney. Oh, look, this is the family coming out right now, live shot. the family of Sean Diddy Combs, Michael, walking out of that courthouse.
Yeah, they're not stopping by the microphones. They may not be giving any comment at this moment. We're still holding a standing pattern to find out if his attorneys might have something to say.
Michael, we were quiet in order to see if we could hear anything.
Alleged victims.
Oh, let's go in. Lori Elred there.
Civil lawsuits against him from our clients who allege that he sexually assaulted them. And also I represent a number of victims or alleged victims who spoke to law enforcement, the prosecutors, but the court did not allow many of the witnesses who were willing to testify, probably because of judicial economy, because the trial would have been very long. I don't know. 148 months is what the sentence was. I think the judge was very thoughtful. He didn't do the 11 years that the prosecutor wanted, and nor did he do the 14 months that the defense wanted. So Mr. Combs will be in prison for a while. He basically had a lot of good things to say, the judge did, about Mr. Combs and his contribution to the community over many years and to racial justice. But on the other hand, he has to pay the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for each of the 2 counts of the violation of the Mann Act, which is going across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So I think all in all, he gave the sentence that was recommended by the probation office. And so that's somewhere in between what the prosecution wanted and what the defense wanted. So it's finally over, except that there will be appeal, of course, by Mr. Combs, a very large legal team. And so we'll see what happens on appeal. Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming. He said you can't launder an illegal act into a constitutional right, because that would otherwise be a very narrow interpretation of the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes had sexual interaction with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he actually participated in it. So I think he's got a good argument, and I don't think that the defense has a good argument on appeal. So he could have gotten 20 years, 10 years consecutively for each count, but now he has 148 months for a sentence. Many of my clients were very concerned that he might walk free by the end of this year, time served, and then a couple more months. And they were very much afraid that he would retaliate against them. And so I think that they will be happy that he will be at least in prison for a number of years. I think they'll feel comforted on that. So thank you. Okay, all right.
All right, I just want to clarify, Michael, before I know we need to go to a break. She kept saying 148 months, but I don't believe that's the order of the court. I think he sentenced the defendant Combs to 50 months.
Yeah, from our producers and Kelly on the ground, we're saying 50 months is the number that we're seeing. Again, we continue to check. If that changes, we'll let you know, but I don't think she had that completely right.
I think you're right. We do want to take a break here. Of course, we're going to be bringing you anyone else who comes out to speak. Stay tuned. We'll get back to New York right after a break. Welcome back to Court TV Live. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott.
And I'm Michael Ayala. Just moments ago, Sean Diddy Combs sentenced in federal court to 50 months in prison. That comes out to be 4 years, 2 months in prison. He's already served about a year of that. So there's still some question as to whether he would actually have to serve the entire time. Right now, you see folks leaving the courthouse right there. Let's take a listen.
All right, that was P. Diddy's mother. And again, she didn't have much to say, but she was certainly waving and kind of, you know, saying things to people there, probably the supporters of her son. Very polite, didn't say anything in terms of the sentence itself that we could hear, Michael.
I can tell you her physical reactions was upbeat. So
Very
if
positive.
she didn't say any words, at least her actions said that maybe she's comfortable with the ultimate sentence.
And I think she's probably very grateful to the supporters who have been there at the courthouse. Let's bring back in Kelly Craft with Court TV, who has been there inside that courtroom. She's been reporting and giving us all of the details of what's been happening. Tell us your observations as we've watched now some of the family members come out, and Gloria Allred spoke. Of course, she had been the attorney for Cassie Ventura. I suspect she was still speaking as her attorney when she addressed everyone there.
Yeah, Gloria Allred, Judge Ashley, is representing several of the victims who have filed civil lawsuits against Sean Diddy Combs. So in spite of what took place today, he still faces hundreds of civil lawsuits against him. But when his mom did walk out, Sean Combs, yes, in pretty decent spirits, because when we were there and this sentencing hearing was taking place all day, the tone inside the courtroom from the judge did appear, and one could assume from his tone that the sentence was going to be extremely harsh. Just the words, how he would talk about things like, I reject, using that word, I reject the defense's argument that this was just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle, and that these were his girlfriends that were consenting adults. He said, I reject that. So the judge had some pretty harsh words when he was fashioning his sentence, and he was discussing what he was considering as he was making that sentencing determination. When Sean did speak before the sentence was imposed, he did say, I feel that the prosecution is trying to make an example out of me. And he said to the judge, I want you to think about what a person can do if given another chance. So that was one of the main things throughout defense counsel's argument when they tried to say, you know, he should only get a short time behind bars, 14 months, because they said he is a leader. He's a civil rights leader. He can change lives, and he can go out to communities and tell people, don't do what I did. Stay off drugs, stay out of trouble. But obviously, the judge did say, I considered that. I did consider all of these things, the statement and allocution, as well as the many mitigating factors that were put forth by defense counsel. But again, these things do not override what he did to the victims in this case. Defense counsel had even objected to the use of the word victim in regard to Cassie Ventura and Jane. The judge rejected that and said that they are victims. Also, one of the things that the prosecutor said in her close, she said something along the lines of, isn't it remarkable that when the defense counsel spoke, of the 5 counsels that spoke on Sean Diddy Combs' behalf, when they talked about Sean Combs, the only time one mentioned a victim, it was Brian Steele. This is the prosecutor talking, and she said, and he said, Cassie Ventura wanted it. So taking strong objection to defense counsel's characterization of these women as consenting adults rather than victims.
Yeah, Kelly, thank you so much. Stand by for a second because I want to have another one, someone else join our conversation. Joining us now to discuss is criminal defense attorney and former assistant prosecutor Franz Borghardt. Franz, let's get you into the conversation here. First and foremost, I want to get your reaction to the 50 months that P. Diddy Combs was sentenced to today.
Michael, this was a huge victory for the defense. It was below guidelines. which means that it will insulate the judge from an appeal. It could have been tremendously worse. And I'm sorry, anybody that's talking about accountability right now and holding him accountable, frankly, this sentence is not holding him accountable. The end of the day is he may be looking on paper at 3 years. He'll be home most likely. Let me rephrase. He'll be out of the Bureau of Prisons in about 2 years. He'll be in a halfway house for the remainder, if not before. His life in Bureau of Prisons is about to get tremendously better than where he's been staying for the last year. This was a huge slap on the wrist. Huge. And a huge victory for the defense. So if I'm a defense attorney right now on his team, I'm doing a victory lap around the federal courthouse. And candidly, I mean, this is some good lawyering, guys. This is just, at the end of the day, this is some really good defense lawyering, because this is really a tremendously good sentence for him.
So I want to break that down a little bit more for those viewers joining us, because we know, and everyone is reporting, including the AP, that the judge sentenced him to 50 months, which is 4 years and almost 4 months, rather, and almost 4 years and almost 2 months. Now, number one, that's below guidelines, but number two, because he will not serve the full amount, and he probably won't even serve 85%. So explain how that works. Does it mean that he automatically gets out sooner than that 4 years and 2 months?
Correct. You take 50 and you conservatively will say 85%. He'll do less, but let's say 85%. So you multiply 50 times 85 and you come up with a number. You take away the almost 13 months he's already been in. Anything he does while he's in Bureau of Prisons, programs, other activities, there are ways to minimize time. There's ways of reducing time. And then when we get into that 10 to 12 month home stretch, they start talking to him about reintegration, and he could be in a halfway house for the last 10 to 12 months. That is a common thing, especially based on the nature of who he is. That's notwithstanding if he doesn't get some kind of presidential pardon. And I'm not bringing politics into this. That has been a thing, guys. That's been a discussion by this president. So realistically, we could say 3 years, but really, he's going to be home in one way, shape, or another, and probably less than 2. And I'm sorry, but when we're saying accountability and protecting the victims, that just doesn't get it done. It just doesn't. So huge victory for him.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. But there is a flip side to that. He has to be good. He has to have good behavior in prison. Right. And as we know, in the Brooklyn Center of Detention, there were some issues.
Yes.
He was breaking the rules there, so he's got to be careful with that as well. All right now we do need to take a break, folks. Franz, stand by. Our coverage in the sentencing of Sean Combs continues, and we're still awaiting another news conference. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, disgraced hip-hop mogul Sean Diddy Combs faces sentencing following his federal convictions. We have teams live from New York with the very latest.
Closing Arguments, tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
4 dead students.
None of it seemed to make any sense.
He was evil.
What devastation.
All I can do is scream.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rowlands. New episode Saturday night, 8 Eastern and Pacific.
Only on Court TV.
Welcome back. We have the breaking news, that sentence of Sean Diddy Combs. Here is a view of the outside of the courthouse. We have seen his mother exit the building. We've seen other family members, all of whom were very quiet. The mother did wave and sounded like gave some, positive hellos to supporters there. He was sentenced to 50 months by this judge. That's 4 years, almost 2 months. But Michael, I would suggest that most of us feel like that is less than this judge would have ordered or might have ordered.
Yeah, again, the defense team called the verdict a victory. I think they're going to be clearly saying that this is a victory as well. This is something that I think they would be comfortable with. Of course, they only asked for 14 months. I'm not sure they truly thought he would only get that. Maybe they did. But this is certainly something that was in the realm of, I think, lower than we thought they would get, certainly below what the Department of Probation requested.
I agree. All right. We have a statement that we want to read. This is something the judge said. I reject the defense's attempt to characterize the freak-offs and hotel nights as intimate, consensual experiences or just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll story.
A history of good works cannot erase the power and control that you had over the women you profess to love dearly. You abused them physically, emotionally, and psychologically, and you used that to get your way, he said. The judge added, I was sitting right here during testimony from Cassie Ventura and Jane.
And Eric Fudali, a lawyer who represents others who have filed lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs, said he hopes that today's sentencing encourages other victims to come forward. I hope the fact that someone as notorious, wealthy, famous as Mr. Combs will be spending years in prison for his crimes will encourage other victims who are suffering in silence to come forward and confront their abuser, no matter how powerful he may appear. Let's bring back in Kelly Craft, who has been there in New York, inside the courtroom, covering this. And as we're sharing some of the words from the other attorneys from the parties in this case, tell us again just the feel of the defense attorneys as they were arguing their case today. Franz Borghardt just said a huge win for the defense. And were they presenting a case that they thought they would get 50 months, 4+ years for their client?
Ooh, good question, Judge Ashley. So they put forth their sentencing proposal in which they said that he should only get, basically get out in December. So that would be 2 months from now. So time served plus the time in December. But whether or not this is an appropriate sentence, that of course will be up for an appeals court to decide, an appellate court. But when a judge has to fashion his sentence, he has to weigh the aggravating factors, the mitigating factors, and take a look at all the evidence that was presented on both sides. And defense counsel really put on quite a production today. We heard from his children, so that is a big factor. He has a family to go back to, a family to support, a family to go home to. Also, his mother is in her 80s, and he talked about and spoke about how he cares for his mother. So taking into account the children, that is something that a judge always looks at, those emotional statements that they made inside the courtroom today, saying and begging with the judge to please let our father come home. Then on the flip side of that, he was very stern. The judge was very stern in his comments and when he was delivering the sentence, saying that he will not tolerate someone to not be accountable for exploiting women and be violent toward women. So he really talked about the probation recommendation and how that was at the top end of 7 years. And he went down for that, giving the 50-month sentence 4 years and 2 months. But he has to realize that this will be appealed, and everything that he put on the record today will be scrutinized by an appellate court to see if this sentence is in fact excessive. So a judge has to be careful when he fashions his sentence to make sure he mentions every single thing that was presented by both defense counsel and the prosecution. And when he delivered his sentence, some might say that that's what he did, but that will be up for an appellate court to decide.
Yeah, and again, folks, we're still looking live at that courthouse there in downtown Manhattan, the federal courthouse, awaiting Sean Combs' attorneys. They're expected to come out and deliver some sort of statement. Quickly, I want to bring back in Franz Borghardt. And Franz, what do you think led the judge to come back with what most of us are calling a decision that was really a win for the defense. This judge was in a difficult position in a number of ways. There was a large divide between what the defense wanted and what the federal prosecutors wanted. What led him to this particular decision?
I think you just saw a baby be cut in half, Michael. Both sides were asking for things that, frankly, in the federal world of justice, weren't realistic. I don't know that they were ever going to go as high as the government wanted, and I know that they were never going to go. The judge was never going to go as low as the defense, but that doesn't stop the defense from asking for that. And I think the bigger piece is, remember, when we say probation recommendation, what we're really saying is probation looked at the judge and said, here's his sentencing guidelines. The court doesn't have to follow those guidelines, but this is what we think he should get. It's not really a recommendation as much as this is what the federal sentencing guidelines say. And by him going below, by the judge going below the guidelines, what the judge is doing is insulating the sentence from appeal. Yes, they can absolutely appeal this. They will appeal it. Diddy loses nothing by appealing this. But the reality is a circuit court, a higher court's going to look at them and say, you got below the guidelines. That is, on all accounts, it's kind of hard to argue that that's not a just sentence. So I think it was a brilliant move by the judge. Now, I also think, guys, I hate to say this, it was a huge slap on the wrist as well. So the defense attorney in me loves it. The person who does a lot of federal work on the outside looking in, that was kind of a slap on the wrist, guys. But it may have been a strategic slap on the wrist to kind of put this case to bed, so to speak.
Let's talk about some of the other parts of the sentence. We know that he will get credit for 12 months served. That's not surprising to me, not unusual. We know that he's also been fined as part of this sentence $500,000. $500,000 might be a lot to most, but not to him, I would suggest. And the last part of this is that he is also sentenced to 5 years of supervised release. Tell me, does this change your opinion knowing these additional items?
None of that changes my position. And look, the supervised release, a lot of people don't understand, there is no parole in the federal system. What we do in the federal system is we do what's called supervised release, which looks a lot like parole. It's essentially a time period where he will be under supervision by the Federal Office of Probation. And if he messes up at that time period, guys, he goes back to jail. There'll be certain things he'll have to do. They will manage the payment of fines. They'll make sure he's dotting his T's and crossing their I's. And, you know, Michael alluded to earlier, that may be an issue for him. He didn't perform exactly stellar while incarcerated in the local prison. But that said, I still think all of the trappings of this sentence still is a phenomenally good resolution for him. He may not realize it yet. He may be living in a world, Judge, where he thought he was going to go do a speaking engagement like in a week or so. But the reality is his defense team just got him a tremendously good sentence based on what he was guideline-wise exposed to and based on the fact that it wouldn't have necessarily been unreasonable for a judge to do what's called an upward departure and give him something above the guideline range. So again, I think the entire package is a phenomenal win for Combs.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would agree with you. We are out of time. Thank you so much, Franz Borghardt, for joining us tonight.
Stick around, folks. Coming up in our next hour, our coverage continues in the Diddy sex crime sentencing. We are still waiting for yet another news conference. We're going to bring that to you, of course, when it happens. And Court TV legal correspondent Kelly Craft was in the courtroom. She will also join us at the top of the hour. So keep it here on Court TV, your front row seat to justice.